Sect Master Jean Luantian's eyes were like blades as they released a golden light. This youngster. He resisted his urge and didn't make a move in fear of the supreme deity behind Shihao. These things were important treasures even for the Peng race. Each terrifyingly powerful golden Peng could only nourish one of these true feathers their entire life, making them no weaker than a primordial symboled bone. The entire ancestral mountains only had 3 or 4, and they were all sealed within their treasury. It was because not every ancient Peng ancestor could leave one behind, and over the years a few were used up. Many thanks to Senior Jean. Shihao's shy appearance was utterly repulsive in Jean Luantian's eyes. This hateful little bastard truly needed a spanking. Brother Jean, let it go. Even though it is an important treasure, what is it worth when compared to crossing realms? Once we enter the higher realms, what divine materials and rare treasures can't we find? Yun Songhai advised in secret. The Ho race's old man also smiled and nodded, walking up to console Jean Luantian. However, no matter how you looked at it, he seemed to be taking joy in this calamity, making Jean Luantian feel even worse. Ultimately, Jean Luantian's face fell and he nodded. He ordered someone to fetch a true feather from the Peng race. This was, of course, an important individual because how could just any ordinary member of the clan come in contact with such a sacred object? Senior, you should go through the transport formation now so that you can return faster. The great calamity is approaching, and time is of the essence. Shihao benevolently reminded. Hang! Jean Luantian released a heavy cold snort and brushed his sleeves before leaving. Even though he knew that there was a supreme deity behind Shihao, he still didn't show him any respect. Then, Shihao gathered Hualinger, the 9-headed lion, Sable, and the others to hold a discussion. He informed them about the severity and urgency of the situation, how the great calamity was about to descend at any time. Everyone became nervous, and no one wanted to tarry here. They all wanted to return to their clans to deliver this information as soon as possible to prepare for the calamity. A tremendous storm was about to arrive. You aren't leaving the wasteland region? The 9-headed lion gave Shihao an astonished look. He and the Flame Crow had decided to stay since their clans didn't have any supreme experts. Since the celestial Golden Peng, True Ho, and the others were all heavenly ranked creatures' descendants. If the 9-headed lion and the Flame Crow's clans crossed realms with them, without any supreme experts there, it would be too dangerous. Shihao nodded and said, Right, I don't want to leave. I haven't found my father and mother yet. If they aren't leaving, then neither am I. You aren't leaving? Hualinger's eyes were sparkling like water as they looked at him. Shihao nodded. He already made the decision. Hualinger became silent. Her circumstances were different. The Fire Clan had extremely powerful individuals like the Emperor. His abilities were extraordinary, and as such it would be extremely dangerous for him during the Great Calamity. What could they do? They could only choose to travel through the archaic formation. However, if they walk through the formation, she would have to follow as well and completely leave the wasteland region into the higher realms. This was an extraordinary opportunity, but why was Shihao reluctant? It might be because there were certain people and certain things that were definitely hard to forget. On the mountain, multicolored light shone from a transport formation. A golden-winged Peng emerged from the sky and descended. It quickly turned into human form, and inside of his hand was a stone box with a seal sticking to it. Many thanks to Peng Race Senior. Shihao jiggled his buttocks as he scurried over. Seeing his shy and polite manner, the people here wanted to use the stone box to hit his face. This devilish child, this lowly little brat was too despicable. This was what every member of the Peng race felt. Shihao uncovered the seal. A string of symbols shone and blazed with radiance, turning the yellow paper into ashes. The secret incantation had lost its effectiveness. He carefully opened the stone box. He was extremely excited because this was now the third one. He had already obtained the true feather of a green luan and vermilion bird previously. He was now getting closer and closer to his goal. A beam of light surged, and the entire sky was covered in golden multicolored light. It was as if a treasury was opened. It was incredibly dazzling, so much so that the people at the scene couldn't look straight at it. This was a golden pung feather. It was a meter in length and glistening yellow in color. Mysterious symbols were concealed within, and they circulated with astonishing fluctuations. The sound of a peng's cry trembling the skies was faintly discernible. Sure how extracted this true feather, and with a gentle shake, the space itself trembled, releasing woo sounds. Golden fragments filled the skies like stars and scattered in all directions in an extremely terrifying manner. In addition, a thick streak of divine golden radiance followed. Electric radiance sparked about this almost sword energy-like radiance. Its offensive power was astonishing, clearly displaying the great power of the Pung race. Good stuff, Sure Hao said to himself. It was not weaker than a primordial symbol bone. Just from using it like this made it an incredibly formidable weapon, so there was no need to describe the extraordinary nature of the five-bird fan. He wasn't the only one that felt like this. The Golden Peng's own members, Celestials, and the true Ho race's experts' eyes became red. How could something like this be given out? It was usually kept within the race to make secret treasures. Sure Hao closed the stone box and put it away. He was extremely satisfied. In the future, he truly might be able to refine a world-shaking magical artifact. Once a precious fan like that was brought out, just a simple wave would turn mountains into ashes and dry rivers. This might would be incredible. Kong Choji returned. It was unknown what the two discussed. They stood side by side, and the two had a type of quiet and content expression that could only be gained after experiencing a long trial of torment of being unable to speak to each other. I wish to remain here. Second Baldy spoke this sentence. Sure Hao was stunned. Don't you understand how grave the situation is? The Peacock Supreme expert from the past, and the second Baldy today nodded. He gave Yun Menglon a look, and it was clear that the two were going to face life and death together. You have to understand that the higher realms and the future are full of uncertainties. It is difficult to anticipate they will bring good or bad luck. Sure Hao reminded. For some reason, the willow deity seemed rather supportive of them, bringing out a special willow leaf. It was faint gold in color and not dark green. It landed in Second Baldy's hands. Before the formation is opened, you have one opportunity to bring a single person back to Stone Village. The Peacock Supreme expert was immediately moved, and then he became extremely grateful towards this great spatial-type gift. Others couldn't hear or see what was going on, but they could guess that it was the deity revealing itself. Menglon, I've brought up this youngster's marriage previously. Second Baldy pointed at Sure Hao, and then he looked at Yun Shi, who wasn't far off. Menglon and Yun Shi spoke quietly for a bit. The two of them were greatly disgusted with the arrangements of the father and brother in the past, causing her separation from Kong Chochi and forcing the two to almost never meet again. As such, she interfered. What, your affection pendant has already been given to him? Yun Menglon was astonished. No, that little thief stole it. Yun Shi was a bit frenetic. The Celestial Race's members were all shocked, because all the adults knew that the women from the Celestial Race all had affection pendants that would normally be given as a token of their love. Yun Shi's affection pendant had already been given to Sure Hao several years ago. I understand. I will take responsibility for this matter in your place. Yun Menglon nodded. Great aunt. It's not what you think. Yun Shi began to explain, but how was she supposed to go about doing so? Back then, the devilish brat had spit down on her sparkling ear and it was lost that way. However, that matter definitely could not be exposed. Moreover, back then, she wasn't aware of its significance. Only in recent years did she find out how important it was. Big brother, you've heard as well. Several years ago, the affection pendant has been given out by Sheer, so I believe that you will not interfere with these two youngsters, right? Yun Menglon looked at her older brother. Yun Songhai laughed bitterly. He had heard his granddaughter give a simple recount of this story, and it was definitely not a voluntary gift. However, with Yun Menglon speaking like this, clearly still holding grievances over the past events, it left him at a loss for words. How was he supposed to refuse her? Cough! He released a dry cough. Fine, then let's do it like that. Youngster, since you've obtained the affection pendant, You can come and propose marriage in the future. Yun Menglan decisively said. Ah! Sure Hao scratched his head. This was just too straightforward. That was an object of trust? How could things like marriage become so unfounded and be decided just like that? As for the Golden Peng, Green Luan, and True Host cultivators, they were all stunned. The goddess Yun Shi from the archaic divine mountains had her marriage decided just like that? It was just too sloppy. The younger generation, in particular, couldn't help but howl in grief. The looks in their eyes really could kill. They all stared hatefully at Sure Hao, truly wanting to charge up. What are you guys glaring at me for? I'm not even going to the higher realms. Who knows whose wife she would be in the future? There shouldn't be a lack of shameful geniuses in the higher realms, right? Sure Hao muttered. What did you say? Yun Songhai looked askance at the youngster. Nothing much. Old man, since we're family now, gift me some more materials. Okay? Apart from divine materials, I still need other materials to repair the village's formation, Sure Hao said. He had long gotten over it already. Forget about goddess, even if it was a female deity, so what? They were going to be separated by realms, so what was the point in thinking about it? He can't just carry her back directly, right? Otherwise, she could choose to stay behind and not go to the higher realms. Who knows what kind of place the higher realm was? It was obviously a place where ancient and splendid ancestral sects were. Yun Shi's outstanding appearance might be the best thing for improving relations. You brat! When Yun Songhai heard his muttering, he swung his sleeves and left. However, in the end, he still gave him a pile of precious materials. This made quite a few celestial race members jealous and quite a few people frowned. Seniors, who among you still has divine materials or a primordial true feather to give me? I'll tell Peacock Supreme Expert to pass the diagram to you all so that any of you can repair the formation in the future. However, at this time, the powerful race's experts all grinded their teeth and ignored him. A small half of the dozen or so divine materials were taken by him, yet he still wanted to exploit them. He didn't know when to stop. Sure Hao seemed embarrassed and cupped his hands. In a swindler's voice, he said, Clear waters should continue to flow from green mountains. We will meet again. Raise the child well, my wife. Go die. Finally, Sure Hao and the rest set out, using the formation here to go on their way. The nine-headed lion, Flame Crow, and the others all told each other to take care of themselves. They returned to their respective clans. With the Willow deity's great divine ability, they naturally didn't need to use the divine mountains formation. A path was directly opened, allowing them to depart. It immediately caused many experts' faces to lose color. Suddenly, the space around them distorted, and the passage became unsteady. This naturally wouldn't affect their safety because the Willow deity was here, and this was a passage it created. Hong following the agitation, a wave of valiant aura shook the space around them to the point of almost shattering. Multicolored light flickered. They walked out from the passageway and saw an unthinkable landscape. An enormous claw extended from the earth and scattered the clouds in the sky. It was thick and unadorned, as if it had been buried for countless years. There was still a shell of earth around the claw that had not been removed, giving it an ancient feeling. Just now, it was precisely this existence that disturbed the stability of the passage. As a result, they were still a few thousand li from Stone Village. Sure Hao was immediately frightened. This large claw could cover the skies. He seemed to have seen it before. In the past, for the sake of sharpening himself, he left Stone Village, and on his way to Stone Country's western border, he had seen this terrifying claw while riding the unicorn. At the same time, glaring lights streaked across the sky. These were cracks in space. There was someone in the higher realm who was trying to break the wall between realms. The claw was too enormous. The greenish-gray claw covered the heavens, scattering the sky with a single movement. The primitive mountain range trembled and the great earth collapsed. Smoke and dust soared into the skies. Willow deity, what is this? Sure Hao asked. A strange wave of energy was diffusing everywhere. It was as if an enormous beast in the great wastelands was awakening. At this moment, this area of the wastelands became silent. Regardless of whether it was the birds in the sky, the beasts roaming the earth, or even creatures like bugs, they were all shaking. The world seemed to have become deathly still. It was as if they had entered a demonic abyss as all sounds disappeared. A wave of indescribable pressure engulfed the boundless mountain forest. "This thing is still alive?" the little pagoda said to itself, seeming rather unconvinced. The willow deity stared solemnly at this existence for a long time. They were separated by a seemingly endless distance right now. If that enormous beast were to emerge into this world, it would be even larger than the combined mass of several mountain ranges. You have to understand that this was its true body and not some magical image. If it were to produce a magical body, one would doubt whether or not the world would even be able to contain it. "Willow deity," Xianxia inquired once again. "Supreme divine treasury," the willow deity replied. Its words were only faintly discernible, as if they were transmitted all the way from the ninth heaven. Its entire body seemed to be shrouded in an indescribable aura, as if it was contemplating something. Xianxia was astonished. He involuntarily cried out of shock, because the village chief, Shi Yunfeng, had told him about this story ever since he was little. During all these years, he's always heard rumors. It was to the point where experts from outside this race even lusted after it. Experts like the mysterious male with the chaotic magical disc. Meanwhile, the big red bird, second baldy, hairy ball, and ant green-scaled eagle, during all these years have searched with all their heart through the mountains and rivers. They stumbled upon traces several times, but in the end, they couldn't track it down. The supreme divine treasury could move about through the earth. This was what the village chief said. In the past, he even had the luck to enter its gates and obtain a few bone books from the outermost region. During recent years, Western Paradise became extremely interested in finding this supreme precious treasury. They located its position several times and were even about to take action, yet in the end, they fell at the last hurdle. It could move. Turns out that it was an enormous wasteland beast. Xianxia was overwhelmed with shock, but he was also full of puzzlement. What kind of beast was this exactly? They gazed down from high in the sky. Regardless of whether it was the little pagoda or the willow deity, they both concealed their auras. It was because this matter was too great. The higher realms were probing about, continuously tearing apart the space in this region, creating cracks and blinding streaks of light. "What type of vicious beast is it?" Xianxia earnestly asked for guidance. His heart was full of curiosity. "It ought to be an old tortoise, an utterly massive and terrifying existence," said the little pagoda. "A tortoise? Submerged under the earth?" Xianxia was astonished. This was too formidable. How enormous was this tortoise? He had never heard of the existence of such a massive creature before. It really was something to think about. The tortoise claw compared to its own body was rather short, yet it could split open mountains and valleys with a single movement and even scatter the clouds in the sky. The bulk of its body was simply unimaginable and enough to leave one shaking. The supreme divine treasury is hidden on its back and carried around as it moves from region to region. Whenever it is awake, it will move from place to place, said the little pagoda. Was this the true secret of the supreme divine treasury? The reason why it could move was because it was on the back of an enormous turtle. That's not necessarily true, the willow deity said quietly. It had sensed the aura of the enormous turtle a long time ago. At that time, it only had a single willow branch. The willow deity did not indiscriminately come into contact with this turtle. And today, now that its strength had gradually returned, it was becoming more and more profound. As a result, it learned of even more mysteries, yet it became even more calm and did not take action. Could the supreme divine treasury be fake? Xianxia was shocked. The wasteland region truly has a supreme divine treasury and an enormous tortoise that terrified even deities. However, it might not necessarily be the one that we are seeing right now. Based on what the willow deity was saying, there was a chance that this might be a fake. This turtle might not necessarily even be living and might be the activation of a formation built to purposely emulate life. This type of strange statement left Xianxia extremely confused. The little pagoda was also in doubt. He was somewhat in disbelief. It is most likely a setup, something a great ancient figure left behind. Its goal is not for the creatures of the wasteland region to enter, but rather for the supreme existences in the higher realms. After hearing the willow deity's explanation, Hao was astonished. How terrifying of an existence was the one that laid down this formation. For the sake of setting up a trap, it actually laid it so many years ago in the ancient era. This was just too terrifying. Even the little pagoda was trembling and broke out in a cold sweat. This was too sinister, definitely designed to ensnare an existence with tremendous background. Isn't that person too fierce? To endure silently all the way from the ancient era until now, all for the sake of this one moment. Hao was scared and upset. He felt that people like that were absolutely terrifying. If someone like this was made an enemy, it would truly be hard to remain calm for one's whole life. Hao was definitely scared. Even though he wasn't involved in this, he still felt a wave of chilliness. If not for the willow deity observing it silently for so many years without taking action, this secret might not have been discovered. It was obvious just how diligent and profound the individual who laid it was. Could it be that an outstanding ancient individual in the wasteland region wants to defeat an existence from the higher realms? Hao asked. He found that he didn't understand this type of battle at all. Everything he saw and heard today frightened him greatly, all of it exceeding his imagination. The little pagoda said, "No. It's most likely something arranged by a fellow from the higher realms and created during the ancient era. It concealed itself until now before activating." Hao became speechless. He suddenly realized that the wasteland region's dispute was only a small game for the truly powerful existences. No wonder they could watch from the higher realms and use these trap-laying schemes. It was clear that they were looking down on the lower world. As if understanding the fear in his heart, the little pagoda said, "Have you thought about what kind of existence the one who set the trap was? To live for endless years and reach that level, if one doesn't have the heart to think of such plans, would one be able to climb that high?" Hao nodded. This was the truth. Those were the few existences that crawled out from the endless multitudes of cultivators and rose above them all. They had naturally experienced the most cruel and bitter struggles. He sighed and said, "Sigh, with these types of existences here, and the great disorder about to occur, should I just hurry up and hide myself to avoid being targeted? Wouldn't that be for the best?" The little pagoda sneered and said, "Even if a little piece of straw like you howled with all your might in front of them, they wouldn't even pay you any attention." "Nonsense." Hao was discontent. "If you want to make those kinds of figures bat an eye, you need to become a supreme expert at the very least." The little pagoda's words dropped heavily. Hao became downcast. The supreme precious treasury is about to leave the great wastelands for other regions, the willow deity said. They silently withdrew from this place without alerting that enormous tortoise and directly appeared in Stone Village. The willow deity returned to its previous position, its body entering the large dark green tree. At the head of the village, Hao opened up the heaven and earth pouch and brought out a pile of items. They were all sparkling and brilliant, leaving the villagers dazzled. The children directly threw themselves over. At this moment, Hao's eyes also straightened as he carefully counted the divine materials. There were 10 of so divine materials here, and they were all hard to find normally. The colors they produced made it seem like an illusion. Fiery red dragon blood earth, resplendent sunstone, the sparkling blue sea diamond that released a boundless aura. All types of colors shone beautifully. They released an auspicious and peaceful radiance that surrounded a large portion of the village. Harry Ball was startled awake. An ant green-scaled eagle was startled. The village's people all huddled over. It was amazing to see even one of these things in a lifetime. He could vaguely hear the sound of swallowing by his ear. Within Hao's hair, the little pagoda swayed back and forth. It separated itself and threw itself into the pile of divine materials. "I'm not exchanging." Hao stopped it and spoke these words. Right at this time, another sparkling stone shouted loudly, "Big bro, did you rob a deity? Give me some." The divine striking stone had been sleeping the entire time. It had revived now, crying out loudly as it rolled and crawled frantically towards the divine materials. However, it was stopped in place by Hao. Hao shifted his eyes and looked at the little pagoda, considered how he should exchange with it to maximize his benefit. The good-for-nothing pagoda was also organizing its speech, trying to patiently and systematically guide Hao into giving it the divine materials. You've done well. With the great calamity about to arrive, Stone Village truly needs to make arrangements. I will prepare a great formation and just need these types of divine materials. Suddenly, the willow deity spoke and lowered 10 or so sparkling willow branches, picking them all up and inspected them carefully. Ah! Hao was stunned. The little pagoda became furious. Strands of chaotic energy could vaguely be seen. Hao was stupefied. If the items were stolen by the little pagoda, it would definitely flee, and nothing Hao said would convince it otherwise. However, the willow deity took action and collected these materials, making it hard for Hao to retort. He had to give it up now. Those are mine. The little pagoda revealed wisps of chaotic energy, and the entire pagoda became hazy, making it extremely indistinct, but a type of terrifying aura was spreading. The willow deity didn't pay it any attention and continued to think. It's mine. I've given them to the willow deity. Hao clearly voiced his opinion on the matter. He also poured the other precious materials from the heaven and earth pouch out. I helped you in vain. The little pagoda became discouraged and restrained the chaotic energy. That was business. You always cheat me, while the willow deity truly treats me well. Hao retorted. The little pagoda was left speechless, felt like it was in the wrong and no longer uttered a word. In the following days, the willow deity continuously pondered while laying the formation. It was a truly mysterious great formation. Each time a divine material descended and entered Stone Village, there would be the sound of sutras being chanted. This left Hao shocked. Even laying the formation would produce this kind of sound? Was this the result of harmonizing with the world's great Tao? During the course of events, the divine striking stone continued to yell again and again, so happy that it might faint. It was because when these heavenly treasures were used, they would leave behind bits and pieces, all of which were devoured by it. Originally, there were some divine materials left over, and even though it wasn't much, it was still not worth looking down on. However, the little pagoda cherished its external appearance and ended up helplessly watching that piece of stone jump around. The divine striking stone's entire body lit up, becoming brighter and more translucent. It was clear that it was about to undergo some type of crazy transformation. It knew itself as well, and as a result continuously kneeled and bowed towards the willow deity, frantically flattering it. 9 days later, the willow deity released a soft shout. Formation complete. The world was transformed, and an indescribable aura moved about. As if the sun, moon, and rivers of stars were stirred, inexhaustible spiritual essence surged, and a great profound Tao appeared in the air. Endless symbols filled the air, and the image of divine images arranged themselves in the air and kowtowed. The chanting of sutras sounded loudly, but it was suppressed by the willow deity's existence. It was trapped within, not reaching the skies and therefore not affecting the outside world. The great formation was completed. It seized the natural force of this world, combining defense and offense into one entity. It could be considered a great unparalleled formation, and at the very least, the little pagoda didn't deny this. A few days later, at the end of the distant horizon, a rumbling sounded, shaking the boundless great earth. Even the mountains began to sway. Did it come? Hao was horrified. When this sound rang and this enormous shockwave spread, it was not only existences like the little pagoda who could feel it. Even normal cultivators could sense it. It is about to. The little pagoda trembled. At the end of the horizon, divine light flew through the air. The great cracks in the void extended outwards, and between them, an indistinct gate was taking form. A strange fluctuation rippled outwards, and that heavenly gate was suddenly blasted apart. It was as beautiful as fireworks, as stunning as morning clouds. The scenery it produced was gorgeous. All colors danced about as it loudly erupted. A rain of light scattered down like falling stars across the sky. The gate was blasted apart. Following a rain of blood and scale fragments, it was destroyed in midair. Xianxia watched with worry, a coldness creeping into his heart. Was the lower realm this dangerous? It was clear that someone had fallen, triggering this shockwave of divine might. The only fortunate thing was that there was quite a bit of distance between them. Moreover, it was in the sky. If not, the towering mountains would all be turned into dust and cease to exist. Why did he explode? Was his strength not great enough? Xianxia asked. After remaining silent for a bit, the little pagoda laughed coldly and said, "Do you think it's that easy to come down? How could they do so without paying the price?" However, this individual had been schemed against by another. Was it a powerful figure that fell? Xianxia asked. How could a powerful figure die that easily? It most likely wasted all of its efforts and died under another's competent hands. From what the little pagoda said, the methods of the powerful figures from the higher realms were heaven-defying, making them not easy to kill. The higher realms' disputes were involved. The struggles were extremely vicious as they fought both openly and covertly. All types of methods were revealed, and a single mistake would leave them consigned to eternal damnation. In the following days, divine light continuously appeared from time to time in the distance. This was a sign of the space cracking apart. Extremely bizarre phenomena were produced that startled all of the wasteland region's cultivators. This was an omen of the great calamity. Everyone knew that a tremendous storm was going to start. All the supreme experts cried out involuntarily. They either fled from this region or hid themselves. They all used their secret techniques for self-preservation. Exactly which existences are descending? Xianxia asked. I do not know. The little pagoda shook its head. Xianxia frowned. The creatures of the higher realms were also terrifying. If they all wanted to come down here and play, then this vast and boundless land will be overturned and most likely cease to exist. The little pagoda sighed softly and gave a simple explanation, saying that only select individuals were attempting to come down. If they were detected by the higher realms Tao or found out by an ancient creed, they would be strictly suppressed and killed. The great Tao is boundless like the great abyss and the universe. Its greatness cannot be measured, and it is always at work, said the willow deity. Normally, it is extremely hard for anyone to come down from the higher realms due to the restrictions of this world's Tao. Only at certain times could unique secret methods allow one to do so. Those that could descend were naturally not ordinary individuals. They all had strong power backing them. What is there in this realm that makes those individuals feel like it is worth risking danger for? Xianxia asked. There are good things here. Ever since forbidden existences perished in this world, more and more individuals want to investigate this place, said the little pagoda. An energy that was difficult to describe appeared in this world. It made people's hearts beat faster and faster. Everyone knew what was supposed to come was about to come. Every cultivator was anxious and frightened. During these few days, Xianxia continuously meditated within the village and cultivated. From time to time, he would ask for guidance from the Great One beside him. Willow deity, since the great calamity is about to arrive, is it time for me to receive another baptism? Xianxia asked. Normally, one would receive a baptism at the age of 5, 10, and 15 to unleash one's potential and enable them to cultivate better. This was an essential foundation. There is no need. You have constantly been breaking through cultivation realms and breaking through crucial points on your own. You have done well and don't need these, the willow deity said. According to what it said, Xianxia was continuously unleashing his potential, and as such, he didn't need to seal and refine himself within a cauldron or for the willow deity to lend a hand again. If one continued to carry out the baptism, it might even overload the body. He had crazily released his potential during these past few years and had already reached the forefront of this path. The willow deity gave him this warning, telling him to let nature take its course. His current path was extremely good and was following the proper path. It was enough to persistently advance, and the natural laws of the Tao would naturally follow. Hao continued to polish himself and try to improve himself even further. He cultivated bitterly within Stone Village, and half a month passed just like that. From time to time, he would observe the world, allowing him to see many mysterious sights. He did not become fearful of what he saw. He calmed down his heart, studying the great Tao and cultivating the truth. He retrieved the beast skin he obtained from the Void God realm and studied the ancient formation. The two words Six Tao had created an itch in his heart. He wished to make this his own divine ability soon in order to give him ground to stand on in this changing world. Why do I feel like there is an area far from Stone Village that is calling out to me? Hao seemed a bit confused. Originally, he wanted to seclude himself within the village and calmly wait for the great calamity to pass. However, this strange feeling had made him rather puzzled. He felt extremely restless, as if he had missed something. Your feeling is not wrong. This means that you have a Tao root, that you have grabbed onto a deep Tao path, said the little pagoda. The great calamity was extremely dangerous, but it held tremendous opportunities. The world was unstable, so profound mysteries would reveal themselves. There was even a high possibility of a powerful individual falling and dissolving in the world. If one could sense this, then it would be a heavenly opportunity. Hao was at a loss. Was he supposed to leave? He wasn't a supreme expert, so he ought to not be discovered. However, that didn't mean that he was safe. There might be all types of unpredictable dangers. You have to decide for yourself. The willow deity said softly, I wish to leave and see this great calamity for myself. I want to see exactly what is going on. In the end, Hao made this decision. You have to consider carefully. Once you leave, you might not be able to ever enter again. I might even bring Stone Village away from this world and leave this place. The willow deity's voice was calm. It was evident that it had plans to recuperate elsewhere. The willow deity was not going to join in on any conflicts. It was going to completely seal up this village and vanish from the world. Hao relaxed, thinking that Stone Village would definitely be peaceful. Much of his worry disappeared. He now only had to be careful outside and didn't need to be worried about the villagers. I have considered carefully, he said. You might have to leave for several years at a time or even 10 to 100 years. The amount of time it will take for you to return will be difficult to say. I will pass on to you a technique here, said the willow deity. When Hao heard this, he became stirred up. There was no need to describe the willow deity's greatness, so its precious technique was definitely world-shocking. This will become his life-protecting great divine ability. A sparkling branch reached out, the green and shining branch touching him between his brows. It released a holy light and slowly surrounded him. Soon after, this willow branch became extraordinary. It turned into a faint golden color, as if it was a willow branch cast from gold. It was extremely mysterious, and it continuously sent ripples into his head. These were golden symbols that continuously diffused out one after another, and they were full of the aura of the great Tao. The specks of gold were bright and dazzling. They were extremely magnificent and extraordinary. Hao's body felt light and pure. His mind concentrated on receiving the natural Tao. The symbols converged one after another before ultimately forming the most primitive symbol. This was precisely the willow deity's precious technique. Tens of thousands evolved and ultimately emerged into one great Tao. However, in order to thoroughly comprehend it, one needed to carefully break it down and progressively deduce its meaning. It was going to be a tremendous task. The willow branch withdrew, and Hao suddenly opened his eyes. He knew that at the moment he most likely couldn't comprehend it all. The willow deity had also said that he should try to study it after his cultivation realm is a bit higher. With a different natural Tao, the requirements were different as well. The willow deity specialized in a type of natural power that required the harmony of one's mental state. Currently, Hao was clearly still not suitable. Hao went on his way, leaving Stone Village. The men, women, young and old all came out to send him off. Goodbye. He disappeared into the boundless great wastelands. The little pagoda followed along, continuing to hang from his hair. From what it said, it also wanted to witness the great calamity, seeing how exactly this instance was different. Wind blew over. Within the primitive mountains, apes howled and tigers roared. All types of vicious birds spread their wings towards the sky. They were all stirring restlessly, becoming more and more worried. It was because all types of strange events happened during these past few days, especially the cracks that appeared in the space from time to time. It was as if some colossus was descending. Within the chaos, people everywhere were moving, all of them trying to set out first to seek out the hint of opportunity. Hao gazed deeply into the sky. He was going to go against the wind to carve out his own path. Half a month later, Hao entered Stone Country's western border. He wanted to find a few old friends. At the same time, he wanted to find out the truth of this great calamity. This world became more and more stifling to move about in. From time to time, the sky would clearly be clear for tens of thousands of li, and then it would suddenly tremble violently, emitting deafening noises. An enormous crack would then streak across the sky. Finally, the day arrived. With a muffled sound, it was as if the world trembled. It was incomparably intense, as if the world was once again being established. All living things trembled. A strange sound loudly sounded, produced as a result of the great Tao's displacement. Then there was a short pause. It was as if the entire world became motionless. Then all cultivators raised their heads towards the skies. Their expressions all paled, because it was cracking apart with no intention of stopping. With a Hong sound, the heavens were split open, sending down endless divine light and the boundless aura of divinity. It was sensed by all creatures, and they all gained some type of comprehension inwardly. The great calamity was starting, but many cultivators unexpectedly began to stare blankly. After obtaining the fragments of the natural laws, they no longer belonged to this world. It was as if their bodies had been blessed with holiness and they themselves gained a flash of enlightenment. This wasn't a simple gate, but rather an inverted volcano. It surged with auspicious and boundless multicolored light. It was just too dazzling and resplendent. Dang! Finally, a drawn-out bell sounded, resounding into the horizon and transmitting to every corner of the wasteland region. No matter how great this region was, it still couldn't escape the bell's sound waves. Hao's mind trembled as he watched the horizon with a look of disbelief. An enormous bell slowly descended from the inverted volcano. It was simple and natural. As it gently shook, the sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye engulfed the boundless great wastelands. Why is that here? The little pagoda immediately released a strange cry. It immediately hid its aura and became like a rock without any fluctuations. It no longer seemed like a magical artifact. This bell was too astonishing. A mist curled up about it. Immortal light flew out in tens of thousands of auspicious and brightly colored streaks. They continuously diffused, surrounding the boundless great earth. Nothing could compare to it. On the bell's wall, symbols lit up one after another, as if it was a passage of sacrificial text. They sounded like the bell's fluctuations in a long and drawn-out manner. They were transmitted to everything under the heavens, entering the ears of all living things, and passed on into their hearts. This difficult-to-understand, deep, and profound sound was like an incredibly ancient and forbidden existence's soft voice. Even though it was without form, it was as if a pair of eyes was gazing down on this entire world, and these eyes pierced through the river of time. The sacrificial text was great and contained a type of ancient meaning and also a dismal feeling. This wasn't like what Hao and the little pagoda expected at all. No person came down, only a bell. It was clear that it hadn't finished, and instead just started. Following another muffled sound, the great Tao path seemed to change once again. Something else emerged from the inverted volcano, and colorful multicolored light gushed out. Ah, why is it here? Hao became astonished and revealed a look of disbelief. The object was spotlessly white, as if it was carved out from fine jade. It released chaotic energy, and precious light curled up around it. There was a desolate feeling to it, and even more of a simple and unadorned Tao aura surrounding it. This naturally made Hao stupefied, because he knew it quite well. He could recognize it anywhere. His mouth opened wide as he looked at it with disbelief. "Little pagoda, I've found your brother," Xianxia cried out. It was because that object resembled the little pagoda perfectly. They were definitely of the same origin. The sparkling, snow-white brilliance. It was clear with just a look that this was a divine object. Chaotic energy diffused outward strand after strand, and they were even wrapped within the most complex Tao symbols. "Stop shouting!" The little pagoda shouted in a low voice. This was all transmitted in secret and not leaked outwards. It was because they all knew that the importance of this matter was too great. Even the little pagoda's body was trembling, as if it was in a state of convulsion. It was just too stirred up, and there was even more fear. Xianxia couldn't laugh even if he wanted to, because the little pagoda was extremely serious. It was pretending to be dead, restraining all of its aura in fear of exposing its existence in this world. It was extremely nervous. "That is part of my pagoda body that was cast away." There was only this desolate voice. The little pagoda went dim and turned into a piece of rock as it concealed itself from the world. The little pagoda had 4 floors right now. All of its luster vanished, as if it had been eliminated from this world's list of living creatures and became an ordinary rock. Meanwhile, the pagoda in the sky had 2 layers. It was dazzling and snow-white in color. Divine multicolored light suffused its surroundings, making it look like a holy divine sun as it suspended itself in midair. Divine chains and symbols curled up around it streak after streak. Right now, Xianxia couldn't even smile anymore. His urge to make fun of the little pagoda's mood vanished, and he immediately became serious. What kind of divine might was this? The little pagoda had been broken before. Now that 2 layers of the pagoda body appeared, what did that imply? The little pagoda didn't dare to meet it and recombine into one. Of course, those 2 layers of the pagoda were not inches in size. Right now, they could suppress the circulating aura of heaven and earth. It was as tall as a mountain, and white light flickered about, linking up the heaven and earth. Wang. It trembled lightly, scattering down countless symbols that spread in all directions. It disturbed the stability of this world's space, and the wasteland region seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, it did not cause any damage and merely swept through all areas. It was as if it was searching for something. When it trembled lightly just now, why do I feel as if the heavens are being opened? Xianxia was horrified. Was this the power of the little pagoda? It normally didn't reveal it, yet these 2 layers of the pagoda actually revealed a portion of its might. Why did no one descend into the lower realm? Instead, 2 magical artifacts, one complete and one damaged, appeared. What was the purpose of their emergence? Xianxia couldn't figure it out. At this time, forget about him. Every cultivator under the heavens became incomparably nervous. They all stared up at the sky, for they didn't know what kind of changes were about to take place. Of course, there were many people who were silently analyzing the situation. After the 2 magical artifacts appeared, the world's Tao aura became more and more rich, and various profound mysteries could be felt. Hong! An enormous noise sounded. Heaven and earth swayed, as if everything was going to be overturned. Something else descended from the inverted volcano. Primal chaos diffused everywhere, leaving everyone in complete fear. This was a magical artifact, but its damage was severe. 2/3 of it were lost, and right now only a small portion remained. A hazy, chaotic energy rose about it, giving it an extremely enigmatic appearance. A strange symbol emerged at its side and began to linger in its surroundings. Its revolutions could make the world spin in reverse, making the sun, moon, stars, and all living creatures enter a state of reincarnation. It's that thing. Xianxia's eyelids jumped, once again feeling as if he recognized something. He had seen it before in the Void God realm, and he had even confronted it in battle in the past. Bathed in flames, the extremely mysterious male wanted to make Fairy Yuchan his. He had even fought a great battle against Xianxia, and during that battle he used this type of chaotic divine disc. The reappearance of this magical artifact naturally wasn't the piece the mysterious male possessed, and was instead another portion. It actually came from the higher realms. With the appearance of this chaotic disk, the entire world became different. Everyone became incredibly agitated. They were about to enter reincarnation. What was this? Everyone understood clearly what was about to happen, and they were all overwhelmed with horror. With the heaven and earth moving back and forth, their bodies entered a world of darkness. Time was greatly affected. In just that split second, many creatures had already experienced several generations of time. How terrifying! Hao's expression became bleak. Even his own mind had been affected just now, and a type of fear crept into his heart. However, he could still defend himself, unlike most others whose gazes became lost and their senses muddled. There have been only 3 magical artifacts, but they shook the entire world. The heavens were ruptured. The 3 objects began to shake, releasing ripples that intertwined within each other. They spread outwards and seemed to be imprisoning the entire wasteland region. Heaven transformation. This is definitely a tremendous and unfortunate event. Ordinary people didn't even know what they were fighting against. However, Hao had a feeling that this power was not used to deal with them, and instead for detecting divine existences. The little pagoda stayed dormant without saying anything. This was extremely good evidence that these 3 magical artifacts in the air were scanning for this region's existences. This type of feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Hao's mind was trembling in fear. He felt as if a divine sword was suspended above his head, and if that sword descended, then he would immediately die with no chance of retaliation. The great calamity was here, and as expected, it was terrifying and full of danger. It made his body go cold. If the little pagoda was detected, then it would definitely be a disaster, and he would get caught up in it as well. Dang! The large bell continuously rang in a long and drawn-out manner. The ripples dispersed outwards, and the great Tao of heaven and earth resonated as if a passage of sacrificial text was being read aloud. It was incredibly solemn and dignified. Hao knew that it was trying to intimidate the deities. The 2-layered snow-white pagoda and the damaged chaotic disk dispersed their divine might, covering the world. This was a type of preliminary scan as well as a rough elimination. After an extremely long period of time had passed, the symbols they released were finally restrained. Everything became calm, but they continued to suspend themselves in the air. Only now did the little pagoda release a strange cry in Hao's hair, saying, "What kind of tribulation is this?" Without a sound, the interspatial precious case Hao obtained previously opened. A bronze light illuminated and then opened. The little pagoda rushed into the little world and sealed itself within. No creatures descended, and only 3 magical artifacts appeared, which makes this even more worrying. I am going to avoid it all by going into hibernation and eliminating all aura. Do not disturb me. This was what the little pagoda warned again and again. Hold on. Explain some of these things a bit clearer to me. Tell me a bit more about all of this. Hao was puzzled. No creatures came down, yet there is still a great calamity which is extremely unusual. The main event will happen soon. Apart from this strange cry from the little pagoda, it no longer made a sound. Hong! Suddenly, the sky and earth shook. The entire wasteland region was trembling. The great calamity begins. At that moment, a voice sounded. It seemed to have originated from the 3 magical artifacts in the air, but it also seemed to have originated from that volcano. Hao nervously stared at them. At this moment, all of his hair stood on end, and he felt that he might have been a bit too hasty. Was leaving Stone Village on his own the right choice? The events have deviated from what they had expected, and this great calamity was different from the ones in the past. He could faintly make out that the 3 magical artifacts have separated into their respective areas. They stood in opposition, representing a confrontation of 3 different Tao creeds. Was it time for them to descend? A Wonglong noise sounded. Immediately after, the 3 magical artifacts became indistinct. This clear day that was lit up by bright sunlight suddenly became covered in stars. They were extremely distinct, and these stars swirled one after another as if they were almost within reach. The bright sky was full of brilliant stars, creating a strange and sinister-looking world. Could it be that the great calamity isn't caused by an intervention this time, and is instead naturally caused? Xianxia became uncertain. Immediately after, he was shocked. His face was full of disbelief, and his eyes opened wide. He wasn't the only one. The cultivators around him were all in fear. This world immediately became a gloomy one. Bloody light rushed into the heavens, and the stars that filled the sky all fell down, smashing towards the great earth and creating tremendous rumbling sounds. Was the world going to be destroyed? Everyone fell into despair. Even if everyone in this world tried to resist and the deities revived to join them, they still couldn't completely stop this attack, right? As these stars fell, it sounded as if the archaic vicious ten were roaring. Everyone was horrified, and all courage they had left broke apart. The enormous shadow blazed with endless fiery light that cascaded from beyond the heavens. One could already vaguely feel the heat as well as the tremendous pressure. This kind of power was going to completely smash apart and obliterate this world. During the ancient times, there had been forbidden great powers that had hacked down stars from the sky to refine weapons, but it was completely different from what was happening right now. This was doomsday. Xianxia's scalp felt numb. He never would have thought that there would be a day where this type of scene would appear. How could this type of disaster happen? No one could defy this type of power. His heart was pounding furiously, and he was quaking in fear. He was incredibly angry. This was going to wipe out the entire world. There was simply no way to resist. At the same time, he was a bit bewildered. What kind of creature was releasing this attack? To actually summon the stars of the sky to fall down, this individual definitely had to be ridiculously powerful. There had never been a creature like this in the ancient legends. The single path of life is to either rush towards the heavens or escape outside this region. Xianxia clenched his teeth. In the worst situation, he was going to rush into the sky and face the great star head-on. His speed reached the peak, reaching an inconceivable level and quickly separating him from the great earth. He hoped he could reach beyond the region. Even though something like this was pretty much impossible, he still didn't want to give up. Then, when he reached the sky, he was astonished. There were many that had the same idea as him, and they were all unordinary figures. He saw a supreme expert, a bright and dazzling scarlet-red horned dragon. It roared towards the heavens and was full of grief and indignation as it tried to flee beyond this region. It seemed to be indignant. It wasn't going to die at the hand of another, but rather in this terrible disaster. It was truly unwilling. And Xianxia was astonished. He saw an astonishing scene. The horned dragon fled extremely quickly and dodged the falling stars. As it tried to flee outside the region, a thick divine chain emerged from the void and suddenly locked it in place. Ho! On the other side, an unresigned angry roar sounded. A bion that looked like a ferocious tiger had a dragon horn on its head and was releasing golden light from its entire body, used its most powerful precious technique to attack the void. However, it was still useless. Another thick divine chain of order descended, locking it firmly in place and capturing it. Xianxia's body went ice cold when he saw this. Not even this route allowed anyone out from this region. This type of natural law chain would descend as soon as one ascended, capturing that individual. Was this region going to be annihilated? He was full of unwillingness. The great stars were like raindrops, falling down with pila-pila sounds. Enormous celestial bodies smashed down from outer space and brought with them heaven overflowing flames. They possessed immeasurable power. The divine became withered grass, no longer having any value. Even the supreme experts were tied up and captured by the divine chains of order. Everyone's courage fell apart upon seeing this. This truly was the great calamity. Was this region going to be annihilated? It was simply impossible to escape. Regardless of whether you took to the skies or burrowed underground, there was only death. A haze covered Xianxia's mind. What was he even supposed to do? Watching the celestial bodies close in and several supreme experts suffer tribulation, his body went cold. There truly was no way out. Show! He saw a young golden crow that possessed extreme speed. It carried with it the fiery light of flames as it tore through the clouds towards the ninth heaven. It was extremely beautiful. This was a young formation arrangement expert and not a supreme expert. Its speed wasn't much lower than Hao's, and in the blink of an eye, it fled towards the heavens. This world truly did have heaven-warping geniuses hiding in seclusion, unseen by the rest of the world. At the very least, this golden crow was formidable. It wasn't captured. Hao revealed a look of shock. He originally stopped because he didn't want to be captured by the divine chains, and now he revealed a startled look. Could this be the thread of life that the great Tao left behind, allowing a few cultivators to escape the final days of this world and leave this region? Then, Hao had a small epiphany, as if he grasped something. The sound of space shattering continuously rang out. A few other heavenly ranked vicious beasts and divine bird descendants soared up, fleeing beyond this region. They were like transient lights as they moved with pinnacle speed. After noticing this anomaly, Hao calmed down and cleared his head. He carefully observed as the fluctuations the bell released swept over those individuals. The divine chains of order appeared, once again capturing a supreme expert. The younger experts were allowed through, and it only captured the greatest cultivators of the wasteland region. Hao didn't move too slowly or too quickly. He did not make any excessive movements, but he also soared up. However, he didn't stay in the front and instead followed the crowd. His eyes flickered with radiance as he calmly observed everything. The three great magical artifacts didn't disappear and only became a bit indistinct. They continued to suspend themselves in the heavens and release waves of fluctuations that were difficult to describe, suppressing all living creatures. Not a single one of the supreme experts that traveled further have been able to flee. Hao was shocked. The natural laws were like a heavenly net that, although loose, did not allow any escape. It was horrifying. This was only happening in this area of the sky, yet there were already several supreme experts that were caught. The other areas of the wasteland and the divine mountains should also be like this. Right at this moment, an expanse of scarlet multicolored light rose and released endless light. It was like a flood as it poured over. The binding chains were broken, and it shot towards the outside of this region. Unfortunately, the great calamity was endless. A divine blade hacked down. The sparkling and translucent blade directly hacked down on that dazzling light and ended its path of life. Within the resounding noise, endless symbols surged. An enormous magical image appeared. It was absolutely massive and released a wave of divine aura. Heavens! That's a supreme deity! Even though this was doomsday, there were still many creatures that were greatly surprised. They cried out loudly, because this was just too terrifying. Not even deities could escape during the great calamity. Scarlet light spun about in that area, taking on forms that resembled flood dragons raising their heads towards the sky. They turned into numerous symbols and rushed towards the divine blade to oppose the natural laws. An angry roar sounded, and sutras shook the heavens. The magical image became even more enormous, making its glaring eyes clearly visible. All of the creatures below were aghast, faintly recalling that this was the divine image of a certain ancient temple in the southern area of the wasteland region. Bloody light flickered, and the massive head was sliced off. The magical image fell like a mountain. Blood dyed the skies and the symbols scattered. What kind of scene was this? Hao was truly shaken up. Everyone there trembled, and many people fell onto their knees out of powerlessness. Not even deities could protect themselves from the great calamity. They fell just like this, leaving them feeling depressed. Just a brat that had lit its divine flame, yet it dares to call itself a deity. Far above, it seemed like a voice sounded. It transmitted down from the ninth heaven, and the mountains and rivers shook in response. The cultivators were all terrified. It really was how the rumors were like. The divine would become like withered grass. With the descent of the great calamity, even existences at that level fell. Hao remained silent. He was extremely worried. What kind of fate was this? He watched as streaks of light flew across the world streak after streak. The cultivators that had any power were using precious artifacts to flee this region to save their own lives. Everything sounded complex, but in reality, this was only the start. Only a bit of time had passed thus far. People could be seen everywhere, all of them scared. There was shouting everywhere as they frantically tried to escape. The powerful cultivators were all frightened as well. As the great heavenly bodies crashed down, the divine were all executed, leaving everyone utterly terrified. Cultivators were crying and howling, and terror was present everywhere. Now that doomsday arrived, all living creatures were frantically running about, and every expert went mad. Xianxia situated himself within the crowd, but he was also trying to flee outside this region. As he watched the masses, he went from fear to numbness, and then from silence and calmness to later developing a feeling that something was wrong. The three large artifacts occupied their respective area in the sky. Outside this region, the might of the great stars oppressed the people. More and more descended with flames burning around them. They filled the skies, as if they could burn through the space. They became more powerful and terrifying, but in the end, they never descended. And a flash of light passed through Xianxia's eyes. After releasing his worries out of despair and calming down, he caught wind of this slight abnormality. Even though not much time had passed, some of the great stars should have fallen. However, they still hadn't destroyed this world. He didn't pay it any attention and continued to rise into the air, ascending with the numerous cultivators. In the end, he still encountered a few falling great stars. The power they contained was incomparable. Xianxia trembled. These stars were too enormous and impossible to escape from. Even though he had arrived in the clouds, it was still difficult for him to escape this disaster. Something isn't right. Finally, he knew why things were strange. The great star passed through them like an illusion. It didn't injure them and continued to smash towards the great earth. With a hong sound, endless multicolored light erupted beneath them. The great earth seemed to have caved in from the collision. It was as if there were terrifying shockwaves dispersing, engulfing the boundless world. However, Xianxia shivered inwardly, not believing his own eyes. A thought that was incredibly hard for him to believe suddenly appeared in his mind. Fake, this doomsday was fake. Could be said that the scene of falling stars wasn't real. Then, great stars rushed down one after another, bringing with them great flames that almost seemed boil the sky. They seemed like the flames of doomsday as they sprinkled down on the people. At this moment, Xianxia saw supreme experts again and also an enormous magical image that belonged to a deity. They were fleeing outside this region. While in the middle of the calamity, who could stay calm and collected? Moreover, the great stars were so realistic, so how were they supposed to distinguish whether they were real or fake? The hiding experts were all startled. The divine chains of order swept through and tightly bound them. Xianxia's mind became cold. What kind of intention was this? To play with these individuals in the palm of their hands by making them think it was a real doomsday, forcing the supreme experts to rush to the skies just so that they could be captured. This kind of method made everyone feel a chill from head to toe. How was anyone supposed to resist? After an unknown amount of time passed, the great stars finally disappeared. The endless stars turned into images, and terrifying fluctuations spread outwards. Below were still the same mountains and rivers with nothing destroyed. Raising his head and looking around, the first creatures that had tried to flee in the higher realms were trapped by that large bell. With a shake, their bodies all began to shine, and nothing they had could be concealed. Is it probing around? A chill crept down Xianxia's back. This group of individuals weren't supreme experts, but they were the first people to have rushed out. They were the most outstanding individuals that tried to leave this region, and right now they were being examined by the large bell. Everything both inside and out was completely exposed. Xianxia sighed. If he hadn't been on guard and decided to go along with the crowd, he would also have been completely seen through. He would be under another's complete control with no chance of escape. Fake. Those were all illusory scenes. The disaster had not yet occurred. This is not the doomsday calamity. The supreme experts have been captured and cannot escape. They weren't aiming for us. The sky is still bright. At this moment, cheers sounded throughout the world. The clothes of every cultivator were drenched in sweat. After experiencing this kind of false alarm, they were all stirred up and celebrating that they were still alive. All of the falling stars were fake, created by a type of natural Tao. Now, the fog had cleared, and celebrations broke out everywhere. Only a small group of people became silent, feeling a chill that seeped straight into their bones. What was there that was more terrifying than this? The will and power just now had deceived the entire wasteland region. This entire region was cheated. The cultivators headed downwards, and How followed the crowd. He silently descended on a mountain peak. Everyone else was celebrating their renewed lease on life after the calamity, while he felt waves of chilliness. The cultivators that headed for the sky all returned, but once they returned to the ground, they all scattered. Only one or two of them could be seen every several hundred to 1,000 li. Finally escaped the disaster. My life should be unharmed now. On the mountaintop where How was, there was another elder. He was using a green bamboo cane to support himself. His hair was gray, and his eyes were deep. How became astonished. This was a supreme expert, moreover one that was so close to him. The situation was not good. Beside the elder was a young lady. Even though she couldn't be considered pretty, she was extremely quiet. She wore snow-white clothes, and her eyes carried unease. She held the elder and seemed to be glad that the calamity was over. Suddenly, an ill wind rose. A streak of light rushed over from the sky. It was a black spear that wasn't that large in size but incredibly sharp. What is going on? The elder's expression changed. He immediately turned around to flee, using a great ability to move out of the way. However, it was still too late. Pooh! The black spear was just too fast, directly piercing through the elder and nailing him in place. A frantic wind blew into the distance. The one that released the cry wasn't the supreme expert, but rather the snow-clothed young girl. She was only holding the elder, yet she couldn't endure the shockwaves the black spear emitted. Upon being brushed by the strong winds, her body exploded. How shivered from head to toe. Then, a slight wave of anger rose within him. Everything was under their control. They couldn't escape this disaster. Wind whistled through the air. Streak after streak of light flew through this world, engulfing the wastelands. They passed through the mountains and valleys, and everything was observed. As How watched, his expression became cold. This wasn't a hallucination. The great calamity had begun to sweep through the world, and it had not yet ended. He reached out his hand and noticed that there was a bloodstain on his arm. When the young girl exploded, her blood splashed everywhere and landed on his body. It was truly a horrible sight to see. This disaster shows contempt for all living things, cold and ruthless. How said furiously. He could vaguely hear a cold laughter above the whistling winds. It was a heartless and apathetic voice from one who indifferently observed everything. How's mind immediately felt a chill. The indistinct cold laughter full of disdain and contempt seemed to transmit all the way from high up in the heavens down through the great calamity. Was the wasteland region going to be exterminated? The great calamity continued. How landed on the mountaintop and did not recklessly make any moves. Instead, he meditated while sitting on top of a large rock. He discarded the negative feelings he had as well as all distractions, allowing his mind to clear up. The hoo-hoo sounds of the wind roared like thunder as all types of light flew about. These divine blades formed from the natural law hacked in all directions. There were also black spears that pierced through everything. Those that dared to resist were killed without exception. The net extended over the world, not allowing a single divine existence to escape. This was complete eradication. The fish that escaped the net would all be hacked down by spears and brought into the heavens with not a single one overlooked. The truth was extremely cruel. All those that understood what was happening felt their bodies go cold and started trembling. Even those that were as powerful as supreme experts and the deities that made it out with a remaining breath were captured. How ridiculous was this? However, during the great calamity, there was also great karma as well as extraordinary opportunities. The great Tao was distorted and the upper realms were distorted. Symbols scattered down, bringing about the great Tao and even more profound mysteries into this world. Those that grasped these great opportunities could defy the heavens as they progressed and benefited from this perilous situation. Hao released his thoughts and cleared his mind. He was going to seize that heavenly opportunity and obtain his own Tao fate, capture the indescribable trajectory to pry into the natural law's profound mysteries. The wind was extremely great, and heaven and earth were dyed in blood. It was like a scarlet whirlwind. It was sad and stifling, as well as incomparably mournful. All those that cultivated were frightened. They had originally thought that the falling stars had vanished and thus the great calamity had passed, only to find out that it had just started. The current situation was just too terrifying. What about ordinary people? Someone shivered inwardly. When strange circumstances like these appeared and the world was changing, wouldn't normal people be scared to death? This world was definitely going to be thrown into utter chaos. However, the city wall remained the same. Ordinary people couldn't sense anything. They actually couldn't see the supernatural events that were going on. What kind of method was this? It was only directed at cultivators. However, for normal people, from a certain perspective, this could be a type of mercy. A cruel type of mercy, however. There were many sharp minds that pried into what might be happening. The cultivators studied the symbols and observed the 5 phases of the world. They watched it change and some naturally noticed differences. After a few individuals broke away, they used the eyes of normal people to look at this world. Then, through their deducing skills, they pondered over a few principles of the great calamity and began to comprehend them. Hao sat on top of a large rock. As the great Tao distorted and the world overturned, he sank into a deep state of mind to capture a fragment of the Tao. Even though he was in the middle of the calamity, his entire body lit up, and his eyes would occasionally open and close. When he gazed into the void, many symbols would flicker and release auspicious light. This was precisely the opportunity. How wholeheartedly tried to peer into these profound mysteries that rarely appeared in this world. Those were the boundaries of the great Tao that were taking form. Right now, he threw himself inside to earnestly study it. Using his spirit to refine it, he himself became increasingly brilliant. A type of fragrance started to disperse from his body. This still wasn't a promotion of his cultivation realm, but his body was serving as a furnace to refine himself further. How guided these Tao traces into his body to cleanse the mortal energy inside of him and refine his true body. It was just as the willow deity said. The great calamity would also bring new life and even more great opportunities. If he could seize them, then it would naturally be a great heavenly karma. It would greatly help him in his future cultivation. This was setting up a foundation, using the most sturdy divine rock to form an immortal Tao foundation. At this moment, quite a few people in this world noticed that nearly everyone else was trying to capture the great Tao's trajectory and were guiding the tangible substance to resonate with their bodies. At special times, the great Tao would emerge in the world, allowing them to capture an odd bit or piece. For these powerful individuals, this was a tremendous opportunity that would benefit them throughout the rest of their lives. Hao sat with his legs crossed. A white mist that carried a fragrance curled about his body. It cleansed the mortal energy, allowing him to become detached from the world and become more divine and holy. He was no longer polluted by the energy of mortals and became more and more pure. He received extraordinary benefits. Even though his eyes were opening and closing, this was only a type of instinct to capture the natural Tao and study their origin. All types of things moved about in his mind, and there was a type of comprehension that was difficult to describe. Long. He was supported by a wave of Tao energy, allowing him to rise and fall on the mountain peak like a small boat trying to cross the bitter sea of Tao to reach the other shore. However, there were also intense waves and harsh winds that could overturn him at any time. This was the great Tao. It was too majestic and boundless. How could a mortal try to dominate it? The boat might be overturned and eliminated at any moment. How continued to try and cross. In the end, he even stepped off the small boat and wandered around the sea while bathed in the endless ocean waves. This was an extremely dangerous action. He was trying to harmonize with the boundless great Tao. A single person was too insignificant and could be drowned in an instant, crushed to pieces and forever eliminated from this world. In the real world, How led all of the densely packed symbols inside of him to harmonize with his flesh. He was constructing a precious flesh carapace boat. He was trying to amass potential and bring up a great Tao foundation. This was for the sake of his future, his own boundless world. Guiding the Tao into his body, using the endless symbols to baptize his body. He was building an everlasting shell around his body and saving his body's potential, waiting for the day when he will rush into the heavens so that he could soar even higher. It would be like a fish leaping out from sea and turning into a dragon to ride the wind. This type of fundamental change would allow him to shed his body and be reborn so that he could obtain his own Tao. For days into the great calamity, How sat in the void with his legs crossed. He was surrounded by symbols that wrapped him within. This was true for both inside and outside his body. Those symbols condensed and formed a flame that blazed around his body. This was a type of tempering using the Tao to refine his body. In the end, they took form. The great Tao fragments that had turned into symbols already linked up to form a cauldron. He was at the center of it, and the raging flames refined his true self. Finally, when the sun rose from the east, everything dispersed. The world returned to its clear and bright state. This was already the 5th morning. How opened his eyes, feeling a bit different. There was an orchid-like fragrance around the outside of his body. This was a sign of his body successfully becoming close to the Tao. Under normal circumstances, even supreme experts failed to obtain these types of accomplishments. Previously, his flesh was sturdy and comparable to the Western sex Vajra unbreakable body, but now, since it was close to the Tao, allowing him to easily form symbols, his body advanced just like the natural Tao. The road of cultivation was extremely difficult. The further one reached, the harder it would become. The vessel and the individual could fall to ruin at any time. Today, he obtained an additional safeguard. His precious flesh vessel was stable, containing Tao light and constantly providing protection and support. It nourished his vital energies. This was the result of his precious shell-covered vessel and his vital energies improving together. How grasped the opportunity and used the great calamity to construct his own Tao foundation. He could now calmly wait for the foundation to germinate, sending him high into the sky and covering the heavens. The wind stopped, and the flowing light that covered the sky disappeared. There were no more bloody lights or murderous tribulations. He opened his eyes and raised his head. The sky was completely empty. The great magical artifacts had vanished without leaving behind a trace. There was no more murderous energy in the world, and everything was peaceful. 4 days and 4 nights. I do not know what happened during that time, How said softly. He descended the mountain and walked towards the distance. Based on his perception, he knew that many things definitely happened in this world. It was likely that the entire world was trembling and boiling with commotion. The great calamity passed just like that? How didn't know. He frowned, thinking that it couldn't have been that easy. It was because when he called the little pagoda, it continued to remain silent and unmoving, pretending to be dead. It was clear that there was still danger. In the end, he forcefully opened the precious interspatial case and forced it to explain. Only then did it revive. It seemed extremely impatient, telling him that it was temporarily safe, but the great calamity wasn't that simple. For you, it shouldn't be that big of a problem. However, for me, there is still too much unknown, so don't disturb me. The little pagoda was incredibly serious. It told him to not contact him for a while no matter what. Even if How was in danger, it could only remain in hibernation and not help him. The first wave might have ended. If one wanted to open the world between realms, then they had to pay a huge price. Not even a big player of the higher realms could continuously open the gate. They had to wait for an opportunity before doing so. How departed from the great mountain and headed for places where the others were. This area belonged to Stone Country because he entered from the western border, so he was naturally within Stone Country's borders. A day later, he entered a huge city and heard a lot of information. He was temporarily shaken, and his mind continuously trembled. During the 4 days, ill winds angrily roared. The natural laws, divine swords, and war spears moved through the air, killing supreme experts and sweeping through the wasteland region. It was simply unfathomable. That type of killing intent caused all of the cultivators to become terrified when they thought about it. In this time, all of the supreme experts had vanished without a trace. It was unknown whether they were all killed or if there were some who avoided the great calamity. After all, the people had also seen some strange changes during these 4 days and 4 nights of strange events. Deities were killed, and blood dyed the heavens without dissipating for a long time. Too many different things happened in the various areas, and it was difficult to speak of them all. The most shocking thing was that Fire Nation imperial capital was vastly transformed. That place was half destroyed, with half of its city capital turned into ruins. The other half was surging with black clouds and a bloody light. What? Was Fire Nation capital wiped out after suffering from the great calamity? Xianxia trembled. He didn't know if Hualinger or her father escaped this disaster. He hoped that they were able to get to Heavenly Divine Mountain first. Otherwise, it would be truly tragic. Several days ago, inside of the remaining half, mist gushed out from the collapsed ancient tree. A boundless battle took place, and the will above the sky was resisted. Someone said softly. Xianxia was astonished. There was something strange after all. There was something formidable sealed beneath the previous divine tree guardian spirit. There was also the sound of an ancient deity crying inside. The great calamity couldn't even destroy that place and overlooked it. Xianxia really wanted to pay that place a visit, but as he was in Stone Country right now, the distance was too far. After all, the great calamity had just ended. All information was limited to Stone Country and Fire Nation. There was no news of any place further. Xianxia decided to first take a look at Stone Country capital. Along the way, he heard many things, even a world-shocking rumor. There is something in this lower realm that drew the higher realm's attention. They felt like they had to come down and carefully investigate. This had always been the case for thousands of years. Only, no one has been able to obtain it yet. Only, it was unknown who leaked this information out. Regardless, those that dared to say such a thing and expose such a great secret were definitely formidable. It was clear that there were some that were able to escape, and they were all those that understood a bit about the secrets of the great calamity. Only, coming down is easier said than done. Risks had to be taken, and even the big players of the higher realms that are always playing games have to face danger. They have to use others to assist them in the search. It was unknown where this type of information came from. It unknowingly began to circulate among cultivators, causing people to shiver inwardly with fear. Before reaching Stone Country capital, Xianxia heard another piece of news. The Heaven-Mending Sect, Immortal Mountain, and Western Sect were all sending people over to Stone Country capital. And why? Xianxia was puzzled. He asked the cultivators along the way. Rumor has it that they plan to scheme against the country. The Stone Emperor has vanished, and the world is unstable. Now that these great sects are descending, they are going to foster puppets or even directly take charge themselves. Xianxia was furious. Even though he had no good feelings towards the martial imperial manor, they all still had the surname Xia and had a similar ancestor. How could the Stone Country's foundation fall to the side like this? Those from the higher realms wish to search for something, but they cannot personally come down. They have to borrow the strength of those below them. A cultivator along the wayside and said, even though this was hidden news, it was still spread around by a few cultivators. Needless to say, there was someone alive in this world who was spreading these rumors. Fairy Yuchan, Immortal Mountain's talented individual, and the others have all brought large numbers of experts over. It is possible that an election will take place to determine who will control Stone Country. Hearing this information, Xianxia could already determine that the relationship between the immortal great sects outside this region and the higher realms weren't simple. They might even be their spokespeople. You all can't come down. So for your selfish desires, you all dare to defy the heavens in such a way? Xianxia's eyes looked to the skies. He knew that this was only a part of the great calamity's reason, but it was already enough to make him furious. If you are scheming against Stone Country, keeping dreaming. Don't even think about obtaining that thing. Xianxia laughed coldly. The stone country capital was just as grand and imposing as before. The towering walls were like a vast mountain range that stretched around the city. The divine formation was activated, but it was destroyed. Xianxia had arrived. He stood in front of the city and stared in silence for a long time. The city walls looked like they were made of black metal as they shone with cold light, clearly due to the power of symbols. Unfortunately, they had been destroyed, and what remained today were just ruined traces of formations. The city gate opened and people came and went, their shoulders brushing each other due to the numerous creatures moving about. The city was still filled with activity. His visit this time made Xianxia feel a bit different. Back then, he rushed over here excited and full of expectation to search for his grandfather. Yet in the end, he fought against the Rain clan and martial imperial manor, shaking up the entire stone capital. The city right now was full of hidden activity. With the stone emperor missing, the city was thrown into disorder, and as a result, the great sects outside of this region were going to interfere. Because of this, his visit this time might be even more dangerous. The higher realms were ruthless. They looked down on the creatures below them, killing and pillaging however they pleased. Meanwhile, in the lower realms, the Tao creeds that were related to them all moved like tigers and wolves. Xianxia entered the city. He continued forward without stopping. His goal was the palace. With the human emperor missing, what was even left in that place? The reason he entered the city was naturally because he had confidence. While the supreme experts were in dire straits and even deities were killed, he had already entered this world's most powerful ranks. Of course, dangers still existed. It was unknown what arrangements had been made by those in the higher realms or what kind of people arrived from the great sects outside this region. Before coming to Stone Capital, Xianxia ignored the little pagoda's curses and woke it again to ask for guidance, because this situation was too great with fatal dangers lurking at every corner. The only thing that he could ascertain was that this was a blank period of time that was the least dangerous for him. The great calamity had just retreated, and with the gate between realms closed, it was impossible for the individuals left behind by the great inheritances to kill him. There were many people along the streets, forming a stream of movement. There were many stores on each side of the streets, and the sound of peddlers continuously rang out. It was bustling with activity. The disappearance of the human emperor has only been spread between cultivators. Ordinary people aren't aware of it yet. Xianxia said softly. If normal people knew, the atmosphere of the capital might be extremely nervous and downcast. He calmly proceeded, and in a flash he traveled more than 10 li. Even though there were many people and no lack of cultivators among them, no one paid much attention to him. After all, when one's strength reached a certain level, if they didn't want to draw attention, no one would notice them even if they came across each other. Suddenly, heaven and earth became quiet, and the entire street seemed to separate. The travelers silently separated to two sides, revealing a vacant space. Those on the street weren't aware at all that this type of scene was being created. Xianxia stopped moving. In front of him was a young lady who was beautiful and otherworldly as she stood there peacefully. The corners of her eyes and the tip of her brows contained an intelligent light as she blocked the way. Her figure was tall and slender and extremely wonderful. Divine multicolored light curled up around her, as if she was a divine lotus, spreading a holy aura into the bustling activity of mortals. Fairy Yuchan. She appeared, moreover, so quickly. It hadn't been that long since Xianxia entered the city, yet she already came. Her beautiful figure leaned slightly as she calmly looked over. Neither of them spoke for a moment. This street was extremely spacious, and all pedestrians inadvertently moved around this powerful domain. In the end, only the two of them remained in this road. They stood opposite each other and didn't say anything for a long time. There's no point. Yuchan broke the silence. Her voice contained a type of magnetism that moved the hearts of others. Her beauty exceeded the ordinary, as if she wasn't a person of this world. Her skin was sleek and sparkling, and her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, as if she was going to disappear like an immortal. She was truly outstanding. Divine light shone about her. Do you think that I'll lose? That might not be the case. Sherhao's voice fell. He was handsome and possessed delicate features. During the recent great calamity, he changed even more, making him even more outstanding. He seemed like a supreme existence that had been exiled from the heavens. Divine light curled about him, and his clothes drifted about, giving him an extraordinary appearance. If others saw him, they would definitely become shocked. This pair of man and woman was too outstanding. None of them were polluted by the aura of mortals, as if they were immortal companions. With your own strength, do you think that you can contend against this great world? Fairy Yuchan's rosy lips gently opened, releasing a soft and moving voice. Her eyes were like water as they released fine light. This type of beauty was too difficult to find even in the entire world. Sherhao admitted that Yuchan's appearance was truly ridiculously beautiful and that it was hard to find one that could match her. The witch and the ancient gray-clothed woman were likely the only ones that could compare. Wrong. I should be the one asking you guys if you want to go against this entire world. Do you want to make everyone under the heavens your enemy? Sherhao's expression was serious. It was like an immortal that was exerting his rage and revealing his divine might. The great world can also be called a great power. Do you still not understand? Yuchan's voice was gentle. She seemed even more beautiful and otherworldly. Her snow-white skin and glowing face made even flowers lose color. Sherhao didn't say anything, but his gaze became increasingly threatening. They were like two streaks of electricity as they landed on the woman's body. A muffled thundersold could be heard. The space lit up and pai-pa sounds crackled. Brother Sher, you have quite the skill. If you continue to advance with your talent, there will be a day in this vast world when you will soar into the ninth heaven. Fairy Yuchan carried a warm smile on her face. I have no intention of becoming the slave of another. If you are trying to persuade me into joining the heaven-mending sect and then entering the gates of heaven, then forget it. Sherhao said coldly. The street was quiet. People were moving about in a crowded manner. An endless stream of horses and carriages moved along, yet this place was completely vacant. There wasn't a third person in this spacious street. The two individuals stood in confrontation with neither one backing up. Sherhao knew that if there were still people who could threaten him in this world, this Fairy Yuchan would definitely be one of them. Back then, she wasn't even scared of Shuri, so how could she be scared of him now? This was a heaven-warping woman. Once the battle started, it would be difficult to predict who was stronger or weaker. She was slender and beautiful, but this woman was truly too powerful. She could look down on various great regions and rise above her peers. It was rare for her to meet a worthy opponent. The two of us can still be considered acquaintances. Why don't we have a chat? Yuchan spoke. She shifted the hair in front of her forehead and calmly stood up. Her actions were slight and pure. Sherhao was not scared and nodded. In a moment, the street once again clamored with noise. Everyone became confused why there was such a large space that was empty, yet they all moved around it. Soon after, this place was once again filled with people. Sherhao and Fairy Yuchan moved alongside each other. Their temperaments were outstanding, as if they were a pair of jade. The male was refined and outstanding, while the female was as elegant as an immortal. Dust and dirt all moved away, not staining their precious clothes. That's the little stone. He returned. Inside Stone Capital, there really weren't many cultivators that didn't recognize Sherhao, because he had truly raised a storm here in the past. The battle that had happened many years ago seemed to have happened yesterday in their minds. If not for the great calamity having just passed, his appearance definitely would have raised a huge commotion. Despite this being the case, there were still many cultivators that revealed looks of shock. It was because the situation right now was too tense. Now that the little stone returned, what was about to happen? Quite a few people's hearts began to pound intensely. Misty Rain Restaurant was an old and well-known restaurant. It was located next to a spiritual spring, so misty rain drizzled about all year round. This place was rather special. Spiritual springs gushed outwards, creating water vapor that surrounded this region. It created its own precipitation and went against normal meteorological reasoning. Bits of water vapor spread, bringing with it multicolored clouds. It made the entire place seem more holy and gave it an extraordinary atmosphere. It was as if this place was a precious building from the divine realm. The two individuals entered the restaurant and chose a private room. After opening the window, strand after strand of spiritual essence poured in, calming their minds. Not bad. If this water is continuously drunk, it can extend longevity. It is even more beneficial for cultivators and is worthy of its spiritual spring name. Another guest sighed in praise. The great calamity had just passed, so those that were able to remain relaxed weren't ordinary people. Sure Hao and Fairy Yuchan didn't pay them any attention. They moved a table away and sat opposite of each other. He could smell a fragrance of orchids wafting over towards him that blended with her natural smell. And this fragrance contained the aura of a great Tao. This left Sure Hao astonished. This woman was truly formidable, obtaining great benefits from the great calamity as well. It was just like him. If he wasn't able to restrain his aura, he would also give off a type of fragrance. This was a sign of one's flesh harmonizing more with the Tao. Fairy Yuchan's lily-white hands gentle moved, and a hazy light sprinkled outwards and surrounded this private room. It temporarily isolated this area from the outside world. Do you understand the great calamity? Upon hearing this, Sure Hao shook his head. Even though he knew a bit, he still didn't understand it completely. Neither the willow deity nor the little pagoda explained it to him in detail. On the other hand, he knew that the heaven-mending sect definitely understood it. It was a sect that was ancient and undying. If they claimed to have no relations to the higher realms, no one would believe them. You should just seize the opportunity and continue. This is a great chance. Fairy Yuchan calmly said. Sure Hao remained silent and calmly sat there. Suddenly, Fairy Yuchan revealed a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "You want to make a move now? But I can assure you that you can't capture me right now and would instead startle everyone here." Sure Hao remained silent. After thinking about it in secret, he didn't make a move. Moreover, you will find that everything you do will be a futile struggle, Fairy Yuchan said. Through the hazy drizzle of radiance, she looked outside the window and said, "Supreme experts are being captured and killed, while the ordinary people aren't worthy. Just like seeds, waiting for maturity. What do you think this region's creatures are like?" The medicinal field theory was actually true? Sure Hao said softly. Then a wave of anger began to burn within his mind. If this was true, then it was too miserable. It's not completely true. The capturing and killing of supreme experts I just mentioned was only a small part of the great calamity. It isn't the main reason for the great calamity at all, said Fairy Yuchan. Her eyes flashed with a shocking light. Sure Hao frowned and said, "What is there in this realm? Why are they acting so unbridledly? They aren't even treating the lower realm like a thing. How cruel is that? If you want to understand, want to know, you can just completely transcend worldliness. Won't you understand it all then?" Yuchan said. She didn't give up and continued to softly persuade him. If given the chance to have this kind of outstanding beauty as a companion, any normal person would definitely feel as if they were dreaming. Sure Hao sighed. He knew that there was something formidable in the lower realm. Exactly what was it that was making them trouble themselves so much? Did they want him to control Stone Country, obey their orders, and then use the entire country to search for it? The two were both smart. They didn't need to say too much to reveal what they meant. After I said so much, you still don't understand the great power? Fairy Yuchan's expression was gentle, and she was becoming more and more outstanding and spirited. Finally, she understood and said, "Then let me speak about a few more unknown details. How do you feel about the Wasteland region and also about the other regions? Some are similar to Great Wasteland era. Some have empowered land and great heroes. Some are not suitable for creatures to reside in, turning into lands of death." Sure Hao frowned and said. He was contemplating what she was trying to say. "Do you think these 8 regions are large enough?" Yuchan asked. "The great Tao is vast and boundless, just like the stars in the sky. As for the world of Earth, I reckon that it shouldn't be much less than that of above." Sure Hao pointed with his finger up towards the 9th heaven. Yuchan sighed softly. She then smiled. Her brilliance and beauty were exceptional, and even Hao almost became absent-minded. Her appearance was so pure and holy that it made hearts tremble. Then let me tell you the truth, what kind of places these 8 regions truly are. Hao's eyes focused. He sat across from the redwood table and silently watched her. Exactly what kind of secret information was she going to reveal? Fairy Yuchan's sparkling white face carried an indescribable charm. She gathered her long, beautiful hair and said, "Even you will become extremely shocked after hearing it. What haven't I experienced? Just say it." Hao said, "You might have heard that the Wasteland region is a land of exile, but that isn't everything. It is just the tip of the iceberg," Fairy Yuchan said softly. She looked through the clear barrier surrounding the private room and outside the window. Her expression seemed to be a bit fleeting. "Keep going," Hao said indifferently. "You think that the boundless 8 regions are equal to the great world, correct?" Fairy Yuchan turned around and spoke while looking at him. "Is that incorrect?" Hao asked. Yuchan shook her head and said with a calm and peaceful voice, "If I told you that the sky, earth, mystery, emptiness, space, outer, flood, and wasteland regions were 8 prisons, would you believe me?" Hao continued to sit silently, but his eyes were already releasing shocking beams of light that illuminated the entire private room. This information was just too astonishing and difficult to accept. Hard to accept, right? But this is the truth, Fairy Yuchan said softly. After speaking, she emptied the fine wine from the cup before placing it onto the table with a ding sound. Hao became silent. This type of information was truly shocking. Was this real? He was feeling all types of emotions and didn't dare to believe what was going on. The 8 regions, regardless of how vast and boundless they were, these were only 8 prisons. Who was the one that brought about such a thing? The scope of something like this is just too great. In that instant, he thought of many things. All type of information appeared in his mind, and he found it hard to believe it all. "Is it hard to accept?" Fairy Yuchan asked upon seeing that he didn't say anything. She then continued, "Such a great world, vast and boundless. Yet they are just 8 cages. It truly leaves one doubtful." Hao didn't say anything and thought about it on his own. When he met the witch, he had heard a few secrets, but it was far from being this thorough. After thinking carefully for a while, even though Hao was greatly shaken up, he began to somewhat believe these words. Even though Fairy Yuchan harbored negative intentions, there was no reason to mislead him. "Do you not believe it?" Fairy Yuchan asked. Hao didn't say anything and only looked at her. His gaze was a bit threatening. Symbols appeared in the air, and they began to rumble. This was a type of power that followed Hao's state of mind, ready to suppress at any time. Anyone who hears this for the first time would find it hard to endure. However, do you think that you will be able to deal with me in one strike if you take action now? Fairy Yuchan had a faint smile on her face and remained extremely calm. "So what if it's 8 prisons? I was born here, so who can call me a prisoner?" Hao's words carried a wave of killing intent. Based on the size of the 8 prisons, you can well imagine how great the heaven and earth is outside and how wonderful it is. "Are you willing to spend your entire time in a cage?" Fairy Yuchan asked. If any normal person heard this kind of information, they would immediately become dejected. The grand 8 regions were boundless like divine earth, and most heroic individuals couldn't even travel through one region. However, he was now told that these were just 8 prisons. This was truly too great of a mockery. It was infuriating enough to make one go mad. Even if supreme experts heard this, they would still roar into the skies out of seething anger. What was the purpose of this? Who would have imagined that the descendants inside the 8 regions were prisoners from birth? Upon being born inside the 8 regions, they were already branded. There was no freedom. They were only prisoners, descendants of sinners. This was a fate that was not easily separated from. Based on what you are saying, since you were born inside this prison, you should also be a prisoner. Hao stared at her as he spoke. Then, his words became even severe and he shouted, "Being born within the 8 regions, Yet you still want to help the higher realms. You are just a traitor. Brother Shi, you've accused me of quite something. I cannot bear such an accusation. Fairy Yuchan shook her head. She didn't become angry and instead continued to carry that faint smile on her face. Those that are born within this cage all have the right to pursue freedom. Do you wish to break free and escape from this disgraceful prison? Fairy Yuchan asked. Does that mean that you can rely on the higher realms? Shi coldly asked. The so-called sinners have all committed great crimes. The prisoners are all incredibly vicious and evil creatures. The higher realms Lord has issued its judgment that if the creatures of the lower realms feel remorse and obtain approval, then they can break free. What is wrong with this? Could it be that carrying guilt for one's entire life and be trapped here until death is the correct way? Fairy Yuchan asked in reply. Do I have any sin? Even if the 8 prisons you said were real, it was still my ancestors who committed the wrong. Moreover, my ancestors might not even be wrong, as the truth has long been covered. Even though this all has nothing to do with me, could it be that the chain of guilt has passed on from generation to generation, and even the descendants are all considered sinners? Shi's face sunk as he asked. He felt a wave of anger inside that was hard to quell. The land he was born on was actually a land of sin. He had been marked and known as a guilty descendant. What type of principle is this? He truly wanted to pierce through the heavens into the higher realms and overturn everything. He naturally didn't approve of Yuchan's words. What prisoner, what sinner? It was all nonsense. Growing up in the wasteland region and rising to greatness wasn't some disgraceful thing. Seeing how angry you are and how impossible it is for your mood to calm, I understand that no matter what I say, you won't be able to listen properly. Fairy Yuchan sighed lightly. Her glowing and otherworldly body carried a sweet fragrance. She frowned slightly and said, What is the point of getting angry? It's better to break free and learn everything once you leave. To leave, one needs to understand the great power. Shut up, Shi shouted. With a wong-long sound, the space around them scattered with transient light. They were like clouds that overflowed with auspicious multicolored light as they surrounded Fairy Yuchan and tried to suppress her. Yuchan wasn't shocked. A streak of dazzling light flew out from her pure white jade-like body. It turned into an expanse of symbols to block this stream of light. Then, her body drifted outwards, separating herself from him. Hong! Around Shi, 10 heavenly passages emerged. They were going to form a domain to freeze everything in this area. Yuchan said, I also possess fruits of the Tao. You aren't leaving me much of a choice by doing this. If we fight, it will be difficult to determine who wins or loses for quite some time. There is no point in a conflict like this. You believe that you are a guilty descendant just because you are born in the 8 regions? By relying on them and helping them deal with the lower realms creatures, do you really feel like you are accomplishing something? Shi said coldly. I have never said that the descendants are sinners due to the great vicious ancestors. This is just something that was decided back then. I merely cherish talent and want to leave you an opportunity to struggle free from this cage. Yuchan sighed and said. She then became rather calm without any look of shame and said, Moreover, I wasn't born inside the 8 regions, so I will eventually return to the higher realms. Shi's eyes froze, and he was startled inside. She was someone from the higher realms? This was the first time he had heard of this before, as well as the first time he realized that he was conversing with an existence that didn't belong to this world. His pupils revealed bits of divine light that blossomed into the air like fragments of gold. As if he could see through everything, he carefully evaluated the perfect woman in front of him. It seemed like some things became easier to understand. Could it be that the entire heaven-mending sect, Immortal Mountain, and the others were all like this? When he thought of this possibility, Shi's mind was greatly shaken. What was the reason behind the higher realms people extended stay in the 8 regions? What were they planning? Was that thing that important? I believe you have guessed at a few things. Some of the Tao creeds were left behind by the higher realms, so not all of them are sinners, Fairy Yuchan said. Something wasn't right. Shi quickly thought of a problem. It wasn't easy to come down from the higher realms. The heaven-mending sect, Immortal Mountain and the other disciples couldn't all have came from the higher realms. They should have been recruited from the 8 regions. Fairy Yuchan might be special to have come from the higher realms, and others just didn't know about this. I descended when I was young and only found out in recent years. This is one of the harshest types of training, and in the future I will return. She indifferently spoke. I never would have thought that a sinner like myself would be face to face with a fairy from the higher realms. How extremely honored I feel. Sure, how mocked. However, it was hard for him to calm down inside. At this moment he thought of too much. If the 8 regions were a prison, then where did the ancient extraordinary figures originate from? For example, the Kuanpong and the fallen True Phoenix. Did the archaic vicious 10 descend from the higher realms and just happen to fall, or was there some other secret? Or were those from the higher realm also searching for precious techniques and things related to this? Sure, Hao's mind trembled. The 8 regions were cages. If this saying was announced to the world, the impact would be too great and would involve many heroic talents. At the center of this would be the archaic vicious 10. What kind of role did they play exactly? Sure, Hao's eyes continued to flicker. His entire being was overflowing with energy that became more and more exuberant. After I said that much, do you truly not want to break free of this cage and restrictions to enter the real great world? This is just a prison, a damaged space, Fairy Yuchan said. I can't endure the fact that I am a sinner and that I can't climb higher because of the sinner's blood of my ancestors running through my body. However, if I want to enter the higher realms, I will definitely slaughter my way up myself. Sure, Hao's gaze was frightening. Fairy Yuchan quickly backed up. Endless divine light erupted. Following a Hong sound, the private room exploded. Symbol light rushed into the heavens from the Misty Rain restaurant. This restaurant wasn't an ordinary place and was full of formations, yet it still completely collapsed. Sure, Hao and Fairy Yuchan rushed into the heavens and fought intensely. They quickly exchanged moves, and symbols covered the sky. The most mysterious and profound Tao auras were released. This battle was incredibly shocking. Many people were startled and then they became shocked. The power of this battle was too great. It was as if 2 supreme experts were fighting. However, the battle immediately died out despite having just started. Fairy Yuchan held a jade sword in her hand, and with a light slice, a domain was sliced through, freeing her from the control of this space. Meanwhile, Sure Hao frowned. He looked towards the direction of the imperial palace and noticed that it was overflowing with the aura of a dragon. A dragon was moving about, and an overwhelming pressure suffused the air as if a true dragon had revived. Imperial Tao aura. Something left behind by the Stone Emperor, Sure Hao said to himself. Then he turned around to leave, not dealing with Fairy Yuchan anymore. He rushed straight towards the imperial palace. I will stop him. Several individuals appeared behind Fairy Yuchan, and among them, a purple-clothed youth spoke. There is no need. In the current world, there is only myself and 2 or 3 others that can stop him. If you all went, it would be extremely dangerous. Fairy Yuchan spoke. Upon entering the heaven-mending sect, I haven't done anything for it yet. How could I act so cowardly in front of the enemy? The purple-clothed youth said, taking out a precious artifact before directly attacking Sure Hao's back. In reality, it was because he was unwilling to accept what she said. As a genius of this region that had been looked fondly upon by Fairy Yuchan and even entered the heaven-mending sect, how could he admit to being inferior? You have to understand that back then, he and Fairy Yuchan had fought previously, revealing his powerful and terrifying side. Sure Hao turned around. Purple lightning shot out from his eyes and struck the precious artifact with a Hong sound, causing it to fall to the ground. Then he turned around and left towards the imperial palace. What did the Stone Emperor leave behind? He truly wanted to know. The setting sun was completely red, just like blood. On the long street, a youth was frantically running towards the stone country capital. His hair rolled up behind him. Its shape was like a flood dragon, and rumbling sounds could be heard as it pierced through the sky. He returned, someone said under their breath. With a flushed red complexion and tightened fists, there was both great hatred apprehension, and an even greater coldness in this individual's expression. The little stone has returned. What kind of storm is he going to raise this time? Who will inherit the great inheritance of Stone Country? There were people who were shocked as they gazed into the long street. Hao's return had attracted the attention of many cultivators. In reality, after the short battle at Misty Rain restaurant where he left shortly after, it was practically impossible for someone like him not to draw any attention. There was the hostile Rain clan, the valiant princes, and many others. At this moment, Stone Country's atmosphere was extremely tense, and everyone had a feeling that another great storm was brewing. In the Imperial Palace's direction, the aura of a dragon surged. It was as if the Imperial Lord had appeared. A true dragon circled about, startling everyone within the Imperial family. Chi! An expanse of purple rain scattered down, emitting chi-chi sounds. Purple clouds curled up around the skies, bringing with them a mountainous pressure as they surrounded Hao. With a point of Hao's finger, the entire sky of purple rain exploded. He then rushed towards the sky. This attack couldn't stop his steps in the slightest. Dao friend, please leave. A shouting sounded. A middle-aged cultivator appeared. It was he who had taken action to stop Hao's advance. Hao's expression was cold. Currently, strange changes were taking place in the imperial capital. Right now, an individual was trying to cut him off, not wanting him to enter the sensitive area at this crucial moment. Out of the way! These few words emitted endless killing intent. Even though he was just a youth, Hao emitted an overwhelming pressure. Little friend, calm down. There is no need for such killing intent. Let's have a seat. This poor Taoist wants to speak with you for a bit. He sat in the air and maintained a dignified appearance before beginning to chant sutras. Hualala above his head. A purple Dao book appeared. The book began to flip by itself, the pages flying with streak after streak of light. The aura of the great Dao circulated, emitting an extremely brilliant radiance. Hao felt like the dragon aura within the imperial palace had something to do with himself. It appeared when he set foot into the city. The Stone Emperor was able to light his divine flame through his extraordinary methods, and as such, he might have left something behind for Hao. Now that he was purposely stopped by someone, he naturally seethed with cold intent. Even though he was handsome, outstanding, and even possessed an immortal aura, once he released his killing intent, he immediately turned into a death god. Little friend, please calm down and enter a state of meditation. I wish to discuss the Tao with you. When the Taoist priest opened his mouth, his eyes flickered with purple light. A horn appeared on his forehead that resonated with the Tao book. Do you serve the heaven-mending sect, Immortal Mountain, or Western sect? Hao's finger was like a blade as it pointed out. He didn't waste any time with extra words and instead already made a move. Chong! Thick sword energy pierced high into the sky. It was sparkling and dazzling as it tore through the air with penetrative force. This was one of his most powerful precious techniques. The sword intent he comprehended from the stalk of grass on the beast's skin. A single blade of grass to hack down the sun, moon, and stars. This was the power portrayed on the roll of beast's skin, as well as the goal of Hao's efforts. Being able to hack down the great stars of the universe with a raise of his hand. This was true might. And the Taoist priest's expression changed. His background wasn't simple, allowing him to exceed many of his peers. Otherwise, how could he become a protector and protect his sect's honor? He felt an extremely cold wave of killing intent. This streak of sword energy was too terrifying. Not only did it attack at his body, its might was even crushing his spirit. Above his head, the Tao book continuously flipped about, creating large amounts of symbols to form an enormous formation. It then suppressed towards Hao. Zhang, zhang. The cry of the sword was incredibly loud. Hao's sword intent immediately blasted apart the expanse of symbols and hacked down. However, this Tao book wasn't ordinary. It quickly flipped about, increasing the concentration of symbols in the formation by more than 10 folds. Hong! Finally, the great formation was completed, trapping Hao within. Meanwhile, the Taoist priest continued to sit there, The horn on his forehead shone and resonated with the Tao book. Taoist friend still won't sit down? The Taoist priest spoke. He activated the Tao book, and a wave of purple energy filled the air and suppressed downwards to press Hao onto the ground. The hazy purple clouds swirled about like a vast sea. In the distance, the king-level experts were shocked. This power was so great, and the magical artifact was even more shocking. Cease your rudeness. Do you think my wasteland heavenly lord manor is empty? A group of old cultivators hurried over. Those were Grandpa 15's old brothers. When they heard that Hao had appeared, they quickly came to provide assistance. It was because they had a premonition that the strange scene in the imperial palace was tied to Hao's appearance. It might be related to his future prospects. With a wung sound, a green spear flew over. It released precious light, but as soon as it approached, it crumbled apart inch by inch and shattered from the purple clouds. How powerful! Break for me! Another individual took action, bringing out a copper imprint. It quickly enlarged to the size of a small mountain. This was a king-level magical weapon. What was shocking was that as soon as the copper imprint descended and entered the formation, the purple Tao book swept out an expanse of radiance, and a crisp kacha sound could be heard. Finally, with a hong sound, the king-level artifact shattered. It exploded into a blast of light and broke into pieces. Everyone on the long street became fearful. This Tao book was even more powerful than they had thought, actually being able to quickly shatter king-level magical weapons. It could be seen how much pressure the little stone was enduring. Uncles and grandpas, please retreat. There is no need for you all to take action. Hao spoke. He never showed contempt towards this Taoist as soon as they met, because with his fame, normal people definitely wouldn't dare to take action. Those that dared to do something like this all definitely possessed areas that they were confident in. Inside the formation, Hao felt a type of pressure that came from the Tao book. That item was no small thing. If it was just the Taoist by himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop Hao. Break! Hao shouted loudly. His entire body shone, and every inch of his body flowed with sword intent. This was an utterly terrifying scene. His pupils opened, and his entire body was releasing sword intent. He was as bright as a blazing sun as he directly left the ground and rushed towards the Tao book. What kind of precious technique was that? Everyone was astonished. Hao's entire body flowed with sword energy, releasing divine light. All of the sword radiance swept towards the precious book. Within the Kung Chong sounds, he closed the distance. The sword energy was like rainbows as it struck down on the Tao book, sending it flying. The Taoist was greatly alarmed. The Tao book was no longer under his control and was about to separate from his body. His expression immediately changed. Fix! He bit down on his tongue, and blood essence was spurted out. It activated the purple Tao book, once again causing it to descend and suppress Hao. Divine light curled up about, and purple clouds seethed. This Tao book suddenly became more powerful, and the pressure increased by tenfold. Even the powerful Hao was pushed downwards. Despite his flesh being so powerful, he still almost exploded. Mountain deity Tao book! Someone cried out in alarm. The heaven-mending sect had a mountain deity who reached enlightenment. The things he left behind after his afterbirth turned into a Tao book, and that book was brought to the wasteland region. Someone from outside the region was aware of the truth and expressed his shock. There was a purple mountain in the heaven-mending sect that was bathed in spiritual essence year-round. Eventually, it gained intelligence. As it listened to the sect's teachings, it slowly cultivated its own great divine ability. Finally, it transformed into a mountain deity, leaving behind a precious book that was passed down. In the final moments before his departure, the mountain deity opened a school several tens of thousands of li away. It accepted a group of Taoist priests as its disciples. They didn't enter the heaven-mending sect, but they were still extremely respectful towards the sect. Even though they don't belong to the heaven-mending sect, they can still be considered protectors of the mountain. Everyone finally learned about this Taoist priest's identity. Wait, this is just an imitation of the mountain deity's Tao book and not the real divine magical artifact. And There is a portion of divine energy. Someone noticed the truth. The more they found out, the more the people became astonished at Hao's strength. He could actually stop this type of Tao book. A streak of dark light flew out. Hao held the broken sword in his hand as he activated the sword intent. With this artifact's support, the power increased many times over, sending the Tao book flying. When he raised his hand, his left hand drew out a streak. The Taoist priest's head tumbled, and fresh blood soared high into the air. Everyone was left dumbstruck. This was a king-level figure, yet he was killed just like this. For the little stone, this wasn't even that great of an effort. The only thing he felt some pressure from was that Tao book. Scarlet multicolored light surged. After the Taoist priest was killed and blood essence surged, it entered the Tao book. It didn't retreat and instead released strand after strand of divine aura. Not good. The wasteland heavenly Lord Manners people were all shocked. This was an item that gained divine might from a divine magical artifact. It might truly be able to display the real divine might of the magical artifact. Hao remained fearless. Since he dared to hurry to the imperial capital, how could he not have made any preparations? However, before he took action, a wave of draconic aura flew out from the imperial palace's direction. It flew over with extreme speed, and with a pu sound, the Tao book was turned into powder. The Tao book that experienced the support of a divine artifact was actually destroyed. There is definitely something extraordinary left behind in the imperial capital. Many people were inwardly shocked, and at the same time, their eyes burned with passion. In the distance, Fairy Yuchan said, "You all have seen for yourselves. Now that supreme experts have all vanished, there aren't many that can suppress him in this world." The young experts at her side that came from different great regions were all known as great geniuses. At this moment, their expressions were all serious, and they nodded. Hao seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and looked in this direction. "I seem to be missing a servant girl to order around at my side. I guess you'll be the one." Everyone was stupefied. Was this spoken towards Fairy Yuchan? This was too reckless. How many people dared to blaspheme against the heaven-mending sex extraordinary fairy? He actually wanted to use her as a maid. Even Fairy Yuchan was stunned. Then, she laughed indifferently and said, "Would you be able to do it? You'll know in the future." After speaking, he turned around and left. They both knew that after today, it would be hard to maintain friendly feelings. It was impossible for them to drink together again. When they met again, there would only be a battle of life and death. The loser could only accept death or be taken prisoner. Along the way, Hao was stopped 4 more times. They were all powerful king-level figures. They held strange magical artifacts to stop him. He didn't know what powers they belonged to, but in the end, they were all killed by Hao ruthlessly. He tossed the heads of the 4 king-level experts on the ground. All cultivators stayed silent out of fear. The imperial palace was right in front of him. It was extremely grand and magnificent. Inside was a true dragon. Mist curled up around it, and it carried a terrifying pressure that left everyone trembling in fear. "Stop him!" Someone on top of the walls shouted. The imperial palace was on lockdown, and he wasn't allowed inside. "I heard that His Majesty wrote down an imperial order to allow Hao's entry as soon as he appeared. Why are you all stopping him?" The wasteland heavenly Lord Manners elders shouted. "What imperial order? Never heard of such a thing." The face of the general on the wall became overcast, and he ordered everyone to draw their arrows. They were magical arrows specifically refined to deal with individuals with profound levels of cultivation. At the same time, the symbols on the walls lit up. A great formation was opened to suppress and kill Hao. The great formation was damaged from the calamity. Hao's eyes flickered with light. Even though this was the case, he still felt a tremendous pressure. The wasteland heavenly Lord Manners people were all angry. They truly heard of this imperial order, but it was suppressed by a few individuals and was never passed on. "Back off! His Majesty's imperial order is here." Suddenly, an old imperial bodyguard at the city wall began to read it publicly. The general's eyes became cold. He was going to take action, but as if he heard a summoning, he turned around and left, brining everyone with him into the imperial palace. The great doors were opened wide. Hao walked inside. Since he came today, he wasn't going to show any kindness, and at worst, he was going to create a bloodbath. He definitely wouldn't allow Stone Country's foundation to fall and end up under the control of great sects from outside this region. The tall wall was faint gold in color. The imperial family paid particular attention to the selection of stone used to build it. Not only did it have to be sturdy, it had to be auspicious and imposing as well. The imperial city watchtowers were majestic. They were all built from glazed roof tiles, and under the setting sun, they flickered with a layer of divine radiance. Hao strode forward. He had entered through these gates a long time ago into the restricted imperial family's land. Normally, ordinary people would never be able to take even half a step in. He could vaguely sense a type of pressure. The imperial palace was utterly massive with palace halls everywhere. Gold and jade shone in glorious splendor. There was a type of serenity and an even greater type of imperial pressure. The more powerful one was, the more sensitive one would be towards this. They all felt reverence towards this place. The entire country's energy converged here, so it could be said that this was the heart of Stone Capital, the most important place. Too many miracles had taken place here since the ancient times. The imposing watchtowers extended out in front of him. There were naturally many of them, and this was merely the first he encountered after entering through the city gates. As soon as he entered, he felt an austere atmosphere. The general that was standing on the city walls before was now standing in front of the second palace with many cultivators behind him. His expression was cold, and when he looked over, killing intent continuously seeped out. A group of elders gathered around Hao. Some were from the wasteland Heavenly Lord Manor, and some of them were old guards from the imperial palace. Their expressions were all grave as they advanced with Hao. "What are you trying to do? Stopping the wasteland Heavenly Lord from entering the palace again and again? Are you all plotting a rebellion?" An old imperial guard shouted. "We all are simply protecting the imperial palace. We cannot allow just any random person to enter." The general cupped his fist with his other hand and spoke in a neutral tone. It was clear that he had long decided his stance on the matter. Someone had gone in ahead of time, and he was relying on that person. He didn't acknowledge Hao and was even going to go so far as to disobey the edict left behind by the Stone Emperor. When Grandpa 15's old brothers heard this, they all revealed looks of anger. The old guards from the imperial palace glared and shouted, "Do not forget that this country is named Stone, not the surname of some power outside this region." "Of course we know." The general didn't move from where he was standing. His eyes were ice-cold. Hao walked forward without stopping for a moment. "If you all are doing this all for the country, then I offer my respect. If you all have defected to the enemy and sold out Stone Country for the sake of currying favor, I will make sure all of you are slaughtered today." He was only 15 years of age. Even though his age wasn't great and his appearance was delicate and pretty, when he spoke these words, there was a heavy pressure that was exerted, making these cultivators continuously take steps backwards. "Wasteland Heavenly Lord, what an impressive appearance you are putting on. However, you have to remember that this is the Imperial Palace." The general's face fell, and he laughed coldly. Hao continued forward, making his way through the palace doors without paying him any attention. He directly proceeded towards the depths of the Imperial Palace, causing these people to back up again and again. None of them dared to stop him in the end. "Defend this area. As soon as there is any sign of a disturbance, seal down the Imperial Palace and kill all those who entered." The general shouted the order in a low voice. The other soldiers' faces immediately changed. Hao continued past 4 palaces, entering an extremely spacious area. He was about to enter the central Heavenly Palace, but he met an unfamiliar face here. It was a young man in purple whose age may not have been greater than 20. The young man possessed a pair of phoenix eyes. It seemed like his temperament was quite extraordinary. He stood at the edge of a jade pond. The waters had lotus flowers inside, and spiritual mists were wafting through the air. This made his entire being appear extraordinary, as if he was an immortal descending into this world. Everyone was startled, and even Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This individual was definitely unordinary. Even though he was extremely handsome, he still gave others the feeling of a hibernating beast that once awakened would become extremely terrifying. "Brother Xianxia, I have waited for you for a long time," he spoke. "He came from the Immortal Mountain," an old imperial guard said in a soft voice towards Xianxia. When Xianxia heard this, he nodded. He asked secretly, "The Stone Emperor has left behind an imperial order for me to enter the palace. Has he also summoned these people?" "Impossible." The old guard shook his head. When Xianxia heard this, a wave of fury sprung up inside him. The claws of the great sects outside this region were truly too long. They barged in like this without the slightest scruple. Was this still even the imperial palace of a country? They were going to seize the position of emperor, and the puppet was most likely already selected. Without saying anything, he turned around and returned. His aura was rich and powerful, as if a volcano was erupting. The purple-clothed male spoke again. "Brother Xianxia, what is the reason for your actions? Why are you backing off without saying anything?" Xianxia didn't pay him any attention. He returned to the second layer of palace guards and stared at the soldiers that sealed this place off with his ice-cold pupils. The general was alarmed. His face fell and killing intent surged. However, compared to Xianxia's, his was insignificant. His opponent's pressure was so great it was stifling. "You incompetent bastard. You actually allowed an outsider into the Imperial Palace's restricted area. Better off dead." Xianxia's voice was cold and detached. He didn't kill this person before because he didn't want to give off a feeling of someone who enjoyed killing. After all powers both inside and outside the Imperial City were in a rather sensitive state. He would rather make a detour and return like this, because he needed this opportunity to establish his authority. At the same time, he wouldn't attract the fear and disgust of those indecisive powers. "What did you say? Lay down the formation and kill him," the general shouted. This was a complete rebellion, and they had long relied on the great sects from outside this region. He controlled many soldiers. "I will not bother searching out those that back off. The ones that stay will all be killed without exception." Xianxia's cold voice sounded. Everyone's expressions changed, and there was immediately a group that quickly retreated, deeply regretting having taken part in this disturbance. So what if the sect master of a great sect was leading them? This was still Stone Country in the end. In the future, they will be condemned by the people, so how were they supposed to survive? Even though the general felt fear, he still didn't retreat. He laughed maliciously and brought out a blood gourd. When he twisted off the lid, a streak of sword light flew out and hacked down towards Xianxia's head. Holy magical artifact! Several old guards turned pale with fright. They were going to block in front of Xianxia. They were extremely loyal to the Stone Emperor's imperial edict. The Wasteland Heavenly Lord Manners people also rushed up to take action. However, when they felt those terrifying fluctuations, they all fell into despair. "Out of the way!" Xianxia softly shouted. No wonder the general dared to fight against him. With the great disaster having just passed and all divine artifacts vanishing, only this type of great killing artifact could injure him. However, he wasn't scared. Hong! Heaven overflowing divine light sword, bursting forth from Xianxia's back. It was like a divine sword that propped up the heavens. The radiance it released submerged this palace, and no one could see what was happening clearly. In reality, this was just a cover-up. Xianxia's chest shone. He was going to show his dominance and resolve this in the shortest time possible using his supreme being bone. This was his greatest trump card. And without this, he wouldn't have dared to enter Stone Country capital alone. During his year and half of cultivation, he entered the formation arrangement stage. That bone had naturally revived as well. Even though he didn't fully grasp it, he could still use a portion of its might. A streak of light swept outwards. The sword radiance that flew out from the blood gourd was directly sent back. In addition, the entire precious artifact was wrapped up, seized, and then suppressed. Auspicious light flickered again. Hao used the supreme being bone to refine this weapon. He erased the original owner's imprint and tossed it to one of the wasteland heavenly manners elders. You lost a king-level weapon, so I'll switch it for a holy weapon. No loss. In the next moment, all of the radiance disappeared, and the peace was restored. Hao's face revealed a cold expression, and with a raise of his hand, a thick streak of sword energy hacked down. With a pew sound, the general was sliced into two. Despite trying to avoid it and using precious techniques, it was still futile. All of the symbols were hacked to pieces by the sword radiance, and it directly killed him. Blood continuously poured out. He howled miserably on the ground, and despair filled his eyes, along with endless fear. Remorse filled his eyes until his final breath. What kind of methods were those? Even a holy magical artifact was useless and stolen immediately. Exactly how terrifying was this wasteland heavenly lord? The soldiers that remained were absolutely horrified. Hao was cold and ruthless. His body blossomed with sword energy. Chi-chi sounds continuously sounded as heads tumbled one after another. The ground became covered in blood, and a stench filled the air. Ah, no, I was forced. Wasteland heavenly lord, please show mercy. However, Hao remained indifferent. Just now, he had already given them a chance to back off. Many people had taken the chance they were given, but there were still some who wanted to rebel against the country. This was a massacre. These people brought out precious artifacts and displayed divine abilities, but none of them were able to stop a single strike from Hao. The Kuan Peng technique was displayed, turning him into a streak of golden radiance. He tore through the skies in dips and dives, leaving the ground littered with corpses. Hao's clothes weren't contaminated by a speck of blood. As he passed the corpses, he appeared handsome and outstanding. He turned around and once again headed towards the depths of the imperial palace. As he left the bloody corpses, he looked like an exiled immortal. Those that remain, guard this place. Hao's voice sounded far off in the distance. The remaining people remained quiet out of fear, and all of them obeyed. Brother you've returned again? The purple-clothed young man was still here. When he felt Hao's killing intent, his heart trembled. In the end, he still underestimated the little stone a bit. He entered the imperial capital alone, yet he still dared to unleash such a slaughter. Why can't I return? This is my Stone Clan's imperial palace, a restricted area, yet you've intruded inside. Are you trying to seize my stone country? Hao coldly asked. Haha, brother you might still not be aware of something. You and I have blood relations, for I have come from the Immortal Mountain. The purple-clothed individual smiled as he spoke. Then he introduced himself as Qin Yong. Hao didn't say anything. He could sense how powerful the other party was. This was most likely a leading figure from the Immortal Mountain. Saying he was the most powerful wasn't too far from the truth. Brother as long as you are willing, we can assist you in becoming the new emperor, Qin Yong said. Turn me into a puppet emperor? Hao looked at him with a cold expression. Why would you say such a thing? We simply need you to provide the Immortal Mountain with some force. We wouldn't interfere with you about other matters, said Qin Yong. Are you going to wait for me to suppress and kill you? Or are you going to flee with your life right now? Hao cut him off. Brother do you truly believe that you can sweep through everything alone? Qin Yong continued to carry a light smile on his face. Hao didn't say anything and raised his hand. The blood gourd in his clansman's hands entered his hands. He directly activated this holy artifact to suppress his opponent. Qin Yong's expression immediately changed. He was a heaven-warping genius and known as one of the 3 most powerful heroes of the Immortal Mountain. Yet right now he was shivering inwardly. This is a holy artifact we are talking about here. He had one on him as well, but he still didn't want to fight to the death like this. He immediately turned around and left, saying, Fine, I will back off for now. He was extremely stirred up. Facing this handsome youth, he felt as if there was an illusion, as if he was facing the terrifying air of an archaic vicious 10. This exceeded everyone's anticipations. There was actually no great battle. Xianxia walked forward and finally arrived in front of the central heavenly palace. A true dragon was roaming about up above. It was materialized from the imperial palace's draconic energy. Waves of dragon cries sounded, shaking the heavens. There were quite a few people here, including experts from outside the region and various nobles from Stone Country capital. The atmosphere was quite strange. While surrounded by the old guards, Xianxia walked over. His cold eyes looked at everything with disgust. At this moment, everyone looked at him. Those from outside this region, get out from my Stone Country right now. Otherwise, all will be killed without exception. These were Xianxia's first words after arriving here. They were incomparably domineering. The nobles that have sided with those outside this region and want to overturn this country, I will give you a single opportunity to repent. Otherwise, you all will also be killed without exception. This was Xianxia's second sentence. He had just entered the imperial palace, yet he already acted so decisively and cold-heartedly. His voice was like a blade as it struck down, ringing throughout this area. It shook the heavens, making everyone's expressions tremble and their hearts shake in fear. Xianxia swept his gaze over everyone here. This gaze was intense, and there was a type of disdain as well as an indifference present. He looked down on everyone with a domineering aura. When the two sentences were spoken, the central heavenly temple immediately became silent. Everyone's hearts were beating frantically. The little stone had returned, and his display was too powerful. Ha ha! One of them laughed in a drawn-out manner. His eyes contained indifference. He retreated without saying a word and was going to watch from the sidelines. The wasteland heavenly lord is quite domineering, shouting in front of everyone like this. Does he really think he can fight against all the great powers of this world alone? Someone transmitted this message in secret. The central heavenly palace sparkled with golden brilliance. This palace was formed from golden rock, and not only was it incredibly sturdy and resilient, it could also gather the world's spiritual energies. This place was covered in all types of wonderful scenes. The palace had draconic aura drifting about, making it appear holy and auspicious. It was as if the main palace from the divine realm had descended into the world of mortals to suppress all other energies. Xianxia's face was expressionless, appearing cold and calm as if he was the lord of this place. He ascended the steps one flight at a time to reach the highest point in this central heavenly palace. He turned around and looked downwards. What I said I will do. When these words were spoken, it was as if an invisible pressure diffused out in all directions. Regardless of whether it was the experts from outside this region or the various nobles of the imperial capital, all of them became serious. Regardless what kind of motives these individuals had, they all had to account for the little stone's strength in their plans. Once he went crazy, it would definitely be quite a disaster, one full of blood. Ever since he was born into this world, he had never been defeated. He killed the dual-pupiled individual, rivaled Fairy Yuchan, and forced back all other kings in the same cultivation realm, carving out an incredibly glorious reputation for himself. With his past successes, who dares to contend against him? In front of the imposing palace, the jade pond shone. A few spiritual medicines grew inside the waters. The auspicious multicolored light they released made this place become more misty, as if they were in the home of a deity. Above the imperial palace, the azure drake that was formed from auspicious light absorbed draconic energy and continuously circled about. It raised its head and released a long and distant-sounding roar that transmitted into the 9 heavens. There were still a few spiritual birds in the distance, but none of them dared to come any closer. They were all auspicious birds raised within the imperial palace, but right now, they were trembling with fear. Wasteland Heavenly Lord, you are truly acting a bit overbearing. This is the imperial palace, not your Lord Manor. Someone said in a tone that was neither aggressive or passive. How could they resign themselves to withdrawing like this? That's incorrect. His Majesty has already changed the Lord Manor to King Manor. As long as the little stone returned, he could immediately become the wasteland heavenly king. A royal king spoke. Everyone was startled. It was actually the war king, an extremely powerful noble. Now that he made this declaration, it was clear that he was extremely partial to the little stone who had just returned. Right now, the imperial capital was in utter chaos. Forget about the great sects outside this region. Stone Clan was experiencing great internal strife. They all wanted to inherit the great inheritance. So now that a powerful king expressed his stance, the atmosphere became even more tense. Correct. He can be called Wasteland Heavenly King. Several old guards stood out to declare their position. Ha, what a great title. The Wasteland region is so large, yet he bears its name along with Heavenly King. Are you trying to suppress the entire Wasteland region? I wonder if it is just an undeserving title. An extremely cold yet gentle voice sounded. It came from both the left and right, making it hard for the people present to distinguish its source. No one dared to directly jump out and confront the little stone yet. No one wanted to take the lead. They simply showed their disdain in secret, instigating disharmony. Xianxia had already stood at the highest point here. He stood in front of the imposing palace and looked down. In a cold voice, he said, "Those that hide in the shadows have no right to stand here." He swung his sleeves, and immediately, golden light smashed down like a mountain. This simple strike struck down on an individual in black with a hong sound. The individual's face immediately revealed fear, not expecting that he would be directly exposed at all. No! He could only manage to release this type of scream before exploding with a pu sound, crushed under the pressure of the mountainous golden light. Only a bloody mist remained. This was an expert from outside the region. Needless to say, he definitely came from a great sect. After just issuing a provocative statement, he was killed ruthlessly by Xianxia. This was the little stone's might. Even when he was alone when facing these king-level figures, he continued to act fiercely and decisively. His domineering nature was fully revealed. Xianxia stood there calm and unmoving. The corners of his clothes moved about as he stood there silently. He looked outstanding and intelligent, but right now there was a great pressure being exerted by him. It was a pressure that crushed down on everyone's minds like a mountain. There wasn't a single individual who wasn't shaken inwardly. Their eyelids jumped. The little stone was no joke after all. With just the raise of his hand, someone from outside this region was immediately killed mercilessly. Xianxia swept a cold gaze over everyone while standing on the platform. He felt great anger, but at the same time he sighed inwardly. With the disappearance of the Stone Emperor, everything indeed went into chaos. Individuals from great sects outside the region barged into the imperial palace without any restraint and didn't place any of the country's imperial power in their eyes. They were going to directly create a puppet. It was just too unreasonable and tyrannical. There were also Stone Country's people. The nobility all came, and they were separated into two completely different factions. Some acted on their own interests to support a certain successor, and some placed themselves into the hands of those outside the region, leading the wolves straight into the palace. Xianxia, who do you think you are? You are just a king. So by what authority can you declare this type of threat to kill us? A general spoke up, clearly having been stirred on by another king. Finally, someone else jumped out to argue back. Many people were inwardly unwilling and unsatisfied with the fact that Xianxia acted so aggressively alone. They didn't want to give up, right? With Stone Country experiencing some changes, we have come as guests to await the new emperor. What's wrong with that? An expert from outside the region stood out and questioned with a cold voice. Xianxia's eyes landed on each of these individuals one after another. His expression was indifferent, with no emotions visible, only the oppressive aura that caused the hearts of others to pound faster. I did not consider myself as anyone special. The Stone Emperor has issued a decree for me to enter the palace, so I responded to his call. However, as one of the generals that guard this palace, you ignored your duty and allowed outsiders into the palace. Are you trying to rebel? I want to ask you, do you even know what punishment is? Xianxia glared at that general. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a scarlet streak of sword energy hacked out. The space around it distorted as it flew towards the general. Precious techniques covered the skies. The general wasn't the only one that put up a defense. Another individual interfered, wanting to strike down Hao from above. This could also be considered acting with disrespect. They were going to destroy his domineering appearance. Kacha. Two powerful magical artifacts were sliced apart. The Scarlet Sword energy hacked down, slicing that general in two. With a pu sound, a string of blood spurted high into the air. His body was hacked into halves and he died on the spot. At the same time, Hao moved his finger, and a special purple streak of lighting flew out. It wasn't that wide in thickness, but it made the space here shudder. It surrounded an individual. A muffled sound rang out. The cultivator from outside this region that intervened, despite being powerful, had his body protection symbols penetrated. He immediately released a miserable scream and turned into charred ash. Coming to attend a ceremony? Who invited you all? This is the Imperial Palace's restricted land. Do you think that this is some random backyard? Hao spoke after killing this cultivator from outside this region. Those present didn't only belong to a single great sect. There were individuals from the Heaven Mending sect, Immortal Mountain, Western Paradise sect, and others. There were even more truly heroic individuals standing by. Hao looked at them, and then he looked at Stone Country's own power. His eyes were extremely penetrating as he looked at one after another. Rain Clan, Kuan King, Lan King. You all wanted to follow the orders of the great sects from outside this region, making them your master? Hao asked. His voice was calm, but his eyes were blazing with cold radiance. He only gave those that supported their own successors of Stone Country a single look. However, towards those kings that led the wolves here, he glared at with endless killing intent. The two of us are both kings, so by what authority can you interrogate me like this? You view yourself too highly, the Kuan King said in an overcast tone. Hao, you better stop acting so domineeringly. This Stone Country isn't yours, and all of the kings here are equal with the same authority with the absence of the emperor. This isn't a place where your words determine everything. The Rain Clan's representative spoke. They had a group of people here, because the Rain King was beaten miserably by the great demonic god. He couldn't personally make an appearance. I am not the master of Stone Country, but as an heir of Stone Clan as well as the Wasteland Heavenly King, I have the authority to deal with those plotting against the country. By inviting the great sects into the main Imperial Palace, are you trying to overturn Stone Country? Are you all even worthy of being kings? Can you even face Stone Country's people? All of you will be punished. Hao spoke in an oppressive tone. With the world in chaos and a calamity that isn't limited to the country present, we are also acting in self-defense, and even more so for the sake of preserving Stone Country's foundation to avoid it being destroyed by heavenly judgment, said the Kuan King. Exactly. How is it wrong to have the Heaven Mending sect, Immortal Mountain, Western sect, and the others to protect my Stone Country? The foundation is still ours in the end. The Rain Clan's representative also shouted loudly. After inviting wolves into your home, you still dare to sound so dignified. The traitors in the capital that disgrace the country will all be killed. Hao shouted coldly. By whose authority? Do you really think that no one else can deal with you in this world? The Rain Clan's representative shouted. Both the Kuan and Lan King's faces became downcast. Hao's entire body shone. His battle aura surged as he walked forward towards those kings that argued in front of his face, and he was going to take action. Dao friend, wait a moment. A young individual's voice sounded. In his hand was a golden sword mace. It was a holy weapon, and terrifying strands of white mist were being released from it. Everyone exulted. This was an individual from the Heaven Mending sect, a powerful genius. Even though his reputation wasn't as great as Fairy Yu Chan's, it was still quite incredible. He rarely met his match. Apart from this, there was another young individual in gray clothes that walked out. His hair was only an inch thick, and his skin was earthen yellow in color. In his hand was an alms bowl that released purple energy, another holy weapon. This individual blocked in front of Hao as well. This was an individual from the Western sect. Even though his name was unknown, it was clear to see that he was also a formidable expert. From the faint golden radiance around his body, one could tell that the Vajra unbreakable body had been refined to its limit. Xianxia smiled, but this smile contained cold intent. He swept his eyes over them and said, "I want to see who exactly can escape. Not a single person on the list of those I want to kill will be able to escape. Why are you doing this? The great powers of this world have already made their appearance. Are you trying to overturn the heaven and earth? Why don't you just back off?" The Western sect's short-haired male spoke. The youngster from the heaven-mending sect also held a holy weapon in his hands. He blocked in front, and after making preparations for battle, he said, "Your talent is respectable, and your power is astonishing. However, you should not try to stop those that are doing things in your best interest." Xianxia laughed loudly, and then his expression suddenly became chilly. "Those that dare to obstruct me will all be killed. Who cares what sect you are from? I will stand by my previous words. Right now, the cultivators from outside the region who didn't withdraw will all be killed." With a hong sound, the little stone took action. He was going to massacre all of these king-level figures with his own strength. When Xiao's foot descended, golden chains shot out one after another. It was extremely astonishing, causing many people's eyes to widen in shock. They were all greatly shaken inside. Only those with extremely profound cultivations, whose bodies were close to the Tao, could produce this type of scene when using their techniques. This youth was only how old? Not even supreme experts could display something like this, right? This was the result of harmonizing with the world. Golden chains blossomed, multicolored clouds drifted about, and golden mists accompanied him as he moved. They appeared one after another, leaving everyone at a loss for words. A sweet scent emerged, one that made one's mind tremble in response. Not good. Everyone from the Rain clan backed up. The Kuan King, Lan King, and the others quickly moved out of the way. Even though his flesh approached the Tao, his killing intent was still similarly shocking. The instant Xianxia raised his hand, the Rain clan's representative's effort to avoid the attack was already too late. The scarlet sword energy hacked out like a streak of bloody light, slicing him into several pieces. As blood blossomed, the representative cried out miserably. He collapsed into a pool of blood, his face full of fear and remaining grievance. Everything happened too quickly. The strength of the little stone exceeded their imagination. It was just a single encounter, yet so many king-level figures were slaughtered. No one could even stop him. The space in this place trembled, and a dazzling golden light appeared. The heaven-mending sect's youth took action. His eyebrows were locked together. He struck out with the golden sword mace, a holy artifact. White mist surged as it displayed its terrifying power. At the same time, Western sect's short-haired youngster also took action. The alms bowl in his hands shone, releasing purple clouds. The alms bowl was like a bottomless black hole as it sucked in everything. Bloody light was released from Xiao's palm. A small scarlet gourd appeared. Then, it quickly enlarged before smashing forward with a hong sound. He was actually going to use a single holy artifact to deal with two. He already released it from his grip. The blood gourd released sword light, blocking those two powerful holy artifacts. Precious light flickered out as the three engaged each other. A sweet scent wafted through the air. Xianxia charged forward, and each step he took gave birth to lotuses. These were golden Tao chains, the product of harmonizing with the great Tao. This was difficult for even supreme experts to produce. Rumor had it that once one obtained an even higher cultivation realm, this would no longer be just a scene. Instead, it would turn into battle strength. At that time, they would continuously blossom, turning the entire space silent. "Bo!" Xianxia pointed out with his finger. 10 stars joined together, running through a divine sun. These were bright and resplendent spheres of lightning. 10 of them were linked up together, and they crashed into an even larger sphere of electricity, creating a ferocious explosion. "Retreat!" Everyone shouted loudly. The power of this lightning was too great, so much so that not even king-level figures could defend themselves. The Kuan king opened his mouth and spat out a jade plate. This was a magical artifact passed down by their ancestors. It had been refined for many years, so it resonated with his heart and mind. However, it was blasted to pieces. The 10 stars around the sun released lightning radiance. The purple streaks were incomparable, blasting apart the jade plate into broken pieces. The little stone was unmatched. Those at the same cultivation realm couldn't stop him at all. His opponent's most powerful magical artifact was destroyed instantly, leaving him deeply shaken. He almost fell right there. This strike inflicted severe injuries on the Kuan king. His entire body was scorched black, and he continuously jerked in convulsion. Everyone became alarmed when they saw this. How were they supposed to struggle back? The little stone was just a single person, but he was like a tiger among sheep. Who dared to fight back? Cease your violence! The heaven-mending sex youth released a light shout. After activating his holy artifact, he rushed at sure how to block his unmatched might. As if it came straight out of a fantasy, an enormous dragon pounced over. It reached out with an enormous claw that possessed immense power. This was the extending dragon hand, a damage technique from the true dragon's precious technique. Sure how trembled a bit inwardly. The precious techniques of the true dragon, divine phoenix, and precious techniques related to them, even if damaged, had to be respected. At times, they could display extremely terrifying force. In fact, even if they were considered damaged, they could still release terrifying force because the only detriment was damaging oneself as well. Honglong sure how turned his hand. This was a mixed precious technique. A large hand covered the heavens, as if it belonged to an unrivaled divine monarch grabbing towards a small world. Endless sword energy was gathered inside, clashing and surging within. The heaven-mending sect youth's expression changed. He was surrounded underneath. If not for the extending dragon hand being so outstanding as it traveled through the air, he might have been directly buried by the sword energy. Chi. Sword energy streaked about in an unending manner. The large hand descended, covering the true dragon. Within the raging sword energy, the dragon's body was cut apart into 10 chunks. Heaven-mending sex genius was overwhelmed with horror and quickly backed up. Sure how reached out his hand, and a golden pung flew out from his finger, quickly enlarged and chased after him. It was like a ghost traveling at a speed that was just too fast. The heaven-mending sex youth's expression became serious. His entire body trembled violently. He stopped his footsteps, and his hands quickly formed an imprint while his lips chanted an incantation. With a hong sound, his entire body was surrounded by golden light. Forbid the entry of 10,000 techniques. Dao Bell protect the body. Someone said this softly, recognizing this as one of the heaven-mending sect's outstanding precious techniques. This was an act of resonating with heaven and earth, condensing symbols from the void to form a Dao Bell. The disciples that were able to use this precious technique were incredibly outstanding, because they had already broken through the shackles of the bone text. They took the first step outwards and already began to evolve techniques. This youth was extremely outstanding. He wasn't comparable to Fairy Yuchan, but his status in the heaven-mending sect should be extremely high. Otherwise, how could he possess such a method? Dang, the sound of a bell rang out. The golden sky pung smashed into the Dao Bell. Divine sounds shook the world, and the entire imperial palace began to shake with incomparable ferocity. You have some skill, Sure how nodded. If it was an ordinary king, after suffering a strike from the Kuan Pong, they would have long exploded. How would they be able to survive? After his strength greatly increased, his eyes no longer rested in the realm of mortals and instead on the creatures of the higher realms. The youth was a genius from the heaven-mending sect, but despite this fact, he still felt extremely unwell after taking that strike. His face became pale, and he continuously trembled. Then, the Dao Bell began to shatter with a ka-cha sound. Sure Hao's large sleeves swayed, about to directly capture him. The youth clenched his teeth. His body became dim, turning into a wisp of smoke that turned into a silver snake before quickly fleeing. Flying snake. Hao was astonished. This type of technique was extraordinary. The paths that a few cultivators chose were different. After reaching a certain cultivation realm, they could imitate a certain vicious beast or divine bird and transform themselves. Even though the flying snake fled, it was still caught by the great sleeve. Its flesh became badly mangled, and a miserable cry sounded from the distance. It fell down onto a palace hall, seemingly losing all of its fighting strength. The exchange of moves was extremely quick and decisive, leaving all who watched staring blankly. No one dared to make fun of the heaven-mending sex genius. Even in defeat, his performance in the battle was respectable. After all, the little stone was too terrifying. His attacks were invincible, and the shockwaves that were released made all king-level figures tremble. Not even supreme experts could match this power. He was becoming more and more powerful. Everyone began to feel a chilliness inside them. If he continued to grow like this, who would be able to keep him in check? Hao didn't go out to kill the silver snake. Instead, he walked forward to kill the Lan King, Kuan King, and the others. At the same time, the short-haired youngster from the Western sect took action. Hao's long sleeves waved, and the remaining people from the Rain clan were caught within the attack. Pu sounds rang out, and more than 10 people directly turned into a bloody mist. They couldn't take on even a single blow from Hao. He purposely attacked without holding back. This was an extremely great type of intimidation, one that made the kings of Stone Country imperial capital understand that not even the great sects outside this region could protect them. The Kuan King, whose body was scorched black, and the pale-faced Lan King both retreated in a fright. Their hearts were full of fear. They were both kings, yet the difference was so great. Dao brother, your killing heart is too severe. As time continues, you might form a heart demon. The short-haired youth spoke. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a special type of Dao aura. At the same time, his body erupted with an earthen radiance. Hao smiled. This individual's body refining technique was outstanding. This was a valiant figure. The power contained in his flesh was like an erupting volcano as he closed the distance between the two. Few people dared to act like this, using their body refining technique to contest against his. The short-haired youngster's body shone, and the earthen body retreated, revealing a golden body. His physique began to increase as well. Eventually, the Western sect's youth's entire body became golden. He became a zhang in height, revealing an appearance that was solemn and dignified. There was a terrifying might that crushed downwards. Hao wasn't the only one that was startled. Everyone else was astonished as well. This was the Western sect's great divine ability. This type of Vajra unbreakable body's perfect state was the transformation into the Zhang 6 golden body. It wasn't a bit taller or a bit shorter. This was the most powerful form. Reaching the formation arrangement realm at such an age and even possessing the Zhang golden body could be considered an extremely astonishing feat. He was definitely one of the sect's few geniuses. Pong! The large golden hand descended, smashing into Hao's fist. A muffled sound was released, causing the entire sky to continuously rumble and shake ferociously. If not for the central temple having a great formation to protect it, it would have definitely shattered under this collision. Meanwhile, the other king-level figures all backed up with pale faces. This was just a collision of the flesh, yet it already made their souls tremble. This was an incredibly terrifying sight. The two individuals moved at extreme speeds. They revealed their body-refining techniques. Both legs kicked outwards, and palms flew as they continuously exchanged attacks. With a pu sound, Western sect's short-haired youngster spat out a mouthful of blood and flew outwards. After several dozen collisions, he was finally defeated. The golden light vanished from his body, and he was sent flying. Not simple. This was Hao's evaluation. Under the same cultivation realm, those that dared to exchange several attacks with him with their physical body and did not die immediately could be counted on one hand. Hao walked out, each step releasing a golden chain. The sweet fragrance wafted outwards in waves, as if his body was created by the heavens. Accompanied by the golden divine chains, his entire body was indistinct and spiritual like an exiled immortal. His attacks were decisive and clean. With a wave of his large sleeves, a large group of cultivators was turned into ashes. The Kuan king and Lan king's faces were as white as snow. The people they brought over all died. Fear clouded their faces as they begged for help from the heaven-mending sect and Western sect. They can barely protect themselves. Yet you two are still begging them for help? Shurhao said coldly. His palms released a streak of lightning, and with a honglong sound, it surrounded them and turned them into ashes. Everyone present was in absolute silence. What was unmatched power? The little stone gave a perfect display of this. In the same cultivation realm, who dared to fight against him? No matter where he went, it would be hard for him to find his match. Hong, a rumbling sound transmitted from the void. 3 holy artifacts collided, and among them, 2 no longer struggled and fell down. They were going to bring their masters to escape. It was because once their owner's divine awareness became weak, it affected them as well. They were going to escape through the air. Shurhao released a cold snort. The scarlet gourd shook, releasing a streak of sword energy that swept through the skies, severing the connection between those 2 holy artifacts and their previous owners. He took on the power of the Kuan Peng, and using a speed that was fast to the extreme, he charged over and reached out his large hand. The heavily wounded Western sect youngster and the heaven-mending sect genius that turned into a silver snake were similarly subdued. Right now, it was deadly silent. The Western sect and heaven-mending sect's people were all captured, and the remaining people trembled incessantly. How were they supposed to resist now? What left Shurhao a bit regretful was that when the 2 holy artifacts fled and rushed outside the imperial palace, he saw with a glance that someone should have intercepted them, yet didn't bother to do anything. Scarlet, multicolored light swirled. He used the scarlet gourd to capture the 2 geniuses from the great sects outside this region, sealing them within. The kings all felt their scalps go numb. When they saw Shurhao turn around, they all acted extremely unnaturally. The kings that looked towards the great sects outside this region all backed up. I understand my mistake. Someone spoke up. Shurhao laughed coldly. He raised his right hand, and a Kuan Peng flew out. With a hong sound, it covered the world. 3 individuals exploded on the spot. The 3 kings died immediately, leaving behind bloody clumps on the ground. Your mouth admits your wrongs, but your eyes reveal cruelty. What is the point in keeping you alive? He said softly. Those that heard him were horrified. We will definitely withdraw. There was still another group that turned to the great sects outside this region. Right now, they were truly terrified, and their hearts were full of remorse. As for the other kings, those that did not collude with the outside region were still rather calm. They remained silent here while watching calmly. Shurhao turned around and walked towards the central heavenly palace, because he felt something calling out to him. This should be the item that the Stone Emperor left behind, and it was resonating with him. The kings here all showed their respect. No one dared to stop him as they watched him walk towards the golden heavenly palace. Several figures appeared from the rear. Heavenly Mending Sect's Fairy Yuchan, a youth dressed in linen from the Western sect, and the Immortal Mountain youth stood together. The entire world seemed to have become a bit different. Before entering the heavenly palace, Shurhao turned around and gave them a cold glimpse. Killing intent surged, and sacred multicolored light flickered about. After looking at those 3 individuals, he headed into the golden heavenly palace. Sparkling light flowed about the majestic heavenly palace. The grand and magnificent structure was formed from immortal golden stones. It was incredibly breathtaking. All of the country's energies were exchanged here. This was one of Stone Country's most sacred places. Majestic and powerful human emperors had sat here one after another to oversee and look after the clan since the ancient times. Shurhao walked inside. In front of him were 12 thick and simple-looking obelisks that looked like they supported the heavens. Carved and engraved on them were the Kuan Peng and True Dragon. The palace was extremely spacious. He didn't feel like he was standing inside of a building, but instead a small world. Mist swirled about within this place. Shurhao's footsteps were the only sound in this place, and they echoed far into the distance. This place was incredibly vast. He looked all around him. This place was solemn and sacred, containing the blessings of an entire country. As Sure Hao stood here, he felt at peace. His body and mind felt clear, and it was as if he could hear the prayers of the past cross space-time to reach his ears. This wasn't an illusion. This was the draconic energy that successive generations of Stone Clan ancestors gathered and refined within the palace. If one listened carefully, they could vaguely sense something. Through the worship of the people, the great power of the true dragon was given form. Sure Hao stood calmly, taking a moment to harmonize himself with this heavenly palace. A majestic wave of draconic aura surged over. Stone Country's energy gathered towards his body, making him feel as if he was a sovereign ruling over a world. After staying silent for a moment, he proceeded. He felt that there was still someone else in this palace hall. He didn't try to conceal himself at all and walked forward steadily. Every sound made in this spacious palace hall echoed far into the distance. When he reached the depths of the heavenly palace, he saw a figure. "It's you?" This was a young man clad in white. He wasn't very old, and he possessed a heroic aura. His eyes were deep and intelligent. This was clearly a brilliant young individual. This was the Stone Emperor's 19th son, an extremely unordinary individual. Sure Hao had seen him before the last time he caused havoc in the imperial capital. He had heard others talk about this youth before, and he had even seen Fairy Yuchan walk quite close to him in the past. Shi Chong normally kept a low profile. In the past, he had participated in the 100 race battlefield and killed 49 creatures in a row. When news of this achievement came back, a huge uproar was created in the Stone Clan. He didn't emerge from the battlefield known as someone who killed too much, but rather as someone who didn't suffer a single loss. "Sure Hao." The 19th Prince Shi Chong looked at him. His eyes flickered with radiance, revealing a strange expression. He knew quite a bit about the little stone and was well aware of how terrifying he was. Sure Hao also looked at him. This was an extraordinary young man and a well-known figure among the imperial children. Those that dared to enter the 100 race battlefield were all heroic talents. Sure Hao had heard too much about the 100 race battlefield. His grandfather's arm was lost inside because he killed a Pai Xiu, causing the Pai Xiu supreme expert to hunt him down. "Are you here to fight for the title of emperor against me?" Shi Chong asked. His expression had already become calm again when he looked at the youth in front of him, who was a few years younger than himself. "The Stone Emperor has summoned me, so I am just here to take a look. I do not wish for my clan's foundation to fall due to the foreign great sections." Sure Hao spoke clearly. The 19th Prince admired Yuchan, so it was best not to cause any misunderstandings. Shi Chong's eyes sank into a state of contemplation. After staying silent for a few moments, he said, "If my father the Emperor wanted to pass the title on to you, what would you choose to do? Even if that is the case, it is still unlikely that I will succeed the throne. However, there is one thing which I cannot tolerate. Anyone that wants to become a puppet of the foreign inheritances will be killed by me." Sure Hao replied. Shi Chong released a sigh. His expression was a bit complex, as if he was experiencing some inner conflict. After a long time, his eyes suddenly released deep divine light. He released a breath of air and said, "All right, Stone Clan's foundation cannot fall." He walked forward. He reached out his hand and spoke rudely, "I want to see for myself just how powerful you are." After a short shout, the center of the 19th Prince's brows shone. A Bion jumped out and erupted with golden light. It looked like a ferocious tiger, but had a pair of dragon horns. Not only were there streaks of light running through its body, there were also scales covering it. Archaic vicious beast's divine ability? Sure Hao was astonished. This was definitely not the technique of a descendant, but actually a pure-blood precious technique. The aura it produced was astonishing. The Bion roared. Specks of golden light shone everywhere, affecting the stability of the space here. Possessed incredible strength and savageness. Within vicious beasts it was an incredibly powerful race. Peng Sure Hao reached out an arm, and it collided with the enormous golden claw. With a honglong sound, The entire palace hall trembled. However, it wasn't destroyed, because there was an ancient formation carved here. So powerful! He was quite shocked. Even though Shi Chong was quite famous, as a prince he couldn't go about challenging others. As such, his fame wasn't that widespread, and it was hard for outsiders to understand his strength. Who? The Bian swung its tail, and it was as if a golden whip thrashed down. It was actually the tail of dragon, sweeping forward with numerous symbols surrounding it. Shi Hao was a bit shaken. With a raise of his hand, the end of his finger stopped the golden tail with a pung sound. An intense explosion sounded. All of the symbols were wiped out, and the Bian was forced backwards. Shi Chong's gaze was profound. His mind was greatly shaken. This pure-blooded precious technique was one of Stone Clan's most profound pure-blooded precious techniques and a country-protecting treasure. He had cultivated it since his youth and was extremely proficient in it. However, he never would have thought that it would not affect that youth in the slightest. Shi Hao was actually even more shocked that he was. For a human race individual to have this level of accomplishment was already incredibly shocking. Being able to cultivate to this level was rarely seen. Worthy of being an imperial prince. Even though your fame isn't as widespread, you are still rather outstanding. This was Shi Hao's evaluation. Shi Chong released a loud shout, and many primordial symbols appeared above. Then they blossomed, forming several vicious beasts and divine birds. There was a golden crow, great pang, paixio, and others. Their spiritual bodies all emerged and rushed forward murderously. The Bian was at the center. It took in and sent out the energy of this space, eventually affecting the stability of this place. A sphere of terrifying energy was released that tried to seal up Shi Hao. The Bian possessed a natural sealing ability. People oftentimes carved its image on prisons and used it to guard the doors. Hong! Shi Hao erupted with power. The Kuan Pang was fully displayed, because he was facing an incredibly outstanding human expert. He did not want to underestimate his opponent and decided to fight him seriously. The Bian fell over, and after several collisions, Shi Chong ultimately flew outwards. Blood flowed from his mouth, and with a light sigh he said, "I've lost. In the end, I cannot best you." At present, anyone that could exchange several dozens of moves against Shi Hao was already an extraordinary expert that was more powerful than pure-blooded creatures. He was worthy of being an imperial prince. Shi Hao didn't say anything, because he didn't know what the other party was implying. Footsteps sounded from outside the heavenly temple. 3 figures appeared from the 12 obelisks. The woman was untainted by the world of mortals and so beautiful she looked like she came from a dream. This was precisely Fairy Yuchan. The other two's auras were terrifying, and it was quite clear that they weren't ordinary people. One of them wore purple clothes. He possessed an outstanding temperament. Between his brows was a heavenly eye that possessed a type of matchless heroic spirit. He was quite similar to Qin Yong, who he met previously, but it was clearly not him. Qin Luan. He declared his own name. The third individual's skin was faintly gold. His hair was quite short, and at the back of his head was a halo that only those from the Western sect possessed. He looked like a reincarnated deity. He was extremely young and seemed rather simple-looking, but Shi Hao had a feeling that this individual was extremely dangerous. He also declared his own name, Xianxia. This was an extremely strange name. Within the Western sect, the highest accomplishment was the Xianxia golden body. Couldn't be taller, nor could it be shorter. By calling himself this name, his aspirations were quite clear. Heaven-mending sect, Immortal Mountain, and Western sect's most powerful disciples had arrived. For Shi Hao, these were definitely the greatest enemies. If all 3 took action at the same time, then it would be difficult for him to act kindly. It was quite obvious that if there was a battle, blood would flow. It would be extremely dangerous for him. However, Shi Hao didn't show any fear. Instead, he laughed with a bit of anger. This was the glorious Stone Country Imperial Palace and a restricted zone. Yet outsiders were allowed in, and no one could stop them. His gaze was chilly. He first gave Shi Chong a look. As the prince, was he not going to say anything? The reason Fairy Yuchan could represent the heaven-mending sect and enter the palace was most likely related to him. Tang! Suddenly, golden flames burned about, rising from the 12 stone pillars. The fiery light burned fiercely, brightly illuminating this area. A divine aura pervaded the air. Yuchan, you all should stop. The title of emperor. I am not suitable. Shirchong said softly. It was he who opened the divine formation to stop the three great experts. You are the prince, the one with the most noble blood within Stone Clan. In addition, your cultivation is high enough. Yuchan spoke. Her fine black hair fell down like a waterfall. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her red lips flickered with moist luster. Her voice was gentle and soft. Yuchan, I am truly not suitable. When he spoke these words, Shirchong's eyes did not look at anything else, only at heaven-mending sex fairy. The main hall became quiet. The three great experts didn't forcefully rush in, because there was a divine formation guarding this place. With their level of power, they couldn't enter at all. As such, they sank into a state of silence. Originally, they were waiting for How to come and were going to suppress him together. However, it seemed like that was momentarily difficult to do. How gave Shirchong a look. He nodded, and without saying anything, he directly walked forward. Following Hao's footsteps, the draconic energy filled the imperial palace. It was stirred up, as if it sensed his aura, and began to rumble. Chi, chi. On the ground, holy light surged streak after streak. It was as if great dragons were rushing into the heavens one after another. They erupted with endless light. The expressions of those behind him all changed. Their line of sight was blocked, and even with their powerful divine senses, they still couldn't see through the current situation. The Stone Emperor was waiting for him after all, Qin Luin said. The others sank into a state of silence. They had entered a few times already, but they didn't discover anything. However, when the little stone came, there was this strange scene, and a response was produced. Shirchong, you can activate the divine formation to refine him. This is your chance. A few other individuals emerged from behind the 12 obelisks. These were the elders of the foreign great sections. Hao heard what they said, but he didn't stop his steps. Since he dared to come here, he naturally made his own preparations. He wouldn't rashly put himself in danger. Too late. This was Shirchong's reply. Hao ascended onto the human emperor's throne, and he saw a damaged imprint here. His pupils rapidly shrunk. This was the jade seal that represented the country's energies, and it was actually shattered. He calmly looked at it. There was a powerful divine formation here, but it was also broken through. Apart from this, there was a hole poked through by a spear, as well as over 1,000 sword markings. When the great calamity descended, this place suffered a terrifying attack. What are the circumstances of the Stone Emperor? Hao asked. Father has disappeared. He might have been captured. Shirchong said painfully from the distance while fiercely grabbing his hair. Outside the 12 obelisks, more and more people came. The heaven-mending sect, Immortal Mountain, and Western sect's experts all hurried over. They were going to surround and kill Hao, not allowing him to escape. Hao stood at the highest place, and then he silently sat down on the throne. The draconic aura was dense. Holy light shone brilliantly, isolating this place from the outside world. No one knew what was happening. Hao remained indifferent. He calmly sank into his thoughts. If he left this place, there would definitely be a great bloody battle, possibly the most terrifying battle yet since he appeared in the world. After all, apart from Fairy Yuchan, there was Qin Luin and Zhang Six, both of which were great enemies. Suddenly, a bit of light blossomed. It appeared in midair, and then it quickly enlarged. A door into a world that flowed with auspicious multicolored light appeared in front of Hao's eyes. Ripples spread outwards, and light gushed out. It was as if a silver river was flowing about. The space opened up, forming a gate that had an indescribable type of energy swirling inside. Small world. It wasn't the first time Hao encountered a place like this. From the 100 shattering mountains before to the precious interspatial case, They were both small worlds, though one was much larger and the other much smaller. His eyes released deep divine light as he looked inside. He decided that this wasn't a trap left by Fairy Yuchan and the others. He walked inside and arrived in a dusky place. This place was silent and dried up, as if he had arrived in ruins. There wasn't a bit of vitality. However, the amount of space it covered wasn't that small, with the circumference being at least 10 li. This seems to be a place that was abandoned. There must have been some type of calamity that left it completely destroyed. Xianxia spoke to himself as he carefully observed everything. This small world was quite dark. It was lacking in light. Mists curled up about this area. The ground was cracked, extending into the distance like spiderwebs. In addition, the skies were also in a terrible state, as if they could collapse at any moment. This is the Stone Emperor's small world? Xianxia was astonished. Who else could it be? A small world that was recently shattered that had to be left behind, moreover right in front of the imperial throne, was most likely left behind by the human emperor. Outside the heavenly palace, many king-level figures stood there in silence. A group of nobles was here, and none of them said anything. They waited calmly for the result. The war king was furious and said, "Shameful! My Stone Clan's country had never suffered such humiliation since it was founded. The Grand Imperial Palace is a restricted land, yet outsiders were allowed to enter without anyone being able to stop them. He had tried to take action before, but he was no match for the 3-sex experts. Many other kings kept silent as well. No one dared to declare their position. In front of the Immortal Mountain, Heaven-Mending Sect and Western Sect, they were all powerless. It was because they already knew that these inheritances were related to the higher realms. Offending them meant offending the great power as well. Otherwise, with a group of king-level figures here, even if the 3 sects showed their power, they still wouldn't dare to casually intrude like this. After all, no supreme experts had shown themselves. King-level figures were currently the highest level of power. Disgraceful! Another king-level figure also shouted loudly. The Heavenly Palace was under martial law, not by Stone Country's people, but instead by the 3 great sects experts. They didn't allow others to enter. They were going to seal up this place and kill the little stone here. Inside the small world, Xianxia walked slowly, carefully observing and searching through this place. What exactly did Stone Emperor leave behind? When suddenly the small world trembled. A sparkling and translucent little imprint appeared. It blossomed with brilliant multicolored light like a small sun. It rose from the depths of the ground. What is this? Xianxia was astonished. This imprint wasn't large, only the size of a walnut. It was transparent and extremely beautiful. Endless draconic energy curled up around it, and there was a mysterious aura about it. Auspicious light surged, filling up the entire small world. What a powerful treasure! Needless to say, something that could fill this small world with holy and auspicious energy was definitely an important treasure. Could it be a sky-overturning imprint type of ancient treasure? Xianxia's heart pounded intensely. The magical imprint spun about. The radiance it scattered down became even more gentle, and the mysterious aura became more intense. It poured over and began to revolve around Xianxia's head. Waterfalls scattered down, surrounding Xianxia underneath. They were like curtains, completely covering him beneath them and protecting him within. It was incredibly shocking. The waterfall was formed from auspicious energy, pouring out from the imprint above him. His body felt comfortable and peaceful, as if he was going to fly into the skies through these multicolored lights. What kind of treasure was this? In particular, when Xianxia breathed, it resonated with the precious imprint. A mysterious energy surged and a draconic aura curled about his body, making him feel even more extraordinary. A powerful energy is contained within the precious imprint, and it feels almost as if it can enter my body. Is this what the Stone Emperor left behind? Xianxia was bewildered. The precious imprint bobbed up and down. Even though it was only the size of a walnut, the draconic energy that scattered down was rich with mysterious energy as boundless as the sea. Otherwise, how could Xianxia be so shocked upon seeing this? Suddenly, The sparkling yellow divine striking stone began to shout strangely from Shao's hair. It struggled free and jumped up towards the precious imprint. Peng, unfortunately, it was directly struck flying. A strand of Imperial Tao energy sent it into the depths of the small world, leaving it confused and dizzy. How could you treat me like this? We are both from the same race, yet you dare to treat me like this. This big brother is going to fight you to the death. The divine striking stone quickly returned and rushed over with extreme speed. Dang, it rushed over quickly, but it was also sent back outwards quickly. It was blasted flying again into the depths of the ruins. Xiao was astonished. This is a large divine stone. He was extremely stunned. Then, he carefully observed it to try and see through its secrets. Legend has it that the first-generation guardian spirit of Stone Country was a divine striking stone. It eventually gained intelligence and became a deity. It was difficult for Xiao to calm down. Could this be Stone Country's guardian spirit? It was too inconceivable and a bit horrifying. The divine striking stone whined and groaned. It trembled and swayed about as it rolled over from the distance. It sounded quite mad as it said, "Mistreating someone of the same race, you truly are a thankless wretch. You can't treat it rudely." This might be a deity that served as Stone Country's guardian spirit. Xiao said seriously. What? Hold on. I think I know what's going on. The divine striking stone woke up. It soared into the air, and while floating there, it carefully observed the precious imprint. Then it seemed to have figured out something. It is just some leftover mortal body. After a senior from my race became a deity, it left behind this stone form. The divine striking stone shouted strangely. It continuously exclaimed, so that's how it was. In front of it right now was a precious imprint and not its clansman. From the ancient times until now, only a few strange stones like these appeared. They were known as incredibly valuable treasures. The ancient saints and deities refined them into weapons. There wasn't a single person who didn't want one, but it was something they could only wish for but couldn't find. How do you know? Xiao asked. We are both from the same race, so how could I not know? It should be Stone Country's ancestral guardian spirit. It turned out to be like this. The divine striking stone muttered to itself. It then stared for a long time before saying, that ancestral guardian spirit is most likely dead. It could infer quite a few things through this stone, to the point where he could even make the assertion that the guardian spirit that had become a deity had already passed away many years ago. Xiao sighed. Turns out the rumors weren't baseless. Stone Country's ancient guardian spirit had passed away already. Earlier, he still had some expectations and hopes, but in the end, they amounted to nothing. Then, the little pagoda in the bronze piece also awoke. As long as there was a heavenly treasure, it would immediately rush out to make a deal with Xiao. However, what was unexpected was that when the little pagoda emerged from the protection of the precious interspatial case and saw this imprint, it became quite serious. It was quite different from how Xiao thought it would act. You guys don't want it? Xiao asked because he understood how much of a greedy hole it was. It always wanted to take advantage of him before. Why did it suddenly become serious? The energies of a country rest within. The entire country has offered sacrifices to it, and the karma is too great. This item isn't simple. The little pagoda sighed as it spoke. Xiao was astonished. He stared at the precious imprint and then tried to remove it from above his head. After studying it for a long time, his heart was greatly moved. This was the jade seal of Stone Country, the human emperor's imprint. Was it shattered outside? It seemed like that was a fake. This was the real national treasure. What the little pagoda said wasn't wrong. The entire country worshipped it and offered it sacrifices, and the human emperor and the guardian spirit shared the fate energy to quickly cultivate. Apart from them, there was naturally the country's treasure as well, the imperial imprint. From a certain perspective, the energies that this precious imprint gathered was greater than that of other human emperors or the generations of guardian spirits. It was even more boundless, because it had accumulated from the ancient times until now. It had always received the worship and sacrifices of Stone Country. Fate, energy, and faith have all been gathered into this imprint. This is magical artifact imbued by Stone Country, has imbued their faith within for countless years. The little pagoda sighed and said, it felt a unique type of force that had existed since the ancient times. It continuously received the worship of the people, and all types of mysterious forces were contained inside. Endless amounts of faith had been gathered within this precious imprint. If you want to become a supreme expert with just this imprint alone, you can probably succeed immediately. The little pagoda said. Sure Hao became astonished. What kind of power was this? Could produce a supreme expert on the spot? The precious imprint was just too heaven-defying. You can see for yourself. There are still bits of mysterious force congregating towards this precious imprint. As long as Stone Country's people offer sacrifices, the mysterious force would surge and gather in its body. The little pagoda explained. From the side, the divine striking stone's saliva continuously poured outwards. It truly wanted to grab this imprint and chew on it with all its might. It might be considered a magical artifact, but that might not necessarily be entirely correct. However, it is definitely Stone Country's most important treasure. This is the root of the nation's fate. All of the mysterious force is gathered inside of it, and all of the country's fate is held inside. The little pagoda said. It was originally hibernating, but after being startled awake, it saw this strange imprint and couldn't help but say a few things. It seemed to care quite a bit about it. The guardian spirit and the human emperor relied on the mysterious force of the country's offerings to cultivate, allowing their cultivation speeds to quicken. Right now, the precious imprint contained a seemingly endless amount of mysterious force. If Sure Hao extracted a portion for himself, he could quickly become a supreme expert. I don't want to use it. Sure Hao shook his head. He had asked the willow deity previously, and it had told him that guardian spirits and emperors would cultivate faster, but the foundation of the country might be damaged. The little pagoda nodded and said, using it to increase one's cultivation is truly a bit of a low act. However, many powerful figures gather this type of fate energy to protect themselves from suffering misfortune. Then the Stone Emperor? Sure Hao's heart jumped. He might not necessarily be dead. With this precious imprint to protect him, he would be injured at the most. However, he is most likely not in the wasteland region. The little pagoda made this deduction. This precious imprint is that powerful? Sure Hao was stupefied. What do you think? Otherwise, why would there be so many guardian spirits? Isn't it all for the sake of collecting this mysterious force? The little pagoda said. Suddenly, the precious imprint trembled, becoming more sparkling and translucent. It began to release auspicious multicolored light, surrounding Sure Hao's entire body. Endless splendor circled around him, as if he was a young emperor. He felt like there was a natural great power to his every movement, as if he could move mountains and seas with just a raise of his hand and easily eliminate creatures anywhere. Despite this being the case, he was still somewhat nervous. There's no need to worry. As long as you don't refine this type of mysterious force, there wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, you can use the precious imprint to take in and release it. The little pagoda said. It curled its lip and said, it is trying to make you Stone Country's human emperor, passing it all down to you. How could that be? Sure Hao didn't understand. Otherwise, how could the mysterious force of the precious imprint be on your body? You have become the biggest beneficiary of this country's offerings, said the little pagoda. Soon after, Sure Hao emerged from the small world. It was already about to break, so after the human emperor's imprint was removed, it collapsed on its own and returned to nothingness. Outside the central heavenly palace, the three sex experts stood together. Fairy Yuchan, Qin Luan, and Zhang Six were at the lead. They were going to suppress and kill Sure Hao. Sure Hao, how long can you hide for? Are you still not going to come out? An elder sneered. Hong! Suddenly, the entire central heavenly palace trembled. The looming draconic energy and endless auspicious light were both collected. The scene at the center of the enormous palace could be seen. Everyone could see Sure Hao sitting majestically on the highest throne while looking down on everything. There seemed to be a mysterious force around his entire body, as if it was produced by the great energies of the world. There was a type of grandeur to him that could devour mountains and rivers. He was clearly just a youth, but as he stood up there, it gave everyone an incredibly stifling pressure. They all trembled and shivered inwardly. Sure, how are you trying to seize the title of emperor? What nerve! You actually dare to sit in the emperor's seat. Outrageous! A noble shouted. Due to the 3 sex experts being present, none of them felt fear anymore. We were invited to assist Stone Country in finding its new emperor. An elder from a great sect outside this region spoke in a dignified manner. He used the word assist, but he should have said that he was creating a puppet. In addition, their way of barging into the imperial palace was truly too overbearing. Sure, how coldly watched them. The aura around his body surged even greater, as if all of the world's energy was gathering into his body alone, as if he was going to turn himself into a heavenly sovereign. Hong! Suddenly, the main hall lit up. Countless golden multicolored lights surged, and an enormous decree appeared, illuminating the heavens. A powerful Tao sound accompanied it. The one to inherit my position. Sure, how? Everyone trembled. The Stone Emperor had left behind another edict, and right now it had appeared. The throne was passed on to Sure Hao. The imprint suspended in the air was golden and dazzling. It was absolutely enormous, and golden light swirled about it in a resplendent manner. Everyone in Stone Capital could see it. A tremendous noise sounded. The one to inherit my position, Sure Hao. These words struck down like thunder. The entire world was rumbling in response, ringing through everyone's ears. It's the Stone Emperor. The imprint he left behind contains his thunderous voice, and it has appeared for all to see. Waves of shock sounded. Within the imperial capital, many commoners knelt down in worship, because the emperor was like a deity to them. When they worshipped the decree, a rumbling noise sounded. The decree became even brighter and more resplendent after gathering the mysterious force. Sure Hao is the new emperor, someone cried out loudly. It rang through Stone Capital like a clap of thunder. Meanwhile, the decree in the air became more and more brilliant. The brilliant golden letters began to surge with draconic energy. Long live the emperor! Long live! Someone worshipped. They paid their respects to the old emperor and shouted the name of the new emperor. This was an incredibly loud and resounding mass of voices that reverberated through heaven and earth. It shook one to their soul. Even the expressions of powerful cultivators changed. This sound came from fate energy and was extremely powerful. Every single person possessed boundless potential. Once their body's treasury was opened, an exuberant amount of divine force would burst out and they would all become great cultivators. Ordinary people didn't open this treasury, but they possessed the potential. Through the resonance between speech and heart, they could produce a wholly mysterious force, and this was what was pouring out into the vast skies right now. The divine force congregating towards Sure Hao could be seen through one's naked eye, supporting his body and forming the pillars of imperial draconic aura. This was the result when everyone in the capital received the decree. They called out his name, changing the fate of this world. Sure Hao sat high up on the throne and received the mysterious force. Of course, he didn't allow it to enter his body, and only surrounded this energy around his flesh to protect his surroundings. This was a portion of the entire country's fate energy, and it could protect him from misfortune. On his body, the Emperor imprint was still resonating with him. More and more mysterious force flowed over to support him. At that moment, Sure Hao's existence became deep and immeasurable as the hazy light enveloped him within. Within the central heavenly palace, many kings' hearts were greatly shaken. It had just happened, yet the little stone already created this type of scene. Could it be that there was no second candidate for the emperor position? The fate energy from all directions poured over, and it all congregated towards him. The experts from the 3 sects have gathered here. Many individuals surrounded the heavenly palace to trap and kill Sure Hao. When they saw this scene, all of their expressions changed. When a few elders that cultivated special divine abilities opened their spiritual eyes to carefully inspect the situation, They all gasped. They felt a chill running down their backs. The dragon from the sky wraps around the body and roars. Is there truly someone who has inherited the title of emperor? An elder couldn't help but cry out. The heavenly eye was difficult to create, but these expert spiritual eyes had long been opened. When they heard what was said, they all silently observed the situation. Their faces immediately changed. Inside the central heavenly palace, Xianxia sat on the high and mighty throne without moving. It was as if this seat had already belonged to him tens of thousands of years ago. He was sitting with an unspeakable level of stability and firmness. His eyes were incomparably cold as he swept his gaze over everyone. Outside of his body, heavenly dragons circled about one after another. They were incredibly thick and covered this place, roaring into the skies with raised heads. Tens of thousands of streaks of draconic energy were released. The imperial aura produced an incredible pressure, and all of it gathered on the youth's body, producing the great atmosphere of an emperor. Everyone present began to tremble. Xianxia, you are truly daring, actually seizing the imperial throne. You've deceived the people of this world and stolen an entire country. An elder from the heaven-mending sect loudly berated him. His words were incredibly vicious, because he knew that if this continued, it wouldn't end well. When an emperor succeeded the throne to accept the inheritance, the most important part was the other party's body becoming richer and richer with the imperial draconic energy. He wanted to interrupt this transformation. However, even though his thunderous voice was shouted outwards, it couldn't make its way outwards. All of it was blocked by the golden decree in the air. What is everyone waiting for? This is a scheme to seize the imperial throne. We cannot allow him to continue. Next to that elder, a few others spoke up with loud voices. They had to obstruct this process and prevent Xianxia from inheriting Stone Country. Otherwise, this would become an uncontrollable variable. His accomplishments during his youth were already so great and unmatched, and no one could make him yield. This was not the emperor the foreign great sects needed. On top of the high and mighty throne in the central heavenly temple, Xianxia's gaze became more and more cold as he observed them. He was like a sovereign that had descended into this world. In an extremely cold voice, he said, "What clowns?" His voice was thunderous, shaking through this entire imperial palace. Draconic energy surged, causing this golden palace to tremble. It was truly as if a god was speaking these words. Even though he only spoke these words, it was as if the god of thunder's hammer struck down. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. There was anger, and there was even more of a faint fear. Capture him. He is a traitor and not suitable to become the emperor. Suppress and kill him, that elder shouted together with a group of people. Hong. Xianxia's body didn't move. He only raised his hand and ferociously pressed downwards. Imperial draconic energy erupted, and the entire world rumbled with noise. This type of scene shocked everyone here. Within the rumbling sounds, his hand quickly enlarged. Heavenly dragons curled up about that hand, passing through the divine formation. As if the sky itself was collapsing, the terrifying attack surrounded them and began to descend. Retreat! That elder shouted loudly, because this hand was too powerful. It was currently heading right for them. They released their precious techniques and activated their magical artifacts. Multicolored light surged and symbols filled the air. Everyone could feel a tremendous pressure, and they were all quickly backing up. However, this hand was incredibly shocking. It swirled with earthen energy, and the fluctuations it released poured out like waves. Dragon cries sounded as the fluctuations covered them. Hong Long. Within the group led by that elder, more than 10 individuals released miserable screams. Their faces lost all color and became incredibly pale. They were completely covered by the large hand. Their precious artifacts crumbled, and their divine abilities were shattered. Their bodies even more so began to shudder. Fairy Yuchan, Qin Luan, Xianxia, and the other outstanding experts couldn't rescue them even if they wanted to. Everything happened too quickly. The roars of the heavenly dragons and the sky-covering hand suppressed them in an instant. Pu, Piu. Following bloody lights, the flesh of these individuals split apart. Their ends were just like the precious artifacts, crumbling in midair. Their cries ceased, and strands of bloody mist were left in the air. Those that rebuked him loudly before were all dead. Not a single one of them survived. The large hand disappeared. The imperial draconic energy continued to move about. Within the central heavenly palace, Xianxia sat upright like a boulder. His eyes seemed extremely deep as he gazed at the crowd. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Was this the new emperor? As soon as he assumed the throne, there was already a mysterious energy added to his body that allowed him to become one with this imperial palace. His power was too astonishing. This was a type of great power. When it moved about, it was just like the mighty force that drove this world. The heavy became light, and with a simple ripple, a terrifying result was produced. The large earthen hand he produced came through the divine formation. Does this mean that this heavenly palace has already been handed over into his hands? The king's hearts all trembled. This young expert was too heroic. He successfully obtained the acknowledgement of the imperial draconic aura and succeeded the throne, causing many people to feel uneasy. Everyone trembled inwardly. The little stone came to the imperial capital alone and successfully inherited the great country's creed. This truly was terrifying. Was he really going to deal with everyone just by his own strength? Brother Xianxia is extraordinary. You are truly admirable, only with great events already happening. How far can you reach? Even though you succeeded the throne today, how many more days can you sit there? Fairy Yuchan was the one who spoke, her voice rather gentle. Her facial features were wonderful, and there was a type of spirituality to her. Her red lips were bright and her teeth were white and sparkling. She was just too beautiful. Xianxia sat up above, calm and unflustered. This type of bearing from a youth like this made everyone's expression become serious. He was so young, yet he possessed such an imposing might. His pupils continuously flickered. He was carefully sensing the draconic energy around his body, as well as the feeling of the imperial Tao that was added to him. The mysterious force circulated. This wasn't a type of cultivation, but instead a force of the world, a type of great power. Emperor, Xianxia said to himself. His entire being became surrounded by mist, making him appear even more mysterious. His eyes continuously flickered with a multicolored radiance. Then, he stared at Fairy Yuchan and said, "What is great power? How much do you really know? Your view of the world is presumptuous. However, you are blessed with good looks, so you are better off playing the part of a good wife and can make better use of yourself." Everyone was stupefied. Was the little stone the one speaking? He truly didn't give the other party any face and dared to talk like this. The magnificent heaven-mending sex fairy was actually refuted like this. The meaning of these words was evident. He lashed out at the goddess of a great sect and only talked about her good looks without talking about her other outstanding aspects. This was the most direct type of contempt. He was clearly just a youth, yet he was acting in such an oppressive way and using such a tone to talk to the most famous fairy. Everyone was stupefied, not knowing what to say. Xianxia was stupefied. He stood there with his mouth opened and gave Xianxia a look before looking at the white-clothed fairy. In the end, he still decided to remain silent. Fairy Yuchan's expression continued to remain pure and peaceful without any sign of anger. Then, her perfect appearance revealed a slight smile that could cause even white flowers to lose color and the sun and moon to seem dim. Brother Xianxia, your tone is rather sharp. Is there any use in saying these things? Will it change anything? Her sparkling white face released astonishing radiance. Her bright lips were slightly curved, stirring the hearts of many. There is some use. It is to tell you that I am missing a maid here. Xianxia spoke. Everyone became dumbstruck. This attitude was out of the ordinary and extremely imposing. He actually dared to utter these types of words. Everyone felt as if his aura was now quite a bit different from the solemn and respectful aura of an emperor he had before. Ha ha! Outside the central heavenly palace, the war king laughed continuously. He was incredibly valiant looking. That's the way it should be. So what if you all are from the great sects outside this region? Do you really think you can mess with everything and treat my clan with such superiority? The new emperor should have this type of great boldness. So what if you are the fairy of a sect? Capturing you as a maid is the style my clan's new emperor should have. Only then would his might devour mountains and rivers as well as overlook the world. Everyone was shocked. Fairy Yu Chan's expression was calm, and her pure aura did not change in the slightest. Her body was wrapped in a layer of faint light, and her spotlessly white body shone brilliantly without any sign of anger. However, the faces of the few elders beside her became downcast. Their expressions were ugly. Those from the Immortal Mountain and Western sect weren't pleased either, and all of them had chilly expressions. We have come here to uphold justice. We won't allow you to scheme and become a fake emperor. How can we let someone like you obtain this great inheritance? When Shihao heard what they said, his expression remained calm without any disturbances. His eyes were incredibly deep. Multicolored light swirled, and the terrifying scene of sun, moon, and stars moving about could be seen within them. Do you have any face left? This was his cold reply. Seated up on high, he looked down on the experts from the three sects and said, Stone Country's imperial palace is not a place you all can casually enter and exit. You all dare to talk absurdly about some great imperial inheritance? What does it have to do with any of you? You dare to interfere with how my country operates. All of you will be killed. At this time, the golden decree up above resonated with him. Passed on to Shihao continued to rumble through the air. Everyone within Stone Capital bowed in worship, loudly calling out, Long live the Emperor! Heavenly dragons appeared one after another around Shihao's body. The mysterious force became more and more exuberant. He coldly looked at everyone. He had vaguely merged with this world. He was going to suppress the experts surrounding him in all directions. Stone Country Capital was an enormous and imposing city. A loud commotion could be heard from within, and everyone was chanting the two words, Human Emperor. As a result, the experts from all three sects felt a slight chill. They couldn't stop this already. Shihao had already reached the end of the inheritance process. The heavenly dragons around him had already condensed into corporeal forms, and even ordinary people could now see them. Heavenly dragons appeared one after another. They filled the skies and raised their heads to roar towards the heavens. Endless streaks of draconic energy could be seen congregating towards Shihao's body, making him seem even more imposing, as if he was a sovereign looking down on this world. Even though he was young, he was extremely calm and unflustered. His behavior did not match his age. His eyes were deep, and within them appeared the sun, moon, and stars as he overlooked everyone. Needless to say, the great power had already taken form. Imperial energy gathered towards his body with the assistance of the country's precious imprint, and the fate energy of the world assisted him in assuming the title of emperor. At this moment, Shihao moved. He stood up and walked down from the throne along the jade stairs. His presence was incredibly intimidating, as if a god or devil was the one moving about. The ones that had just been berating him couldn't help but take steps backwards. Great fear crept up inside of them. They could feel a wave of stifling pressure that felt almost suffocating. A single person was going up alone against the experts from the three sects, yet he still seemed so calm and unflustered, causing the hearts of everyone here to be greatly shaken. Every slight movement Shihao made carried a great type of force, as if the natural laws in this place followed along as well. Powerful pressure poured outwards endlessly. Why are you all scared of him? He is just a single person. This is an opportunity. If that fake emperor dares to step out from the heavenly palace, we can immediately strike him down. An elder said. Inside of the central heavenly palace, there was a divine formation within 12 thick stone obelisks. Outsiders couldn't enter, and this was why he previously stopped outside. The sounds of footsteps were clear and distinct, ringing through the central heavenly palace. Shihao walked over one step after another. His expression was serious. Draconic aura revolved and surged around him. Unwittingly, He stepped on the divine formation and walked out from the palace, facing everyone. He actually really did dare to come out. What are you all still waiting for? This is a traitor to the nation that has to be killed. The king spoke, because he hadn't backed off earlier and had already shouted out before. He had already been targeted by Xianxia's ice-cold eyes. We have been invited to observe the ceremony, so we won't stand on the side like bystanders. We should help Stone Country select the true new emperor. An elder from the sects parroted. Hong. Xianxia walked out from the heavenly palace. He brought with him a powerful aura. When the final step landed, the entire palace hall shook violently. Did you forget my words? Do you think that it was just wind blowing past your ears? He spoke softly, but his expression was incredibly serious. A flash of light could be seen through his pupils, and his entire body erupted with blazing radiance. Attack! Someone shouted. Since Xianxia came out, they no longer had any more worries. They all brought out magical artifacts and aimed them at this youth. They weren't scared, because Fairy Yuchan, Qin Luan, and Zhang Six were here. If they were to fight, any one of them could match the little stone in strength. And right now, the most powerful inheritors of 3 sects were here, and it was for the sake of suppressing and killing him. If no miracles happened, then Xianxia was going to fall here. Hong! Magical artifacts tore through the skies and precious techniques bloomed. This place was covered in dazzling light. All of the attacks concentrated forwards towards the young expert that had just inherited the title of emperor. Xianxia stood in his original spot. His eyes erupted with radiance, and his head of black hair danced about. The heavenly dragon materialized and roared towards the skies, shaking the entire imperial capital. At this moment, the heaven and earth became quiet. This was a strange synergy. Dragon cries rang through the air, yet all other sounds seemed to have vanished. The empty space possessed a deathly stillness. Right now, the only movement were the cries of dragons that shook the 9 heavens. On Xianxia's body, ancient heavenly dragons soared one after another before rushing forward to attack the experts of the 3 sections. There was a terrifying fluctuation that was rippling outwards. Not good. Qin Luan's expression changed as he shouted outwards. He hurriedly took action to obstruct Xianxia. It was because this imperial energy was too great, and normal people definitely couldn't defend themselves against it. Even those elders at the formation arrangement realm weren't enough. Once the heavenly dragons materialized and revealed themselves, they would all be suppressed. Meanwhile, Zhang Six with his light golden skin also moved. As if he was a supreme Vajra Bodhisattva, he formed a strange fist imprint and struck forward. An extremely powerful aura surrounded this attack. Fairy Yuchan was the only one that didn't move, but she activated a formation. Symbols poured out in torrents as if a volcano was erupting. Bright red imprints bloomed within the void to suppress Xianxia. Then, everything seemed to slow down. Xianxia towered within the battlefield. A sweet scent wafted out from his body, and golden chains extended endlessly from his feet. The scene was world-shocking. He had already erupted with all of his power. The heavenly dragons took to the skies before swooping down at his enemies. The magical artifacts were struck, causing them to shatter in midair. The heavenly dragons swooped down, sweeping through everything in their way. The sound of flesh splitting open was extremely startling. Blood blossomed, and the bodies of cultivators broke into pieces before collapsing into a pool of blood. They could not stop the force of the heavenly dragons. Everything happened too quickly. The faces of the individuals who were shouting for the death of the fake emperor just now were now incomparably pale, because right now there were already 10 corpses. This was a startling transformation. It had just started, yet Xianxia had already killed so many experts, among them no lack of elders and formation arrangement realm kings. However, their lives seemed incredibly worthless right now. When the little stone became angry, blood filled the skies, and a large number of experts died before the heavenly palace. A glaring scarlet dyed the stone steps, dripping with blood. This made everyone astonished. The little stone was much stronger than what they had expected. An elder sucked in a cold breath of air. With a trembling voice, he said, Human emperor takes the throne. Imperial Tao displays its power. This is an embodiment of what happens once the fate energy of a country is added to one's body. We must not leave him be. You have to understand that this was just the beginning. Sure how had the mysterious force surround his body as soon as he assumed the title of emperor, and heavenly dragons had taken form to prevent his body from harm. If he was given time, even more misfortune would come to them. All of this happened in a flash. Took a while to describe everything, but it all happened nearly instantly. Hong! Qin Luan launched his attack. A precious technique emerged that flowed with rainbow light. An enormous peacock suppressed downwards to suppress and kill Sure Hao. This was an extremely terrifying precious technique whose name had moved many since the ancient times. It was a great divine ability of the archaic peacock. Back then, it had swept through the entire world, reigning unrivaled for an entire era. Originating from the Immortal Mountain, this was obviously not obtained by a descendant. It was one of their clan's great sect protecting divine abilities. It was left behind by a pure-blooded creature and was perfectly intact. Sure Hao's eyes shone with light. When faced against these experts, he did not show any contempt for their attacks. He didn't use the heavenly dragons produced by the fate energy to defend himself and instead used his own precious techniques. The highest yin and yang, Sure Hao immediately used the Kuan Peng technique whose power was unmatched to behead this opponent. A streak of golden light erupted, and a divine bird spread its wings into the skies to face to the great peacock. Qin Luan's eyes contracted. He knew as soon as this attack was released that the little stone's reputation was not unjustified, and was in fact even more terrifying than the legends. This was too powerful, immediately suppressing him with a single move. Hong! The peacock spread its wings and erupted with divine rainbow light. As it collided into the Kuan Peng technique to dissolve the attack that contained the utmost yin and yang, the space in this place continuously rumbled with ear-splitting sounds. Qin Luan naturally wasn't scared. He believed inwardly that he was unmatched, because he came from the Immortal Mountain. He was a supreme youth that didn't even fear the most powerful inheritors of the greatest powers in all of the 8 regions. He had this type of confidence. Even though the little stone cut down the dual pupils and defeated a legend, he still believed that the inheritance of the Immortal Mountain was the most powerful, and that he would never be inferior to another in his generation. However, this short interaction instead made his brows quickly lock together. The little stone's strength was just too great. Even though he was able to neutralize the other party's divine power, he was still shaken to the point where the bones in his body cried out. At the same time, Xianxia had arrived with the fist imprint. It similarly possessed the highest yin and yang. The power of his flesh made the space tremble. He was like a great golden sun as his fist descended towards Sure Hao. The little stone was stunning. He similarly formed a fist imprint, and with a honglong sound, he met his opponent's attack head-on. Then, when he raised his hand, the sign of a stalk of grass emerged, and with a chi sound, it hacked out. This wasn't just a streak of sword light, as it also created a small world. The chaos seemed to be made by heaven as it surrounded this place, carrying with it the hazy force of a world domain, shaking the scene. There were individuals whose palms held worlds and others who possessed spatial divine force. Right now, his sword strike actually displayed such power as well, creating such a divine technique. The sword world left everyone sighing with admiration. Xianxia frowned, and his face carried signs of pain. Even though he wasn't scared, he felt a strenuous pressure. He used all of his strength to defend and further transform the fist imprint. With a hong sound, it faced the sword world. This place was immediately blasted apart. The nearby cultivators cried out miserably, and were sent flying by the shockwaves created by the collision. Quite a few people were violently killed on the spot, causing the people from the great sects to feel great fear. And something's wrong. Xianxia shivered inwardly and hurriedly changed the fist imprint. He displayed his immeasurable divine ability to support a world domain. Quickly enlarged to confront the sword world. At this moment, he fully experienced the little stone's power. That swords might transcended the original form of the sword intent, And there was the true meaning of a grain of sand becoming a world, a blade of grass becoming a paradise within it. This was just too terrifying. The divine might was too world-shocking, leaving him with no choice but to use his sect's greatest technique to defend himself. Outstanding and dazzling. These were the little stone's methods. This was the evaluation Xianxia had inside his heart. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The little stone was exceedingly outstanding, actually possessing this type of technique. To form a world through the sword, forcing him to use the Western sect's greatest world ability to match its power. After colliding several times in a row, Xianxia shifted sideways. His entire body released an earthen color, using the unbreakable body to resist several attacks. The great divine ability was fully displayed. Brilliant symbols flickered, and it was as if the space turned into a starry sky. The numerous stars rushed towards Hao. This was Fairy Yuchan's formation taking effect. It was evident that this was pinnacle-killing formation in this world. How could ordinary methods be used to deal with the little stone? Only the most powerful symbols would work. Upon seeing the appearance of these formation patterns, the cultivators of the three sects all released a gasp, because the formation's power was just too great. Even if someone who was more powerful than the little stone entered it, they would still be met with disaster. Everyone possessed great confidence towards this formation. They felt that the great power was decided, and that this was the ultimate blow. However, reality always went against speculations. The most powerful technique that everyone was expectedly awaiting was ineffective. The space between Hao's brows shone, and his will resonated with the central heavenly palace, causing it to rumble and shine. Faint golden light rushed into the heavens. This place seemed to have solidified into a single body, collaboratively wiping out the symbols in the air and destroying the formation. He inherited the great creed and became the new emperor. This palace possesses intelligence and has acknowledged him, even putting its use at his disposal. Once it is stimulated by the imperial energy, it will wipe out the symbols of killing formations. Someone saw through the truth. At the same time, quite a few individuals shivered inwardly. This spiritual palace was the result of formation patterns laid in the past by an extremely powerful expert. No matter what, Fairy Yuchan, Qinluan, and Xianxia are all here. With them overseeing things and working together, the little stone will have to defy the heavens to escape alive. Someone shouted. Any of them would be a formidable opponent for Hao, let alone all three of them acting together. The cultivators from the three sects believed that he was already going to be defeated, and that it was just a matter of time. The skies trembled violently. Fairy Yuchan took action. The formation was ineffective, so she formed an imprint. Her palms and fingers were shining white and sparkling as they struck towards the youth. She flew like an immortal, absolutely stunning. When she made a move, it was similarly terrifying. It did not possess any worldly flavor, and when she attacked, a great power was concealed within. Her divine might was incredible. Peng Hao condensed a fist imprint and displayed the Kuan-Peng's technique. Golden light surged and traded a blow with her. The space here seemed to be split into two by a streak of dazzling golden lightning. He wanted to continue attacking, but Qinluan and Xianxia had arrived to fight against him. Hao had to fight alone against three great experts. This fact left everyone trembling and in shock. Even though his defeat was only a matter of time, it still made them feel extremely anxious and alarmed. "You are going to die in the end," a few people said softly. Their lips revealed cold smiles. "It is me who will kill you all. Which one of you can injure me?" Hao seemed to understand their intentions and coldly spoke. He appeared extremely calm and exerted an extremely dignified bearing. Even when faced against three great experts, he still seemed rather calm. He resisted them one after another, causing rumbling sounds to continuously erupt. Hong! The next moment, draconic aura surged, and over 10 streaks took to the skies. They rushed into all directions. This scene was extremely terrifying, as if the god of heaven had taken action. The dragons surged to open up a path. Pooh! A large number of miserable cries sounded. and blood splashed in all directions. Roughly 10 people were killed on the spot, falling in front of the central heavenly palace. The little stone had become the emperor. When he took action, his might moved the heavens, leaving everyone deeply shaken. 10 heavenly dragons with bodies that were like mountains filled the sky. Their surroundings were dark and overcast. They carried a type of profoundness, as well as a murderous intimidation. How could he be this powerful? There were a few individuals whose faces became deathly white. The fate of a nation is uninterrupted and long-lasting. Has the Imperial Tao's power been revealed? If he is already like this now, how ridiculous will he become in the future? A few elders' faces darkened. For sure, how? This was an illustrious achievement. The little stone's power alone faced all of them. He was surrounded by 3 experts, yet he still continued his slaughter, making them become fearful. After becoming the human emperor, the little stone took action. His might could not be stopped. Right now, enormous dragons coiled about in the air, making sure how look like a god or devil. There was a type of aura as if a monarch was looking down on this world. Hong! A fist smashed outwards, leaving everyone shaken. The flesh of Shi Hao and Western Sex Xianxia collided, and both fist imprints smashed together. It was as if 2 mountains were smashed together. Divine force surged and terrifying aura filled this place. He soared into the air. When he opened his mouth, he released a roar. A red vermilion bird flew outwards, bringing with it a scarletly flame to face the immortal mountain's Qin Luan. All 5 elements surged. Around Qin Luan, 5 different precious lights swirled as he attacked the vermilion bird. His body continuously shone and swept out with the symbols of 5 elements. Fairy Yu Chan's beautiful hair scattered about. Her skin sparkled brilliantly, and her glowing white face had a serious expression. Divine light flickered within her pupils. She controlled a dragon with her white hands and displayed a terrifying divine ability. Defense Dragon Technique. In the distance, someone called out and revealed a terrified expression. This was one of the true dragon's precious techniques. Even though a part of it was missing, it was still astonishing. The expressions of the cultivators from the 3 sects changed. There had always been a rumor that the heaven-mending sect had obtained the body of a true dragon, and through a heaven-defying technique, they were able to acquire a damaged precious technique. Could that be true? Many people were doubtful. The people of this world knew that the sect had extending dragon hand. As for the defense dragon technique, they had never heard of it before and never seen anyone use it. However, it appeared before their eyes right now, and there wasn't a single individual who didn't feel their heartbeat quickening. Shi Hao's expression remained unchanged. The center of his palm shone, and a small stalk of dark green grass made its way out, releasing dazzling radiance. It became more and more sparkling and translucent, and then a thick streak of sword energy erupted. A chong sounded, and a sword radiance shook the sky. It hacked down on the true dragon, releasing a sky-shaking sound. Electricity continuously fell down onto this place, making this place sway violently. This was the profound mystery of a stalk of grass sword Dao, and right now, it was clashing against the most tyrannical creature, the dragon. The weakest grass, and the most powerful dragon. These were the 2 extremes, yet they were evenly matched adversaries. We can't just stay on the side and watch. We have to take action as well and join in on this hunt. An elder spoke. The central imperial palace and the little stone are in unity, so we cannot carve any formations here. Otherwise, we could bring out the formation disk and suppress him, an individual from the Western sect said in a soft voice. When supreme experts were in hiding, the best way to kill an outstanding talent like the little stone was naturally to trap and kill him within an ancient formation. However, this imperial palace was rather strange, preventing them from laying anything down. In the center of the battlefield, Shi Hao fought the 3 experts alone. It was obviously a vicious scene. Any one of those 3 could be a formidable opponents of his. Regardless of whether it was Yu Chan, Qin Luan, or Zhang Six, every single person could be considered a master of their field. They were outstanding talents among their peers and rarely met a true opponent. Right now, these stunning cultivators were joining together to fight against Hao, so he was naturally on the defensive. He was now caught up in the most dangerous battle. However, when these individuals exchanged attacks, it was difficult for anyone to suffer fatal injuries. Even when the three young outstanding individuals worked together to suppress Hao, they still weren't able to accomplish much. If someone like Hao wanted to leave, even if the other outstanding talents tried to stop him, they could not make him stay here. As such, the three great experts were all cautious in sealing off his routes of escape. I have an idea that can defeat him. Right at that time, one of Stone Country's kings said secretly. Su King, what is it? An expert from the heaven-mending sect was moved and asked him. Me and a few other nobles know a portion of the Imperial Palace formation diagram. If we join hands with them, we can break through a part of it, turning a small piece into ordinary land. The Su King said secretly. He already didn't have a way out, and he felt like Hao would trap and kill him in the central heavenly palace. He had already placed himself in the hands of the three sects, and as such, he was already one of the Little Stone's targets. If Hao didn't die, then he would definitely settle things with him and the others later. Oh, you actually understand those things? An elder from Western sect was astonished. Yes. The Su King nodded because his ancestor was still the Stone clan's direct line of descent, so he naturally understood a bit about the Imperial Palace. There were several other kings like himself. Good, you all join hands. We will assist you. An elder from the Western sect nodded. If they succeeded here and could lay down the killing formation, they could kill Hao. Your esteemed selves, we don't have any way out. The Su King looked towards those individuals. All right, we'll risk it all. The other individuals nodded. These were a group of powerful individuals with illustrious reputations. Several individuals gathered together and carefully studied the formation diagram. The three sects cultivators surrounded the middle and cooperated with these elders. Following the Stone clan's pointers, they began to destroy the Imperial Palace's inner symbols. Truly daring. What are you all trying to do? The War King shouted. His gaze was chilly, and he detested these people greatly. He truly despised how they conducted themselves. The great calamity has already arrived. The deities of the higher realms have made their appearance, so there is no way we can defy their great power. We are just complying with the world and making a rational decision. The Su King said. Stop them! The War King shouted. There were a few other kings by his side, and they had been opposed to the Su King's group the entire time. Right now, they were going to step up and take action. Apart from this, there were a few other Imperial guards and people from the Wasteland Heavenly King Manor. They all walked up to fight against these people. However, many people came from the three sects, and they immediately surrounded these people. There was already a group of people who was watching them, and now they carried out their intimidation and threats. Who is scared of who? The War King sneered. He led those king and advanced. The faces of the cultivators from the three sects changed. Even though the great sects were powerful, they still weren't willing to lightly start a war. After all, these were all king-level figures, representing the greatest strength in the current world. A terrifying civil war was about to erupt. At the center of the battlefield, a storm stirred about and lightning hacked about. Hao was like a divine being. With a raise of his hand, the world would discolor. He fought against the three great experts alone. He saw everything with his ice-cold eyes. If the kings that hated those that grouped themselves with the great sects stood together with the War King, no matter how great the numbers were on the three sects side, they would still feel apprehensive. War King and the rest, all of you back off. Hao's voice wasn't that loud, but there was an irrefutable type of awe to it. The War King and the others were startled. To have the new emperor fight against the cultivators from three sects alone, how could they allow such a thing to happen? They didn't want him to face danger. Back off. Hao spoke, his voice becoming louder. It was undefiable. The War King sighed. He was also a powerful king from his generation, but in the end, he nodded. Hao had just inherited the title of emperor, and his dignity could not waver. Even though the War King felt that it was inappropriate, he still backed off. Ha! The men from the three sects rejoiced. This was a good start, and they hastened the Su King and the others to take action, telling them to quickly draw out the formation diagram so they could quickly clear up a piece of pure land and lay a killing formation there. At this moment, the Su King and the others no longer covered anything up. They quickly broke apart and searched through the formation patterns. A group of idiots that don't know the difference between life and death. Shuhao's voice was icy cold. His hatred towards them exceeded even that of what he felt towards the three sects. There were kings of other backgrounds, as well as those of Stone Clan's direct line of descent. They actually made this kind of choice. It was truly bitterly disappointing and disdainful. He truly wanted to wipe them clean. This time, I won't give you another opportunity, an elder shouted. The cultivators from the three sects backed up, and several holy artifacts rose to protect the air. Meanwhile, Fairy Yuchan, Qin Luan, Xianxia, and the others released divine radiance from their eyes. They released their most vicious attacks to stall and kill Shuhao. Don't let him go, an elder in the back shouted. Correct, we have to block up the Jade Flower Gate, the Su King spoke. This was one of the Imperial Palace's routes of escape. Shuhao was indifferent. In reality, he actually didn't plan on fleeing. Even though this type of battle had dangers at every turn and it was easy to fall, he could still hold on. The first reason why he wanted to continue fighting was because he was strong enough and had enough confidence. The second was that he hoped to use this battle to sharpen himself. Normally, where would he meet opponents like this? He was completely fearless. The more he fought, the braver he became. He was extremely suited to this type of battle. Something isn't right. Qin Luan frowned. He felt as the fight was getting more strenuous for him. This was not some good sign. Normally, any one of the three could have fought a terrifying battle against Shuhao, one that was fated to be extremely bloody. With all three of them working together, they should have easily suppressed him. At this moment, the little stone became more and more calm and steady. There was a great imposing pressure to him, as if he was a sovereign descending into this world. With just a slight movement, the entire world would seemingly follow suit. Around him, mists filled the air, and a difficult-to-comprehend profoundness surfaced and surrounded him. With the imperial fate energy added to his body, he could bring about this type of great power. This is a mysterious force that will never be exhausted, one that is derived from a country's fate. Xianxia's expression became more serious. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Hong! When Shuhao reached out with his hand and unleashed it, there was an honest and gentle energy that continuously increased. It was truly as if a supreme imperial figure was looking down on this place. Around his body, the imperial energy became more and more rich. Strands of mysterious force circled around this world, surrounding him and displaying power along with him. It spurred on this heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if he was moving the natural laws, using the great power of this world to suppress his enemies. This was the mysterious force gathered from an entire country. He inherited the title of emperor, and as time passed, strand after strand rushed towards his body. In addition, there was the precious imprint at his bosom that released this type of mysterious force. Hong! Shuhao formed a fist imprint and gently released it. Xianxia immediately flew out quite far, his face revealing a bitter look. The power behind this fist was too heavy, leaving Xianxia incredibly shaken. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They could clearly see the thick layers of energy surrounding Shuhao. There was an impenetrable divine might around him. That which is produced by the imperial Tao position, uninterrupted and long-lasting adding of energy to the body, allowing nothing to invade, eternally protected from disaster. Has this already appeared now? An elder's expression changed. Meanwhile, the Su King and the others were even more terrified. Could it be that not even the three great experts could stop him? Any one of them could fight a bloody battle against him. They are incredibly outstanding, and right now all three are taking action. There is no way anyone in the world can survive this. An elder couldn't believe what was happening and couldn't help but shout out, "Chi!" Shuhao exchanged an attack with Fairy Yuchan's sword energy weaved about. The dark green grass leaf appeared, slicing off a lock of beautiful hair by Fairy Yuchan's neck, allowing Shi Hao to catch it in his hand. Everyone became overwhelmed with shock. Even a glimpse of divine light could be seen in Fairy Yuchan's pupils. In that instant, the sword had sliced at her snow-white neck. The situation was far from reassuring. Qin Luan, Xianxia, and Fairy Yuchan all took action, yet they felt a greater and greater pressure. Layers of dense energy covered Shi Hao's body, and it was difficult to break through them. Meanwhile, the other party's offensive power was like overlaying mountains, increasing many times over. It made their minds tremble. "Kill!" Shi Hao shouted loudly. Imperial draconic energy surged. He blasted away the three great experts, and like a tiger within a flock of sheep, he rushed towards the three sex cultivators and Su King's people. Stone Country Imperial Palace was inevitably going to flow with rivers of blood. Shi Hao was like a dragon trapped within a well. He finally obtained the opportunity to escape. Energy erupted, and once he blasted back the three great experts, he directly slaughtered into the crowd. Under the terrifying rumbling sounds, he was like a human-shaped Kuan Pong. Symbols flickered, and his entire body became golden as he used his greatest power to annihilate them. Piu sounded. As soon as he made contact with their group, more than 20 people were sent flying. Their bodies were blasted to pieces, exploding in midair. Everyone became overwhelmed with horror and their faces became pale. What kind of power was this? The three sex cultivators came from outside this region, so how could they be weak? Yet in the end, they all suffered such a disaster. They felt like sheep facing a lion when confronting Shi Hao. It was a completely one-sided domination. Both sides had just came into contact, yet this type of terrifying result was created. "Activate the holy artifact," an elder shouted loudly. This power left him terrified, and as a result, he shouted loudly. In the sky, a golden sword mace appeared. White mist swirled and flowed with hazy radiance. Its might was frightening. It was sparkling and dazzling, and at the center emerged a yellow dragon that pounced at Shi Hao. Moreover, following a thunderous noise, golden streaks of radiance poured down from the skies, crashing down with pi-pa sounds. Resplendent golden light immediately erupted. On the other side, an alms bowl appeared, filling the air with purple mist. It was like a bottomless black hole as it devoured spiritual essence from all directions and erupted with intense fluctuations. Shi Hao had seen both of these holy artifacts before and even exchanged attacks with them. However, even though he captured the users of these two weapons, he wasn't able to restrain the weapons themselves, allowing them to escape. Now, the two holy artifacts appeared again. The crowd activated them together to kill Shi Hao. Wang! Scarlet multicolored light filled the skies. Shi Hao didn't hesitate in the slightest. With a raise of his hand, the center of his palm erupted with terrifying red light. A gourd surged and released sword energy to withstand the two holy artifacts. Moreover, the scarlet gourd trembled, and with a piu sound, bloody light flickered. Two corpses fell down. These were the two captives from before. Since they were already acting so atrociously, Shi Hao didn't care about these matters anymore. The three sects invaded the central heavenly palace, so what was the point in showing the other side any mercy? He directly killed them. Kill! Another wave of fluctuations flew outwards. A large dark fan appeared. It flowed with holy light and released incomparable energy. This was another holy artifact. When three holy artifacts appeared and moved under the power of so many experts to cooperatively kill Shi Hao, he finally felt a wave of great danger. The scarlet gourd he brought out spun about and was stopped. "Stop him! We will pincer attack him and kill him here," someone shouted, at the same time buying time for the three great experts. However, this type of situation only persisted for a moment. Everyone's divine senses went blank, and all of them trembled, feeling like they lost connection with the holy artifacts. At this time, Shi Hao's entire body shone with light, fully utilizing his body's abilities. Imperial draconic energy surged, causing the entire imperial palace to rumble. Precious palace halls lit up one after another, giving off a vague feeling as if they were going to release symbols. N. This palace hall is also a magical artifact? Everyone had a bad feeling. The three holy artifacts swayed. The connection between them and everyone in the palace hall was actually going to break. Break! At this moment, Xianxia suddenly shouted loudly, no longer resonating with the imperial palace. After the holy artifacts were slightly disturbed, he suddenly erupted with his own power. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, he suddenly obtained an extra pair of fists, and they were also using the Kuan Peng technique. A total of 4 arms formed imprints together and erupted with power. Hong! The scarlet gourd opened the way, blocking the holy artifacts. Then, he himself blasted apart the barrier of light and arrived in front of everyone's faces. This was truly an utter catastrophe. Xianxia displayed his might, for arms continuously moved about. It was simply a one-sided sweep. For powerful cultivators immediately exploded, and behind them, many people's bodies were sent flying before exploding in the sky. This was just too bold and powerful. He was like a humanoid dinosaur that crushed everything in its way. Without a doubt, this was the effect of superimposing precious techniques. He used the Kuan Peng technique that possessed unrivaled attack power with the Zhuyan divine ability to add a pair of arms to further increase his strength. Kill! Some people cried out loudly, unwilling to die here. They struck back with everything they had. Light swirled in the air, and all types of symbols surged, creating an expanse of brilliance. However, none of it could touch Xianxia. Layers of dense mist surrounded his body, making him mysterious and powerful. All of the symbols were erased. He walked out with large steps with the grandeur of a tiger or dragon. When his hand moved, a Kuan Peng spread its wings. Golden multicolored light surged, submerging everything before it. This time, there was a total of 40 experts that fell. Bloody mist surged, and no figures could be seen. These people were instantly refined into nothingness. Those that flew backwards all had pale faces. Their faces were all white and pale. This was too terrifying and impossible to defend against. Just now, if they had been a step slower, only dust would have been left of them. The Su King was in fear. The kings near him all had deathly white faces and felt terrified. Even those as powerful as themselves who had experienced many things felt as if their hair and bones turned cold at this moment. They felt an indescribable amount of fear towards this new emperor. Yet this youth wasn't even older than 15. If he was already so heaven-defying right now, what kind of accomplishments would he bring about in the future? The experts from the 3 sects didn't stop him. This clearly illustrated the disaster at hand. Hong! When Xianxia rushed forward and unleashed a massacre, Fairy Yuchan, Qin Luan, and Zhang Six finally took action. They turned into 3 streaks of divine light and rushed over. Xianxia suddenly turned around. This change left everyone quite frightened. His entire body shone, and 2 additional heads appeared. The fluctuations being released from his body were astonishing. His arms had also increased. 3 heads, 6 arms. He actually cultivated the Zhuyan's great divine ability. A group of individuals shouted in shock. Just now, the fact that he grew another pair of arms could be explained through a special mysterious technique. However, now, he immediately revealed 3 heads and 6 arms. This was definitely not ordinary. Right now, it was as if 3 Xianxia appeared. This type of fluctuation was definitely layered on top of each other, and the divine force as well as other powers all increased by a large amount. This proved that this was definitely the Zhuyan's clan protecting precious technique. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly rushed at the 3 great experts, taking the initiative to start an incredibly ferocious and intense collision. Hong! All types of symbols flickered with radiance. Divine light covered this place, and it was as if endless great stars fell. The world became unsteady, and a haze surrounded everything. The 3 great experts' expression changed. They were all sent flying. This time wasn't like the past. Xianxia became even more powerful. When he collided with them this time, it wasn't like before when he used great speed to fight them. This incredibly fierce collision left all 3 individuals' flesh feeling intense pain. They once again backed off from the center of the battlefield. Xianxia was also affected by the intense impact, but the imperial draconic energy hazily surrounded his body, preventing him from suffering from great harm. He was not hindered greatly, and instead borrowed the momentum of this powerful attack to rush towards the Su king. In reality, several great kings had already moved. When they saw Xianxia rush over murderously, they had already prepared to flee. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, it still wasn't as formidable as the Kuanpeng technique. This was the world's extreme speed. A streak of golden light covered the sky, catching up to the Su king. Xianxia was cold and ruthless as he pointed out a finger. The Su king shouted loudly. He gathered all of his courage and produced everything he had to defend himself. The bronze shield in front of his body was blasted apart, and then two powerful magical artifacts cracked apart in succession. Xianxia's finger landed between his brows without being hindered in the slightest. The Su king's expression went rigid. His fear was still frozen on his face. And then, the space between his brows dripped out blood as he fell. As soon as he made contact with the ground, his entire body beam scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. This was a powerful type of intimidation. Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms. When he used this type of precious technique to layer techniques on top of each other, he reached a realm of his own. Not even those in the king level could stop him. It even made others doubt whether or not he entered the supreme expert realm. Seal off the city gates and open the city protecting great formation. Xianxia transmitted sound, ordering the war king and the others to withdraw and lock down the imperial capital. He was preparing to trap everyone here. The war king and the others were all stupefied. The new emperor was only how old, yet he was already so terrifying. Was he going to use his own strength to defeat the 3 sex cultivators? They were incredibly shaken. From the moment they received the order from Xianxia, they knew that the new emperor wasn't scared of these people. He wanted to trap them in this place and beat them down here, so he told them to protect the gates and use the city's great formation to trap them. The war king became excited, and there was a type of tameless and warlike feeling running through his bones. The result of this battle made his blood boil. The new emperor possessed so much might himself, and he was going to unleash a slaughter here, which was a style that greatly agreed with him. He trembled excitedly, and then he turned around to leave. The other kings that didn't rush indiscriminately into action trembled. When they received the order, they didn't say anything and rushed out of the imperial palace. Xianxia unleashed a great slaughter, first dealing with the rebel kings. Once the Su king died, there were a few other kings that were killed in succession. These people all experienced great fear before death, their eyes pleading for mercy. However, Xianxia did not show them any pity and moved ruthlessly, wiping them all out. Below him, corpses lied everywhere. Even more had turned into nothingness. The cultivators of the 3 sects retreated. After being massacred to such a terrible state, they were all incredibly fearful. Fairy Yuchan, Qin Luan, and Zhang Six rushed over again, but this time, they were completely different. All 3 of them shone like a small sun. They were incredibly dazzling as divine flames burned around them. Xianxia remained indifferent. He knew that only at this moment did the 3 geniuses erupt with power and reveal their greatest strength. However, it was already too late, and it was difficult to turn everything around. This truly was the case. Even though the 3 of them joined hands, they all also possessed a restraining fear. In the beginning, they all took precautions and held back, not displaying their most powerful divine abilities. At this moment, the heaven-mending technique filled the skies. Radiance shone brilliantly, and in the middle sandwiched a jade sword that hacked at Xianxia's neck. It was extremely terrifying. Once the heaven-mending technique appeared, it could reverse and mend the user. On the other side, Qin Luan's 5-phase divine ability was also displayed. The world was reversed, becoming chaotic. It was as if the primal chaos had been brought back. Zhang Six's body was golden. He immediately reached out 18 arms and displayed the world ability to attack Xianxia with all his strength. However, it was still not enough to suppress the little stone. At this moment, he was bold and unequaled. In his left hand was the Kuan-Peng technique, and his right was a stalk of grass. Sword energy hacked out boundlessly, and together with the 3 heads 6 arms overlaying the techniques, it was simply an unequaled might. When they collided again, Qin Luan coughed out blood. Shi Hao's imperial energy erupted. Several tens of heavenly dragons surrounded his bodies and roared, becoming even more powerful. The multicolored mist surrounding him became richer and richer, obliterating all types of attacks. He knew that even though these 3 were at a disadvantage, it was difficult for him to immediately kill them. He had to first deal with the people they brought with them. Inside the imperial palace, corpses lied about one after another. The 3 sex cultivators were killed to the point where they were now all fleeing for their lives. The new emperor was just too powerful as he swept through them. At this moment, the entire imperial palace was shining, forming a type of connection with Shi Hao. It was as if it possessed life. How could it be like this? An elder from the heaven-mending sect cried out. It was to the point where there were still a few individuals crying out loudly. This war was just too cruel. 100 corpses from the 3 sects were lying about, slaughtered to the point where there was no end to the terror. They were thoroughly defeated. The 3 great experts' faces were unpleasant to look at. They could match Shi Hao in strength, yet they couldn't stop all of this from happening. Once Shi Hao obtained the imperial Dao's fruit, he became too powerful. The 3 individuals sighed. The great might had already been lost, so they had failed. If they continued like this, then the people that hurried over might all be killed. They retreated decisively, quickly backing off from this imperial palace with its formation patterns that were about to revive. They protected their respective groups' men before fleeing into the distance. This war shook everyone in the imperial capital. It was unknown how many people were watching, and unknown how many great powers were waiting, yet in the end it was this kind of result. The 3 sects were greatly defeated. This was simply unbelievable. The little stone was just a single person, yet he forcefully swept through all of his opponents unobstructed. This battle had not finished. When the 3 sects scattered, Shi Hao used the imperial Dao's might to first chase after the western sect, then the immortal mountain, killing them to the point where they were all defeated and dead. Only the main figures were able to escape. In the end, he chased after the heaven-mending sect, attacking only Fairy Yuchan and the others to capture and kill them. Draconic roars echoed through this place. Great energy surged from Shi Hao. Several tens of heavenly dragons soared, shaking the sky. Then, they all erupted with power and swooped forward. At this moment, the people were all full of despair. They brought out their magical artifacts and precious techniques to carry out their final resistance, unwilling to have their lives end like this. However, this didn't change the end result by much. The true dragons went on a rampage, passing through those precious artifacts and scattering those divine symbols, crushing these cultivators. Pew, 20 or so people were pierced and turned into piles of blood and bone. Their group was crushed, leaving them feeling utter fear and despair. They were almost out of stone capital, yet in the end, they were caught by the little stone. They had already reached the city wall, and some of them even soared into the air. They leapt above the dark and ice-cold wall to use their secret techniques and pass through the city protecting barrier and leave. Unfortunately, they were still missing the final step, leaving them in despair. They looked on helplessly as the little stone used his ruthless and unstoppable methods to deal with them. Was this really all the people of the heaven-mending sect? In the end, the little stone caught up to them without letting go and then slaughtered them all. "Where are you going?" Shi Hao shouted. Imperial draconic energy surged, and tens of giant dragons rose to the air, rushing together at a white-clad woman trying to climb the wall to eliminate her. Yuchan glanced back, and it was as if a starry river exploded. An expanse of symbols shot out from her beautiful pupils, and white mists accompanied her expression. There was an annihilating power. Shi Hao was astonished. This woman wasn't simple. She had never used this type of divine ability before. Her beautiful pupils released streams of stars. That area was covered in an expanse of white, stopping the dozens of enormous dragons. In addition, stellar light swirled to refine them. However, she didn't continue to zealously fight. She ferociously sliced open the barrier around the city, and her entire body soared upwards, breaking free from this enormous city that had existed since the ancient times. There were many soldiers on the walls, and as it turned out, the War King and the others had made their way over too. When they saw this scene, they all sighed. The great formation protecting the city could stop normal cultivators, but it definitely couldn't stop this woman. Sure, how naturally wouldn't stop here. His arms shook, and golden multicolored light filled the air like divine feathers. He released the Kuan-Peng technique and turned into a stream of light, breaking through the barrier of light and leaving the city walls. When they left, the imperial city erupted with activity. This battle was too astonishing. The new emperor used his own power to overturn the world, slaughtering the 3 sections. They were all running for their lives. It was truly hard to believe. How great and powerful were the great sects from outside this region. They were ancient and immortal, while the imperial family of the wasteland regions had already changed several times. Normally speaking, the latter would almost never be equal to the former. However, the young human emperor displayed a domineering attitude that did not match his age, tearing apart everything like rotten weeds. He annihilated his enemies, slaughtering the great sects until they were thoroughly defeated. Kuan King, Lan King, Su King. They were all wiped out by the 3 sections. They all focused their powers on the new emperor, yet not a single one was alive now. The imperial palace battle had just concluded. These news spread, stirring up a great storm and created such a heavy atmosphere that it felt like it was hard to breathe. This was enough to intimidate the individuals that were weaker-willed and on the fence as well. After this incredible military feat, no one dared to act blindly. Meanwhile, the kings that were originally going to surrender to those from outside this region also kept quiet out of fear. You want to leave? No can do. The emperor has ordered the walls to be closed. You all are to be restricted within the mansion and cannot leave. The War King and a few other powerful experts personally oversaw this place to prevent disorder within the city. Right now, the new emperor had left the city in pursuit, which might cause some people to develop other thoughts and create trouble. After all, there were even a few generals that looked to those outside the region, and right now they hadn't been captured yet. At this moment, there was a flood of commotion. Many soldiers had moved out. They wore black armor that shone with dark light and held battle spears, metal swords, and other weapons. Killing intent surged. The entire city was under martial law, and it was seething with killing intent. Figures filled the city gates, and any street with an exit had armored soldiers. There were powerful individuals everywhere. The entire giant city experienced a tense atmosphere. It was extremely solemn and dignified, and battle intent flowed about. This was definitely a change in circumstances, one that would inevitably be recorded in history. The little stone succeeded the throne, slaughtering in all directions, and hunted down the experts from the 3 sections. This will greatly shock people from all directions. Outside of the city, Sure Hao continued to give chase. His body was surrounded by dense mists of light. When his arms moved, the space around him would rumble with noise. His speed was just too fast, like a great golden star as he crossed plains, mountains, and rivers. This chase had already taken them more than 800 li from the imperial capital. High ridges and peaks, towering ancient trees, and great rivers flew by their sides. Earth withdrawal, great technique. Sure Hao's eyes flowed with astonishing radiance. No wonder it was difficult for him to immediately catch Fairy Yuchan. The other party comprehended a divine movement technique. This great divine ability was founded by a human race ancestor, and it was known to be able to turn the other end of the world into near proximity. When a step was taken, the river of stars would flow in reverse. If one was sufficiently powerful, they could directly enter the starry sky. Shrinking the earth into inches weren't just empty words. One could shrink thousands to tens of thousands of li into an inch. It was on an equal level with the Kuan-Peng technique, and as long as one understood it, one could move freely through this world. Even if one encountered a great enemy, they could still escape. This was great life-saving technique that would make all the cultivators of this world jealous. At the same time, it was also an offensive skill. When one's speed increased, one's actions would be as fast as lightning, allowing for free advances or retreat. During a battle, it would greatly increase one's strength. Unfortunately, ordinary people simply had no way of learning it. Within the heaven-mending sect, this was also one of the sect guarding divine abilities. Only a few important figures could study the canonical text. In front, a large and clear lake rose with strands of spiritual energy. In addition, more and more ancient trees appeared, and auspicious beasts roamed about. It was clearly a great place for cultivation. Fairy Yuchan stopped. She had ran 3,000 li in one go, making sweat appear on her spotlessly white face. After entering the wasteland region, she had never experienced something like this. Xianxia also stopped, blocking in front of her. He was less than 10 steps from her. He slowly raised his hand and formed a fist imprint in preparation of delivering the final blow. Fairy Yuchan shook her head. Even though she had been fleeing this entire time, she didn't seem nervous. Her eyes were clear like water, and her bright red lips were lightly spread. Her voice was somewhat enchanting and extremely pleasant to listen to. "You aren't able to keep me here. You are too self-confident." Xianxia laughed coldly. However, he still frowned because he sensed something. After leaving the imperial capital, the draconic energy around you has become thinner, so you cannot maintain the invincible state from before. After all, you exceeded the throne just now, so your foundation is only limited to stone capital, Fairy Yuchan said calmly. Her fine black hair scattered down, and her smooth skin was like satin. A pair of intelligent eyes flowed with multicolored light. Xianxia's eyebrows jumped slightly. He naturally felt that the further he went from the imperial capital, the weaker the strands of imperial energy became. The reason this woman wanted to flee this entire time was to break free from the fate energy suppression. She wanted to enter a new place where she was not restricted to avoid this disaster. Xianxia sneered. Even though he left the imperial capital, he still had the precious imprint in his bosom, so he could similarly derive the imperial precious energy to support his body and provide the invulnerability effect. However, he didn't want to rely on this precious Jade Ruler's seal's energy. He had his own divine abilities, and they could similarly suppress all king-level experts in his way. Xianxia possessed great power, and from the past all the way until now, he firmly believed that he wouldn't fall in battle. Perhaps in the face of the enemy this was a type of arrogance, but he still continued to think this way, because he had confidence that he could overcome all enemies. This unrivaled might was extremely important for cultivators. The little stone always swept through all enemies in his way, destroying even the undefeated dual-pupil legend. Today, he even defeated the experts of the three sects, pushing this might to its peak. Fairy Yuchan felt this pressure. Her long and slender body shifted, avoiding the radiance. Her entire body was glowing. Her glowing white skin seemed to become like fine jade as she displayed a unique type of technique. Xianxia was astonished, because a wave of draconic energy also emerged from her body. As she moved in the air, her hair scattered about, and she appeared extremely captivating. He naturally wouldn't think that Fairy Yuchan was trying to entice him. A fairy like her was arrogant and self-confident, so how could she lower herself to do something like that? Sure enough, as soon as it started, Fairy Yuchan erupted with an astonishing wave power and displayed an extremely strong precious technique. She transformed, and her slender body was like a white jade dragon. She was still in humanoid form, yet she resembled a true dragon. As her body suspended in midair, she looked a bit strange. However, that oppressive power was still extremely shocking. True dragon precious technique. Xianxia was given a fright. Those fluctuations were too intense, and it was just like how the legends described it. It was a power that showed disdain for this world. Chi! Fairy Yuchan rushed over like a beautiful snake woman. The corners of her clothes fluttered about, and her hair flew behind her, revealing her charming face. Her hands formed a dragon imprint and slammed at Xianxia. This was too fast. A white light rushed over. Fairy Yuchan's temperament right now was different from before. It was one where beauty, strength, and power coexisted as the pure white true dragon swooped down. Hong. Sure Hao also utilized the Kuan Peng technique. His body was like a golden peng bird with wings that struck the ninth heaven. He reached out his arms, allowing his speed to reach its peak. A pair of golden peng claws appeared, grabbing towards the pure white beautiful dragon woman. Following a violent collision, both sides flew out in reverse, and both of them were shocked. Only after a long time had passed did Sure Hao nod his head. He could ascertain that the true dragon technique had problems, or else Fairy Yuchan wouldn't have to imitate the true dragon's form. This technique was flawed. However, the might of this precious technique was astonishing. If an ordinary person were in her place under Sure Hao's full-power Kuan Peng technique, they would suffer fatal damage and might even explode. Fairy Yuchan's chest rose and fell. The attack just now had exhausted her quite a bit. She revealed a look of shock. The little stone didn't use the Imperial Draconic energy, yet he was still so hard to deal with. He truly was a formidable opponent. Soon after, she calmed down. Her snow-white clothes drifted about, and her intelligent eyes on her perfect face flickered with a bit of killing intent. Sure Hao shivered inwardly, feeling that something was wrong. He was clearly the one that held the advantage, so why did he feel so agitated inwardly, as if it was extremely dangerous? He lowered his head and saw that just before these two collided, there was a 6-light star symbol that shone. It was created by the intense clash he had with Yuchan. Destroying divine formation. Activate, Yuchan shouted softly. Since the other party detected it, then there was no point in covering it up any longer. Sure Hao's hairs stood up and he quickly retreated. He finally understood why Fairy Yuchan displayed the true dragon precious technique and appeared so exhausted. The main reason was for establishing this formation. When did she lay this out? She should have been here a while ago. This woman wasn't simple. Before the three sects attacked forcefully to disturb Stone Country capital, she still didn't act carelessly and left behind a safeguard. Sure Hao quickly withdrew, but it was still too late. This spiritual lake and the surrounding mountains and rivers all swayed. The enormous formation radiated with light. The radiance from the mountain peak and great lakes rushed through the heavens, actually involving even the clouds in the sky. Hong! A thick streak of lightning hacked down onto Sure Hao. The thick streak of silver lightning was utterly horrifying and impossible to defend against. Sure Hao brought out an ancient magical artifact, but it was immediately destroyed. The silver radiance flickered, and the lightning began to devour the magical artifact's fragments to assimilate them into the formation. Too late. Even if you want to leave, you won't have time. Fairy Yuchan stood there watching from afar, carrying a faint smile on her face. Sure Hao used his techniques. His body became indistinct, disappearing from his original location. The formation's name was Destroying Divine, which already stated the problem at hand. Its power was too ridiculous, and he would most likely die if he met it head-on. A trick? Regardless, you can't leave the Great Formation. Fairy Yuchan calmly spoke. Her eyes contained an intelligent expression as she used all of her strength to activate the formation. At this moment, lightning interweaved and divine light hacked about, submerging this place. For 2 whole hours, this place was ruined by thunderstorms. It was too powerful, enough to hack a supreme expert to death. Destroying divine formation had once shaken the entire world. With the materials Fairy Yuchan had on her, she obviously couldn't lay out the whole thing. She simply laid the Destroying Divine Formation's lightning symbols. However, despite this being the case, it could still kill the most powerful experts under the sky. For 2 hours, silver lightning madly hacked about, blasting this place to pieces. Only after a long time had passed did Fairy Yuchan walk into this scorched earth. She frowned, because she couldn't sense Sure Hao's aura. She said to herself, even if a group of supreme experts came, they would all be killed and turned to ashes. He should have died. A piece of bronze. Fairy Yuchan was shocked. There was an item left behind after the great attack. Suddenly, this entire bronze piece shone. A golden passage appeared, leading directly to her. A large hand stretched out and quickly enlarged, grabbing her small waist and pulling her in. The corners of Fairy Yuchan's mouth originally contained a faint smiling expression. Her charming face was sparkling and translucent, for she thought that the battle had concluded. She never thought that this type of unforeseen event would take place, freezing the smile on her face. It was just too sudden. The mountains and lakes were all turned into ruined earth, completely scorched black. Who could have expected that How would appear again, grabbing her delicate waist? Chi! She reacted extremely quickly. Her eyes shone brilliantly, and a river of stars descended with dazzling silver light. It was incomparably bright and resplendent, and all of it struck down on the large hand. How had no idea what type of precious technique this was. He had never seen it before. His arm felt a great wave of pain. If not for the fact that his body was powerful enough, anyone else's hand would have directly exploded. In that instant, Hao's palm shone. Golden patterns with black streaks emerged as the Kuan Peng technique was displayed. The large hand wrapped around her small waist, and he felt a soft sensation. However, a powerful force immediately surged. The other party's smooth and sparkling abdomen became like a dragon, struggling fiercely and almost breaking free. All of this took place in a flash. The two individuals struggled intensely. The large hand latched firmly onto her waist without letting go, sending Fairy Yuchan into the golden passageway to suppress her, making it hard for her to escape. She was placed in an inferior state and into an extremely dangerous situation. Hao made his move, because even though he caught Fairy Yuchan, he still felt unsteady. The other party was a powerful expert. Her body was sparkling and snow-white, but it was extremely powerful and hard to break. For now at least, he had a feeling that Fairy Yuchan's body was even more powerful than the Western sex Xianxia, and it became especially terrifying after she used the true dragon's precious technique. At this moment, her sparkling body shone with sparkling luster. She was like a beautiful dragon woman as she struggled about, trying to break free from Hao's grasp. Hao didn't show any mercy. His fingertips surged with endless multicolored light. He used his most powerful force to shatter that small waist. Otherwise, she would most likely struggle free and produce an uncertain situation. After a sigh, Fairy Yuchan's beautiful eyes shone and became a bit indistinct. She didn't show any fear or cry out. She only returned to a peaceful state. And Hao's eyebrows jumped up. He had clearly grabbed the fairy's body and grabbed the soft and sparkling skin. So how could it be like this? Heaven-mending technique. Soon after, he understood. The other party used this type of great divine ability, producing a chance to reverse everything. The entire space became stable, and this place flowed with light and overflowing color. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse. The void was twisting about. Fairy Yuchan struggled about, and her small waist twisted about like an eel. Her wonderful long and slender body moved about, and just like an illusion, she broke free from Hao's grasp. At this moment, Hao developed a strange feeling. The space seemed empty. Why was this? The heaven-mending technique was too strange. It affected him and prevented him from capturing Yuchan. He couldn't help but sigh. This precious technique was too mysterious and worthy of being known as one of the heaven-mending technique's divine abilities. It was incomparable and truly reached a heaven-defying state. Even in this type of situation where Hao had control over everything and was about to suppress Fairy Yuchan, the result was still reversed, allowing her to break free. In addition, with the appearance of this precious technique, there were no traces to be found. It was just too profound and mysterious, and who knew how many times greater than the technique He displayed back then. It was hard to understand. It wasn't that the dual-pupiled individual's talent was lacking, but rather that his cultivation realm in the end was still too low, and he didn't cultivate the heaven-mending technique for that long. On the other hand, Fairy Yuchan was different. Being at the king realm now, as well as studying the heaven-mending technique since her youth, she had long reached a level of perfection. As a result, when she utilized it, not even How had the chance to react, allowing her to slip through his fingers like a slippery fish. Yuchan fell back and stood in a safe region. Even though her expression calmed down a lot, she still lightly exhaled. The previous situation was just too dangerous. She was a moment away from being suppressed by Hao. Despite this being the case, her lower abdomen released a sparking snow-white radiance. There was a palm imprint there that shattered her snow-white clothes. If not for the heaven-mending technique, she definitely would have been destroyed. The bronze piece on the ground retracted its radiance, and the golden passageway disappeared. Meanwhile, Hao had already leapt upwards. This was the precious interspatial case, something that archaic deities liked to store their most precious items in. It was naturally incredibly stable and rarely seen. Normally, people didn't know the secret incantation, so they had no way of opening it. This time, if not for the precious interspatial case, Hao would have been in extreme danger. He might have been pierced by the endless lightning. After all, these were the destroying divine formation's lightning symbols, and they could destroy all experts under the heavens. If not for this divine remnant, the result of this battle would have been extremely terrible. Hao looked at this white-clad woman. She was pure and beautiful, seemingly completely harmless yet actually extremely dangerous. He had been extremely close to being captured by the Great Formation. You've thought quite a bit ahead, setting up this kind of formation before entering the imperial capital despite possessing such an advantageous position. Hao spoke. This woman's plans and scheming were deep. Her appearance was perfect like a fairy, yet she also possessed this type of methods. He almost died right here. Missed the opportunity. Fairy Yu Chan sighed. Her fine jade-like skin flowed with light, and her snow-white belly was laid bare, but she did not mind. She carried a type of regret as she looked at the youth in front of her. Hao was upset. The other party was regretful that she wasn't able to kill him, while he was furious that he was one step away from capturing the fairy alive. Now that they separated, he didn't immediately try to capture her. After all, they were both experts at the same level. If one side wanted to flee, the other party might not necessarily be able to keep them here. Moreover, the other party possessed the earth withdrawal divine ability, which represented the highest speed under the heavens. Even though it will be a bit troublesome, I swear that I will capture you today, Hao stated. Fairy Yu-chan adjusted her mood. The corner of lips revealed a faint smile, revealing what might be arrogance or mockery. It was a bit different from her usual dignified and pure appearance. It was clear that even though she was controlling her state of mind, there was still a bit of anger. After all, her waist had been grabbed just now, and her belly was naked and almost pierced through. She was the fairy of the heaven-mending sect and known as a holy woman. No matter how extraordinary she was, faced with this type of situation, her mind was still experiencing some disturbances. Little stone, if you can't capture me today, a price will have to be paid later, Fairy Yu-chan mocked. Once you lose your composure, you actually speak words like these. Seems like you are going to be defeated. Hao smiled and said, Is that so? Come and give it a try then. Fairy Yu-chan's fine black hair danced about, flowing down like a waterfall. She spun her body and soared into the air, scattering down endless radiance. She took the initiative to attack. An expanse of sword energy interweaved, and a jade sword appeared in her hands. It shone with incomparable brilliance. At the same time, her eyes shone resplendently. Silver streams once again fell, shining from her eyes. They possessed an extremely terrifying and great pressure. Hao's mind trembled. He felt Fairy Yu-chan's aura become much more powerful. He truly couldn't completely see through it. She seemed much more powerful than she was in the imperial palace. Her words have become careless, and it was on purpose. Could it be that she wants to mislead me into thinking that her mood is unstable and then take advantage of this? Hao's mind shook. Chi. Immediately after, he erupted with power. In the face of absolute power, everything else was pointless. He had confidence in his ability to face any opponent head-on. Countless sword radiances surged. This was the profound mystery of the stalk of grass. Kung-chong sounds rang through the air. Hao and Yu-chan fought intensely to the point where the sun and moon seemed to lose luster. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 moves. Fairy Yu-chan's aura surged, and behind her, an incomparably ferocious true dragon emerged. It made her look like an empress that looks down on the world together with a true dragon. At this moment, her outstanding temperament was fully displayed, making her seem more and more extraordinary. In addition, this hadn't concluded yet. Scarlet multicolored light surged behind her, and a divine phoenix actually appeared behind her. Its wings were brightly colored and surging with multicolored light. Fiery light surged. This is... Hao was astonished. He knew that regardless of whether it was the true dragon or the divine phoenix's precious technique, they were both damaged. However, whenever a technique of the Vicious 10 appeared, it would always be terrifying to the extreme. However, he also knew how terrifying these precious technique would be once they were merged together. As a result, there was always a rumor that once the dragon and phoenix combined, the power would be incomparable. This might would truly be matchless. Hao didn't hesitate. A Kuan Peng appeared emerged, and following his cry, terrifying energy surged. It was extremely powerful. At the same time, the sky was full of green multicolored light. Stalk after stalk of grass took root in midair. They all released loud beams of sword energy that terrified one to their souls. Kill. At this moment, a world-shocking life and death battle erupted. Fairy Yuchan couldn't hold anything back. She used everything she had and no longer chose complete precious techniques. Instead, she used this type of powerful combination which would shock even gods and immortals. This battle turned the entire sky dim. The sun and moon became dim, and all types of strange sounds could be heard. This continued for an hour. It was extremely shocking. At the very least, even though Hao had swept through all of his enemies after entering this world, this battle was extremely difficult. His entire body was covered in sweat. Your imperial draconic energy is no longer effective. It seems like I am the one who will capture you. Fairy Yuchan ridiculed. Hao didn't use the precious imprint. Blades of grass covered the sky, and within them, a streak of light shone from a stalk of grass and seemed to hack straight for the space between her brows. Despite this being the case, several drops of blood appeared between the brows. This battle was incredibly fierce, lasting for a whole hour. Both sides were exhausted, because this wasn't a normal type of battle. They both used their greatest methods and revealed everything they had. Let's see how you are going to escape. Hao sneered. He reached out with a large hand, and this time it was a powerful suppressing move. Summon stars. A faint smile appeared on the corners of Fairy Yuchan's lips. In the next moment, he became stupefied. He only saw the sky become completely packed with large amounts of meteors. They flew down and burned with fiery light to suppress him. Was this girl going to defy the heavens? Hao was astonished. This was a sky-connecting method. Summon stars. How could she do such a thing? Damn! Suddenly, Hao understood something and couldn't help but curse. Symbols flickered here. When the destroying divine formation was exhausted, the remnants changed and formed another formation. It called to the nearby mountains, and they smashed over together. The formation that Fairy Yuchan laid down unexpectedly experienced changes. The destroying divine formation remnants still had the ability to produce power, and it formed a different killing formation. Even though the power wasn't as great as it was in the past, Hao was still quite exhausted now. These types of boundless meteorites smashed over. They were terrifying enough to frighten any cultivator badly. Hong! At this moment, he no longer concealed anything. His chest illuminated, and the supreme being bone illuminated. He used all of the power he had to distort space. Heaven and earth began to rumble with noise. Like a giant shaking a tree, the world began to tremble. The meteorites in the sky actually shattered, producing an expanse of brilliance. Fairy Yuchan's expression changed. After the supreme bone revived after being gouged out, it became terrifying to the extreme. The force it contained was difficult to imagine. She didn't even take much time to think before producing 10 types of precious techniques in the blink of an eye, filling this place. This was an incredibly shocking great battle. They seemed to possess eternal life within the divine light, creating the world's most dazzling scenery. The great battle was incomparably ferocious. However, it was to no avail. Fairy Yuchan displayed all types of precious techniques, and the heaven-mending technique was used again and again. In the end, it still didn't change the end result. She was still captured in the end. Shurhao's chest illuminated with light, freezing her in place and grabbing her into his arms. Then, he sealed her directly into the interspatial precious case, not allowing her to escape. Pu Shurhao coughed out blood. When the Supreme Being Bone underwent rebirth, its power even shocked himself. However, it truly exhausted him too much. While damaging another, he also damaged himself.